everybody. Quick shot here, looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
Ready, we're into draft, and I know how important draft is going to be in this series. We saw yesterday some eclectic picks, the Karma coming out in the bot lane. We've seen Udyr, Hecarim, we've seen Alistar, Gragas. There are so many powerful picks at the moment. What are you expecting?
Well, I think that Schalke is going to ban the Tristana. Regardless of what side they're on, they usually take that one off the board. I am a little surprised by Rogue's Volibear ban. This was the center ban was also something we talked about before the game. Medic, we've seen both Rogue and G2 being big fans of the center bot lane, and it's no real surprise to see that banned away. Yeah, so already a couple question marks, because I was wondering if Alistar would be taken off the board by someone like Rogue. We know that Schalke will prioritize it if they get that opportunity. I wonder if Trimby is willing to play things like the Gragas into it, because we know that this is a champion that Limit will want to get his hands on. The fact that Jinx, one of the big hyper carries that has been rising in popularity here in the LEC playoffs, is going to be taken off the board. Question is, how will we round things out? Things like the Twisted Fate are still up and available. Orianna now banned away, but Hecarim's still up, Udyr's still up. I think Schalke, their best bet is to just trade, give over the Hecarim, get themselves the Udyr, plus perhaps something like the Alistar. They could also get themselves the Kai'Sa Alistar. We know that Neon does like his Kai'Sa, his most played during the regular season, and it seems like that is the direction that they're going to go by taking the Lucian off the board.
Importantly, though, Tristana still available here, Vedius. So we expected Schalke to ban it away. It has been left open, and Rogue immediately lock it in. Schalke now have their pick for the jungle role. Hecarim has to be high up on that priority list.
Certainly does. The question is, will Rogue answer with the Lilia? We know that Inspired is happy to play it, but when you're looking for that AD mid, usually you want to complement it with an AP jungle, and I'm not convinced that Rogue is thinking about the Nidalee, as we saw from Cloud9 last night. In any case, what direction will Schalke go? It looks like for now they're going to stick with the Udyr. Obviously, Udyr does offer a little bit more AP damage, so perhaps they want to act as a denier as well. Maybe they feel a little bit more confident in the Udyr versus Lilia matchup because they believe that that is the direction that Rogue is going to go. In any case, my next question is, will this be an Alistar lock-in, or will this be a Kai'Sa? And it seems to me that for now, they want to get that comfort pick support for Limit. We know how powerful he is. We have some stats prepared for the game because we knew that he was going to be a talking point, and he's going to be a big talking point in this game. Limit was so impactful for Schalke in their series versus Fnatic and versus G2 that I think that he's giving him his comfort pick is always a dangerous thing to do.
Definitely is. Limit has been the standout performer for Schalke over the last couple of weeks, even getting MVP in their series against Fnatic. Rel as an answer into the Alistar. Now, usually we see this the other way around. Alistar actually good into the Rel because you can knock her out of her engage opportunities. However, Rel Tristana is a very good combo. Tristana jumps in, you get a guaranteed E-stun, and then Rel can follow up on top of that.
Very true. Does suggest that they are looking at this Tristana bot lane as well. I was quite tunneled in on the fact that this would be a Tristana mid, but completely forgot that it is a very strong flex. And of course, with the Lilia now coming out, I'm like, wait, is it a flex? So Rogue kind of still keeping their cards close to their chest for the time being. They have a little bit of flexibility, but yes, Medic, I'm a little concerned about that Rel lock-in because of how good the Alistar matchup is into it.
Speaking of cards, though, Vedius, Twisted Fate has made his way all the way through draft so far. Wasn't banned, hasn't been picked as of yet, and currently Abbedagge hovering the Aurelia, but Twisted Fate gives you that split push pressure, gives you that threat in side lanes. Instead, the Xayah will be locked in here for Schalke.
I think that one of the concerns is you don't want it, once Tristana's on the board, TF is a big no-no, because every time he tries to roam, your tower just disappears almost instantly.
Especially with Demolished Tristana.
We saw that during the regular season. I forget who was playing, but every time that TF tried to roam, the Tristana insta-pushed, immediately punished. It basically made the TF's life miserable. So I imagine that that's not going to be the direction, but it depends on what we see as we move into the second half. Schalke looking to remove some of the safe blind pickable options that Rogue could go for in the form of a Gnar. They may choose to ban away the Sion. However, we know that they have the Darius as an answer that they are more than happy to play as well. So, for now, I imagine that they will just take the Gnar off the board. They may even choose to ban the Azir. Maybe limit Larsen's mid lane pool a little bit more. Perhaps force the Tristana into the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see as mid lane bans continue to come through. If this Tristana is not in mid lane, I'm wondering what mid lane champions are really left.
Yeah, as you say, like, we've got the Azir, Twisted Fate, Syndra's been played a few times by Larssen as well across the course of spring. So there are a few options, but with an AP jungler, you really do want a physical damage mid laner, and that's why the Tristana works so well alongside Aurelia. Kai'Sa is the next ban. Schalke perhaps thinking along the lines that we are, that this Tristana is going to go towards mid.
Yeah, and the fact that the Victor has been banned away, to me also suggests that this Tristana is in the mid lane, removing some of that safe mid lane laming that Victor can provide with the Syndra as well. This to me heavily suggests, well, one of two things. Number one, Rogue has a special mid lane pick that they need to remove all of the mid lane mages for, which could just be Azir. Alternatively, they want to run Tristana and they're saying, you know what, Abbedagge, you should play Zoe. You know, why just lock it in? Like, you know, it might ruin your comp and you might not have any power, and, you know, but at least you can pick a mid lane champion that honestly you'll still probably end up losing during the laning phase in anyway.
Ooh,
so that means that Abbedagge is going to grab himself the Azir. Obviously a very proficient Azir player himself, and also a big comfort for him. And also relatively safe. We'll talk a little bit more about why the Azir is kind of returning in Europe once we get into the game. But for now, Schalke, pretty solid front-to-back teamfight composition. They have the Alistar to act as an engage. They have the Udyr follow-up. And it looks like that Rogue are now going to go for the Karma themselves. Now, this definitely looks like a Karma top lane. Something that many fans were asking for yesterday. Also adds a little bit more AP damage to the Rogue portfolio. And yeah, basically this is a Tristana composition, which is very similar to what we saw from G2 yesterday, where Reckless on the Karma was basically enabling, and we will get an Aurelia. Awesome. I love Aurelia. I've been playing so much Aurelia recently. To get to see it in the hands of someone that's actually good at the game is going to be even more exciting. Broken Blade loves these carry top laners. I'm not entirely sure how great the Aurelia is into the overall comp, but let's think about these comps for a little bit. So, Rogue, obviously great scaling, right? This goes back to what we saw from G2 yesterday, where you have a lot of utility from the Karma to offer all that shielding for the Trist, and when you get things like the Moonstone on top as well, so much utility, so much healing, so much support onto that Tristana that she becomes a huge hyper carry. You then also have a second damage threat in the form of the Ashe, which when there's only like, well, there are a few more divers onto the backline now, but with her strong kiting, she can also act as an engage thanks to her Ashe arrow as well. Meanwhile, for Schalke, this is something that they pretty much consistently ran. Multiple damage threat comp with top, mid, and jungle. Somewhat limited engage coming from Limit, but he's not really one that struggles when it comes to starting off and finding these fights. Alongside the Udyr, that's just going to look to run down these carries and be as obnoxious as possible. So it's going to be exciting. I think that the early game advantage should be ever so slightly in the favor of Schalke. The question is, what can they do with it? We've got some interesting drafts, interesting picks, Medic. I'm excited. I'm ready to get in the game.
So am I. It's do or die for Rogue and Schalke. Lose today, you're eliminated. Win, you go through the finals weekend. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Rogue coming off the loss against Mad Lions. And of course, I see Schalke coming off a win against a Fnatic. Perhaps momentum in Schalke's favor. We talked about it a little bit on the desk. And Rogue going for what I would classify as a slightly harder to execute team composition. That usually we see an engaged jungler, perhaps an engaged top laner, engaged support, and you can kind of push forward, get your engages in, go front to back for most compositions these days. Whereas when you have a Karma and a Tristana and an Ashe and your only real engage is the Rel, it becomes a little bit more difficult for you to work around these fights.
Well, so one of the problems with the G2 comp from yesterday, from what I remember, was that their engage was somewhat limited. So all of the eggs were in the Caps basket, and he was shielded up, and you could see how strong it was, especially with the early leads that he got. But when it came to actually finding good fights, there just wasn't enough utility on the G2 side. This is somewhat different when you look at Rogue's composition. They have the Rel that offers both the ultimate. They're jumping into the mid lane right now to get a little bit of damage on Abbedagge. Good trade for Larssen, as the steal is also going to come through. But they also have the utility from the Ashe. And I think that that's going to be a big difference, because by having that engage from the arrow and just also the overall utility that her kit provides with the slows and how much harder it also makes Alistar's life when it comes to engages, I think that the added bit of utility makes Rogue's teamfighting a little bit easier to execute. But of course, you're still looking at Larssen and Hans Sama to be those primary damage threats.
Oh, knock up there onto Trimby. We see already the balance of power in the Alistar Rel combo there. Rel tries to jump in. Alistar's like, nope, just headbutt you as you try and engage. And although Trimby gets the shield, Limit takes a little bit of a chunk in the bottom lane. As you said early on, Inspired was able to get in, steal away the Razor Beaks. Larssen jumping in once again. Halo Blades Tristana with that explosive charge can do a lot of work early game.
Definitely looks that way as Larssen getting a pretty good trade. But I want to talk about this top lane match. You know, we talked a little bit about the comps, but getting to see Broken Blade on a carry, we know how strong of a performer he is, right? When he played pretty much throughout playoffs, you can see his stats. Like a very impressive KDA. He's consistently finding advantages in the 1v1 lane matchup. He always has gold leads in the early laning phase. And the impressive thing is Schalke doesn't necessarily always play through him. It's not like they always try to snowball his lane. Often they'll actually try to play through mid. They'll have Limit and Gilius grouping up, trying to use that pressure to look for mid plays. But he's able to find these advantages by himself. And that's why we were really excited about this top lane matchup. And you can see that already Broken Blade is looking to take advantage of the early power that Aurelia can have. Now, seeing as I have this small window, there's only a little bit of trading. Notice that Inspired is stealing away camps once again. He was able to steal away that Gromp from the bot side. It seems that in this early game, Rogue is trying to make Gilius' life as difficult as possible. But Gilius should be able to get himself that top Scuttle Crab because they do have that lane priority in top. So Aurelia, medic.
Hit me.
How much do you know about Aurelia?
She's Ionian.
Yeah.
She used to have different abilities.
She did used to have
I know quite a bit about her, but I don't know where you want to lead this conversation,
okay,
so I'm kind of just going to let you go.
So one of the cool things about Aurelia that I think a lot of people don't appreciate is how powerful her passive can be, right? So all of her damage comes from when she gets the 5th stack on her passive. The hard part when it comes to Aurelia is getting that 5 stacks. Sure. Because when you drop a full combo, even if you land the stun, you actually only get 4 stacks. Right? So you need to find an effective way of being able to get those stacks up. Now, if you use the ultimate, plus land the E, plus you get 3 procs of the Q off, and use the W, that's how you can generate those stacks. But in lane, the easiest way to do it is to actually use the minion wave. Now, if you'll notice, the minion wave is a bit of an awkward spot for Odoamne. So what Broken Blade's going to look to do is start to stack up his passive. And then, when he sees the opportunity, when Odoamne is slightly overextended, they'll look to get the engage, and they'll look to try and get this Aurelia snowballing. Here comes Gilius, but Odoamne with a good ward, just out of range of this control ward, is not going to get punished as a result. But yeah, it's that passive that you really have to be wary of. Whenever playing against Aurelia, just whenever she's got her passive fully stacked, just run, just leave her alone, just back away, because that's really where she's at her scariest and when she's going to be looking to try and get those trades.
And importantly for anyone at home that doesn't know what Aurelia's passive does, per stack you get extra attack speed, stacking up to 80% attack speed. If you're fully stacked, your basic attacks do on-hit magic damage. So it's just so powerful. In conjunction with something like Conqueror, you could be healing, doing extra damage, and getting all that extra attack speed out.
Now, one of the main reasons why I wasn't entirely convinced about this matchup was because ranged into melee matchups, Aurelia can do quite well, but things that she struggles with against high mobility champions that can just keep kiting back. And when you try to jump onto a Karma, she can throw the tether down. She can also speed herself up with the E. The extra bonus movement speed from her E makes it even harder to land the stun. And notice Odoamne is running Grasp, so he may very well just be doing tank Karma up in the top lane as well. You can see that he's already gotten himself the Bramble Vest, so it seems that Odoamne is just going to make it as difficult as possible for Broken Blade to actually get kills.
Broken Blade's going to teleport back into the top lane here, and I do just want to highlight the fact that although we haven't directly witnessed it, Vedius, Inspired has built up quite a sizable CS lead here in the jungle. We saw already Trimby working with him, trying to get up there, stealing away some of Gilius' camps, but at the moment, it's a 16 farm lead. That's 4 camp advantage and 300 gold extra in Inspired's pocket over Gilius's.
So yeah, we've been talking a lot about this already and how cool of a champion he is. We'll get to see more of it later into the game, but this early game has been very much about Inspired dominating the jungle matchup as we see a trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, Limit is ignited, looking for the knockback here onto Trimby. Gilius coming down as well from the river. Hansama, the root still lands on Trimby, even though he flashes. Gilius going to get forced away. Hansama with that Ranger's focus, able to turn the damage back onto Schalke. In the end, it was a flash heal from Hansama, a flash ignite from Trimby, and no summoners burnt on the side of Schalke.
Limit really really playing at his limit, one could say.
Let's not.
As he is able to get away. He came very low there, but with the support of Gilius just hovering around the lane, they were able to disengage and get away without burning any of their summoner spells, as you rightly said, Medic. This could, however, give Rogue an opportunity to go for an early Drake or even a dive. Neon has no mana, Limit is nowhere near, and Rogue is looking for a kill.
And we've heard from Freak how bad it can be to have no mana. Neon's going to heal and flash away. Limit now here with the Ionian boots, so could look for an engage, but instead just backs away. This will be a plate going in the back pocket of Rogue. About 3 or 4 minions lost there for Neon as well. He's about 12 behind in terms of total CS now.
Yeah, he's going to lose a decent amount as a result of that. So, and they get the summoner spells.
Yep.
So the overall winning trade for Rogue, Limit still has his, but I like how Rogue for the time being are keeping Limit in this lane matchup, because normally on that first base, Limit wants to get a roam off. But this opportunity, he didn't have it. He was forced to come back down to cover. So now Trimby, when he resets, let's see if he looks to roam through mids, or maybe he'll work with Inspired, who has now just hit that level 6.
And that roaming to mid was actually one of the downfalls of Rogue when it came to the Mad Lions series. We saw Kaiser constantly trying to get onto Larson, catching him out when he overextended, and meaning that Rogue can never really have this bedrock. Larson, very often, sort of the focal point that Rogue's compositions are built around, his late game carrying, so important for the team. And if you can get in there, if you can disrupt him, you can really disrupt Rogue's game plan a lot of the time.
Certainly can, as you rightly said. He is one of the best mid laners that we have here in Europe. I think to all split long, he has been considered second best. Yep. Every time he goes up against Caps, sometimes he struggles, as we do see an engage.
Chippy has no flash, but there's no ultimate hit for Limit, and all Hans Summer needs to do is get one more auto down. Hans Summer with the kill. First blood, now Inspired's coming down. Neon does have the Feather Storm, flash in from Inspired, but Neon was able to dodge away from the Lilting Lullaby.
Good ult there from Neon. Will get away with his life, but can't say the same for his support. As Limit flash engages, they think they have enough damage to burst him down. Doesn't have the level 6 to act as that tank, though. Also running the phase rush means that he ends up getting popped. So 2v2 advantage gained for the Rogue bot lane, and they will find themselves with an early lead. They've got an advantage in mid lane, they've got an advantage in bot lane, and they've been able to find an advantage in the jungle. Odoamne struggling a little bit, but as you can see, he takes 0 damage from Irelia on this tank Karma. We'll see what itemization he goes for. I can already hear Shakarez shrieking with excitement at the possibility of an Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm not sure how strong it is with the current iteration of the items. I haven't had a chance to speak to him or have him
I'll be honest, Tank Karma doesn't come up often enough that I want to dedicate the brain power to learning exactly how it works. I'm intrigued here by the fact Rogue have decided to swap up towards the top side. This is the Rift Herald side of the map.
Yep.
There's a Mountain Dragon on the bottom side for Schalke if they want to do the cross map, but with Gilius being top at the moment, Schalke really can't get anything out of the fact that there are 3 players from Rogue invested towards top.
Have a look at the minimap as well, because you'll notice that Abadage has just looked to reset. That means that Larson is going to get the push in mid. The Rel is also getting deep vision inside the enemy jungle, and basically Rogue's setup is perfect. Everything about this is flawlessly done. The timing was great. There's no contest, and this is something that we'll often see from many teams in the LEC. We will sacrifice the early Drake for the Rift Herald because it can accelerate the game, and importantly, you funnel gold into either your Larson or your Hans Summer, either of which is a great early game lead for Rogue to find. This is what we saw from them during the regular season. Medic, let's dive a little bit more into that, because when we think about this, one of the big criticisms we had for Rogue last week was they kind of got bought into the chaos, right? There was a lot of team fighting, whereas where they found a lot of their success during the regular season was clear control, domination during the laning phase. They moved around the map very smoothly, and you can see that during the regular season. While their gold leads were not as big as we see in playoffs, their combined kills per minute were lower. It was a lot more controlled. It felt like that the enemy was slowly being starved out. But there was way more fighting in playoffs. They were getting drawn into more of this team fight meta that we often saw, and it hurt them.
Yeah, and importantly, here you can see their team fight kills, their team fight deaths, and their team fight total KD in the regular season and in playoffs. In the regular season, they got 2 kills for every death in a team fight. In playoffs, they got about half a kill per death. They were dying almost 4 times as much. Now we'll go to a fight in the bottom lane as the engage comes in. Broken Blade diving in, and Inspired is down. Broken Blade teaming up well there with Gilius. Now Odoamne, well, he's on the wrong side of the map. He's 1v4 on this bot side. Broken Blade trying to clear out the wave so this next wave can push in. Limit coming down as well. Should be an easy enough dive. Odoamne does still have flash. The bear slap comes out. Limit trying to hex flash across the wall, but won't be able to get in range to catch out the Karma.
And we were just talking about how Rogue, they have calm, collected composure when it comes to this early game.
And
Schalke is trying to break this. They attack the bot side of the map. They attack the weak side. A common strategy that many teams have tried to use against Rogue before. Odoamne does not fall prey, but Inspired does. They catch him doing his Krugs on the bot side of the map. They're able to find a quick pick, and he didn't have flash because he used it earlier trying to set up that play on to Neon. So good response from Schalke. The problem is a lot of plates are being gained for Hans Summer. Can we quickly look at the gold and see where this shifts? Because while Broken Blade is getting advantages, look at the difference in the AD carries, and it's going to balloon even more in the mid lane as well. As they drop this Herald down, they'll get the first tower, and Larson is going to balloon that gold lead to about 800 in the mid lane matchup as well. So Rogue are getting the money onto their carries, so they're pretty happy with how the early game is going.
And in draft, we said the early advantage probably fell in favor of Schalke. Well, that's not how it's playing out. Rogue's so good at playing the map. It's what we saw from them in the regular season, and what we expected to see from them against Mad. However, in that series, they were drawn into the chaos. In this series, they seem to have come out once again with their established game plan to just get these plates. They've taken 1 in the bottom lane, all 5 in the top lane, 4 in the mid lane before the 13-minute mark. And because of that, Rogue have a 2,500 gold lead.
Wow. Impressive stuff from Rogue in the early game. And again, I like the kills that we got from Schalke. This time we had Gilius and Limit path towards Broken Blades, and you can see he's clearly very comfortable on the champion, the way he was trading up against Odoamne, utilizing his passive, landing some good stuns. Like, he's clearly has a strong advantage, and it looks like he's going for the shield bow build. The crit build gives you a little bit more of a front line. And can definitely be effective. I'm personally a big fan of the Stridebreaker build, especially against multiple AD carries. But I guess from his perspective, low mobility Ashe, the Ashe is going to be his target. And he's likely going to be building up a lot of tenacity. The Merc Tread's obviously already completed as well. So that to me heavily suggests the Broken Blade in these fights. It's like, okay, Hans Summer, you are my target. Yep. I will look to kill you. The question is, how can Rogue keep him alive, or if they even will? Because Larson might be like, and ult, goodbye. Good luck getting back into the fight earlier. These fights are definitely going to be exciting to watch as Rogue continue their momentum. They're keeping Larson in mid for now. They want to funnel even more resources. He just hit that level 11 mark. They're going to move Hans Summer back towards the bot side. Remember, the first Drake still hasn't fallen. Yep. Schalke didn't actually trade that Drake. Instead, they're focusing on trying to get Broken Blade ahead.
Looking for Odoamne here underneath the tower. Odo just hits level 10. Gilius going in there with the stun, and Broken Blade with the flawless duet will get the lockup. Gilius tanks it for as long as possible, but look at the healing on Odoamne. In the end, he'll go down. Gilius able to walk out of the back of tower range. So, good stuff there coming out from Odoamne for as long as he can, but unfortunately, it was not enough. You could see how difficult Karma's can be to dive, but Gilius was holding tower aggro for as long as he possibly could, and that meant that Broken Blade and Gilius could get that kill. So this does mean more money into Broken Blade's back pocket, which is great for him. Yeah. However, Rogue get themselves the first Drake of the game. Again, very late, so the fourth Drake win condition, not exactly going to be a huge threat. There's something Schalke have to worry about for the time being, but giving these early objectives over to Rogue, always a scary thing. We know how well they play in a controlled play style, and right now, things are kind of going to plan. If I'm looking at Rogue, you know, my AD carry is fed, my mid laner is chilling. Yep. And I've already got the Leandries completed on my jungler, so things are looking pretty good. And the thing is, as much as Odoamne is behind, you look at it, it's like 44 CS. He's died once in the lane as well.
We talked about tank
He's a support. He's 100% a support. He's going Moonstone Manuit, relatively cheap item for him to get. He'll then go Chemtech Putrefier. There's no point of him getting a Staff of Flowing Water with the amount of physical damage he has on his team. I mean, you could argue for the Lilia, it gives you that little bit more AP, but I think Chemtech is just so much better, especially when you see things like Immortal Shield Bow already coming out on Broken Blade.
Yep. You're 100% right. I agree with you. That's why you're a support main and know more about sports, man.
Yeah, but it's Seraphine play, man. Oh, the amount of times I've been on a losing streak recently, I've been like, I have to play Seraphine again, don't I?
Well, now you can play Karma.
Excellent. Didn't work out for Reckless, probably won't work out for me. But Rogue...
Let's see if it works out for Odoamne.
Exactly.
So far in this game, he obviously has been attacked a lot. But Schalke so far finding themselves in a bit of an early deficit. One of the big things I will say is Limit not having the same impact that we often see from him in the early game. Usually he's roaming around a lot more, but because of how Rogue have played the early 2 vs 2, how Hans Summer and Trimmy have kind of got themselves a winning matchup, have been able to punish Neon and Limit, have done them a lot of benefits. So props to them, limiting Limit's ability to roam. And that has resulted in Rogue's early game gold advantage. They will take the bot tower. They're now going to rotate and look to take mid, as Schalke secures themselves the top tower and the next Rift Tower, which they're going to need to try and break this mid tier 1.
Of course, second Rift Tower nowhere near as powerful as the first. You don't have the option to get plate gold out of it. And Rogue have already chipped away so much at this turret that just a couple of auto attacks from Larssen will be able to take it down. Third tower of the game for Rogue. Larssen waves it bye-bye, as Abadage will catch the wave underneath his tower. Importantly, Abadage yet to complete his first item, went for the Seeker's Arm Guard just to survive the lane versus the Tristana, which does make sense, but delays your power on the Azir. Essence Reaver now complete on Neon, but he is actually basically a full item behind Hans Sommer right now, Vedius.
Right, so that's one of the big things, because there are a few things I want to talk about there. Number one, Shield Bow being completed on Broken Blade means that he is powerful.
Yep.
I think at this point, only Larssen can 1v1 him.
Okay.
So I think it's smart. I was just about to point out, I think it's smart for Schalke to actually play around him in a side lane. And the moment I do look at the minimap, I see Limit already hovering around him. Oh, look, there's Gilius. So Schalke is able to close the gap when it comes to these outer towers. Now, what they'll do is they'll use that pressure in the bot lane to gain some vision control around the bot side of the map. And if observers, you can quickly pan over that one ward. You can see a little bit of information, not a huge amount. They haven't invested thousands of ward, but they've got that little bit of information that they can now rotate over to mid, but offer that protection for Broken Blade that they can then drop the Herald and then look to secure that mid tower. While Neon is behind, he's not so far behind because Schalke don't want to fight right now. As I say that, Rogue is looking for a fight themselves.
Gilius put to sleep, Trimby looking for flank position. Abadage putting some damage down across the wall. Red buff was secured there by Inspired. Importantly, Neon had to pop his Featherstorm to get away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Hans Sommer in the mid lane. And also importantly, that arrow is on a much shorter cooldown than Neon's ultimate. So we'll see Hans Sommer maybe just spamming those out as soon as he can now on the Ashe.
So, yeah, I think that the response here from Rogue is actually very good because they saw the same plan that we did, right? Play through bot, get vision bot side, rotate into mid. So what they did was they were like, okay, Larssen, you just hold bot. That's fine. Hans Sommer, Trimby, Inspired, everyone mid. Let's get to this wave first. Let's actually force Neon back. Let's not even give them a wave to play around. And then they use that mid wave to then rotate into the topside jungle and steal away the red. So what was Schalke's game plan to try and secure themselves the mid tier 1? They dropped the Herald, they didn't actually break that tower, and Rogue maintained control. So they're actually managing their sideways very well while preventing Schalke from actually reclaiming any control. Now, if you look, oh look, everyone is resetting, Drake spawns in 40 seconds. You can see jungle, support, and mid lane all back in base, coming back out onto the map with fully stocked control wards. Money has been spent. They're going to look to get themselves the next Drake, and Schalke is just behind on the play right now.
That's one of the issues for Schalke as well. It's actually quite difficult for them to find an engage unless Limit can find a flank position. Like, Gilius can kind of sprint at you, but Rogue gaining control of the map, gaining this deeper vision makes it so hard for Gilius to ever find the opportunity to get onto Rogue. 7 seconds on the Dragon. Item advantage well in Rogue's favor.
I see a ping onto that ward in the bottom jungle. Abadage, I think he did just use his teleport.
Yeah,
does have the Ludens. Broken Blade has a TP as well as the fight for mid control as a sleep comes through.
Floating Lullaby onto Limit. Pops the Unbreakable Will, immediately goes in. Transcendent Blades only hits onto Hans Sommer, but they can't really follow up any further. Inspired, pop the stopwatch. Now Schalke on the back foot. Hans Sommer walking forward with that Ranger's focus. There's the arrow. Hits onto Abadage because Gilius sacrifices him. Abadage has to flash and shuffle his way back underneath the tower.
A good initial engage from Limit, but the follow-up just was not there from Schalke. I think that at this point in time, with the Ludens completed, they felt ready to fight, but then they didn't commit to the actual engage. I'm surprised. I'm not sure if we're even going to get a replay of, because no one ended up dying in that fight, but I'm surprised that we didn't get to see a huge amount of fallout, because the moment the re-engage came through from Rogue, remember they still had the Ashe Arrow up. They still have all of Trimby's summoner spells and ults ready to go. So the second that ult engage failed from Schalke, Rogue were like, okay, we can re-engage here. We can actually commit to the fight. Let's have a look back here. So why does the follow-up not come through from Schalke? Because the initial sleep coming out from Inspired is a good one. He lands a sleep onto 2, throws the ult out, and he's saying, okay, Schalke, you got to make a decision here. So Limit ult goes in.
Sleep.
And then Broken Blade, he flashes in, ults, but the immediate flash away from Rogue members, and also the fact that Trimby's in front of Hans Sommer, I guess, just puts Broken Blade off. His E also is used very early, so he actually feels not very confident in following that up. And Schalke, it seemed like the initial engage was good, but it felt like the Rogue was just a little too far away for Schalke to actually get a good follow-up.
And because Trimby hadn't used his Magnet Storm, hadn't used his Crashdown, hadn't used his stun, if Broken Blade jumps in, all Trimby has to do is press E and R.
Yep.
And like, how are you ever going to get away from that? So difficult for Schalke unless they can find that initial burst engage. Currently, they are relatively even on gold, only 1,000 gold behind, but they lost the second dragon. Infernal goes over to Rogue. As you said earlier, very delayed clock on the Ocean Soul option for Rogue, but in about 8 minutes, 9 minutes, it could be a win condition for them.
So that last fight is kind of like giving me a little bit more insight into some of the struggles I think Schalke is going to face with this draft. The reality is that the range is too big from the range gap, I should probably say. So the thing is, with Azir, I always think of him as a great long-range damage dealer that plays very well with the front line, right? The problem is, if you then play something like Aurelia, she wants to dive onto the back line.
Yep.
So when you have champions like Alistar and Udyr, that's actually not too bad, because both those champions want to try and dive in, but all of Rogue's comp is literally about keeping your arm's length. Like, that's what it does. Lilia uses her movement speed to just keep you just out of range. Karma is all about providing utility on the backline. Tristana's range only scales with levels, and Hans Sama on Ashe also has a 600 base range and is all about kiting. So the moment that this Aurelia wants to try and go in, the moment Udyr wants to try and go in, all Rogue have to do is take one step backwards and say, we're gonna kill you from over here, while you actually can't do anything to us. So unless they get a good flank, unless they can find a creative TP, a backline engage like this from Limit, but it's warded.
Yep.
So Rogue have nothing to fear, unless actually Hansama, it's not a good pathing.
Hansama still has flash.
Actually, he doesn't care.
The arrow out and Breaker will immediately pop by Limit, but just look at
him
the chase here. Limit just can't go anywhere, doesn't have the flash, tries to engage, but immediately is dead. Hansama just held him at arm's length. Hansama, the big brother, puts his hand on Limit's head and says, excuse me, no further, as Limit's trying to wildly flay towards him.
Oh my words. Hansama, absolutely no fear. I thought that he was going to be in danger. I thought his positioning was poor, but that just shows the difference between me and Hansama as he looks to run down the jungler now.
I mean, what can Gideus do? Like, Turbo Chemtime does nothing for you when you're running away. You have to be running towards your enemies. Abadage pushes in the top wave, gets tier 2, but Rogue are taking tier 2s aplenty. 3,000 gold lead now for them. 2 minutes on the Ocean Drake, so they're going to reset, back away, spend some of this gold. Look at these gold differences, Vedius. 3,000 between the two AD carries.
Wow. Yeah, and this is just a very classic Rogue game. This is what we've come to expect from them during the regular season. Odoamne on the weak side, Larssen and Hansama having money consistently funneled into them, making sure that they're covered. Larssen catches sideways while Hansama has the primary support and play around. And yeah, Rogue just playing a very clean and clinical early game. And like now we can see the true power of their composition. It is a disengaged kite comp that as long as they can just use their rage to siege, like what does Schalke do? You know, like how do you play against this comp? Because like the first Riffeld I think was super important, which Rogue sacrificed that first Drake for. They didn't even lose the first Drake, they still ended up getting it. And while Schalke tried to funnel gold into Broken Blade, that was fine. But now you can see how impossible it is for Broken Blade to actually play this game.
That's the thing, Schalke enacted their game plan well. Their game plan was get Broken Blade really fed. Broken Blade is 3k gold ahead of Odoamne. The issue is Odoamne needed one item this game to do anything useful, and he's already bought it. It's one of the cheapest mythic items in the game. Broken Blade trying to put pressure on in the side lane, but we've already seen if Odoamne pops a Mantrid W, a Mantrid Focus Resolve, he can heal up through most of the damage that Broken Blade can put down.
Yeah. So while it's exciting to see this Aurelia, you're starting to see some of the struggles that she does have as a champion. She needs not just the only utility that she has, but from the rest of her team to really dive onto the backline and act as a backline threat. Now, Limit is set up in this brush. There is no vision, but Rogue are grouped as a team. Broken Blade and Limits looking for a pick. Rogue right now not falling into the trap.
And Neon is spotted on a ward. Control ward just where he walks across. He didn't clear it out. Farsight Alteration will spot Abadage as he pushes forward. Two members of Schalke unseen in the darkness. Broken Blade trying to come in. Gileas is starting up the Ocean Drake to try and pull Rogue out of position. Now they've spotted the bot lane as the Swirl Seed connects. Losing Lullaby going down as well, and that's a very sleepy cow. Broken Blade still looking for the flank. Pops the forward Duet, doesn't get the stun. Gilius, the reset on the Drake. Inspire goes in. Gilius secures it. Limit tries to jump onto Inspire, but immediately the stopwatch is there. Abadage dived in here as Larson tries to put the damage down. Limit already down to half HP. And here comes Trimby. And here come the rest of Rogue. Gilius, you can have every Drake you damn well like. The quadra kill for Larson and Hansama, you scumbag, as you steal away the Penta.
That should have been a Penta kill for Larson. He saw it, we saw it, everyone saw it, but Hansama said, no, it's only game one. And a beautifully executed fight from Rogue. Broken Blade didn't land his ultimate. No CC came out from Schalke. There was no threat at all onto the backline. And Larson and Hansama could just dominate the fight. Just clinical execution, clean game from start to finish. Rogue looking dominant in game one.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match History, we'll see you next time.
I'm feeling like it's pulling me under. You tell me take my hand and trust me if you can. I know I'll be okay if I hold you, and I'm not letting go. You've woken up this feeling inside me. It's opened up my eyes, this thing I cannot hide. Do anything to keep it around me, and I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. No, nothing's ever taken me over. I'm on a natural high. You make me come alive, and I can be as brave. Let me show you that I'm not letting go. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me. I'm out of control. Don't know where this world will take me. I'm out of control, and I think it's gonna break me.
Hey loser, still no friends, huh?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You beat her!
You haven't got what it takes.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor, Dad.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do.
Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Hello. Good evening.
Welcome to LEC Update, the show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure.
I'm Eefje de Portre.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
Well, it's so great to be back for another finals weekend. It's great to see all our players back in the studio. Well, you know, at least the players on Rogue, G2, and Mad.
Yo, what are you doing here, Bwipo? Get out of here. She meant the good teams. Come on.
Well, the newest member of the LEC casting team will be joining us shortly.
I'm still Bring it back to us. No, okay, that's what Cadril said, and he's Heartstuck Master now, so.
Exactly. And the players we've invited to the analyst desk have done such a great job up until this point.
I mean, the only good thing about Astralis' split was Zanzara on the analyst desk, but to be fair, expectations weren't that high for their roster after blowing most of their budget on taxes.
Well, death, taxes, and Oduwamne never making finals, am I right? Speaking of Oduwamne, you're quite a fan, aren't you, Chris?
Yeah, he's great.
In your top for MVP, and MVP is always very debatable, like what are the criteria, what do you think is important, blah, blah, blah. So what is an MVP to you? Is it someone who replies to your tweets with something other than a picture of Linus Tech Tip?
Oh.
Actually, Oduwamne is pretty good.
Okay, Bwipo, I don't need you to defend me, all right? I'm good.
Well, usually we praise Rogue for their controlled style, but versus G2, that quickly turns into a mind-controlled style. And you can take Broken Blade out of TSM, but you can't take TSM out of Broken Blade. He came to Europe this year to answer the age-old question, who wins, Rogue or TSM? And while Broken Blade did do better than TSM at Worlds, shockingly, one win was not enough to go on.
The Mad Lions have been ferocious lately, and the man on everyone's lip for Rookie of the Split is Elyoya. Veteran junglers look like El Pollo with how much they feed versus him. Elyoya is Selfmade's biggest competition for the jungle spot on G2. Don't worry though, Jankos fans, I'm sure he'll find a place on C9.
Well, most teams around the world dreamed of going to Iceland to compete at MSI and spend some extra time sightseeing, maybe visiting the volcano if they faced TL in the finals and had some free time before their flights. Now, G2 decided to become the volcano instead. It's on fire.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Wonder doesn't know the names of the last 3 champions Riot's released. He knows more about Mythic raids than he does Mythic items. But Wonder's quit WoW for now. He's been D1 for most of the season, only marginally better than Balls, but even after climbing to low Master Tier, the taint of that record is a worrying trend.
After their loss to the Mad Lions, Jankos turned on his stream to speak to fans about G2 and how they lost their leader when Perkz left. He feels the need to step up as that leader, to practice hard, talk to his teammates, and stop streaming for the rest of the week. He then streamed for 4 more hours.
At this point, I'm convinced Reckless would rather fly to Sweden and fully embrace the Twitch hot tub meta, just like the good old days, than play another game of support. You know, some people call it karma, failing to make finals after getting rid of your franchise player, but I'm afraid they might just call it Seraphine again. It's hard to blame Reckless for picking Enchanters, though. I would do the same if my team didn't have a support.
Oof, well, now I would like to welcome our surprise guest to the show. That is right, Bwipo is joining us. Surprise!
Surprise! Okay. All right, Bwipo, just do exactly what the script says, read it off. The people are gonna love it. I wrote it after all.
Before the series last weekend, Selfmade said, and I quote, "If I lose a best of 5 to Gilius, I'm going to a name next year?"
We'll finish it. Okay, I mean, care to comment?
No, thanks.
Okay, well, we'll try one without it. Do the next one. That's not Fnatic.
This is just mean, guys. I don't want to do this.
Well, you had no problem blasting Genax in the regular season. What's so different now, dude?
I mean, he played well in the playoffs. Plus, he isn't even here to defend himself. At least he was in lane back then to fight against me.
Was he, though?
This next line isn't even true.
Wait, but you told me you loved my casting.
And I refuse to say that Excel failed to make playoffs again, that they are the only team in the history of the LEC not to? To say that I was worried that after losing Origin, I wouldn't be able to take naps on game days anymore? I mean, luckily Excel showed up. Wait, what? Or did they? It turns out Cadril wasn't the problem and that Excel is the only team that considered it a promotion to retire and become a caster because you'll make playoffs every single time? I'm not saying any of that.
Did you even write any of that, Christy?
No.
Okay, Bwipo, why don't we try something a bit more fun? You know, everyone on the casters, they have different personalities. They are able to act. So, you know, Flexius, Drake, and Dur. Can you act? Oh, well, try a wide Bwipo for us, maybe. People love that, right?
Yeah. It's a good meme. How about a Whipoggers instead? That was rough. Yeah, we might have to send him back. That looks worse than Fnatic in playoffs. Wait a second. Sad Whipple looks so realistic.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, man, come on, man. I was just trying to get you into character. You don't have to run off like that.
Oh, well. For LEC Update, I'm Efi de Portere.
And I'm Chrissy Frierson.
Oh, yeah. Really did not do anything.
Yeah, not a good debut. Tough start. Tough start.
To the LEC studio in Berlin, stage for the 2021 Spring Finals. G2 Esports and Rogue dominated in the regular season, and today we're going to get to see these superstars clash in a much anticipated matchup as they fight for the right to challenge Mad Lions for the title. Now, Rogue, they have never taken down the reigning champion, so in order to advance to their first final, they need to overcome their demons. And I'm joined by a couple of demons myself. I'm Shox, joined by Cadril and Fnatic.
We're the demons. You've just been roasting every LEC team.
What? That wasn't me. That was my alter ego, Flame Mox.
Close enough.
Close enough. Hey, Whippo, thank you so much for joining. It's really great to see you.
It's been great, honestly. I'm happy to be here.
And thank you for being a good sport also.
Worked out.
Yeah, worked out. So let's get back to the competition. Last week, of course, we got the upset of the season as Mad Lions became the first team to secure a spot in the LEC by beating G2. And Cadril, it's just nuts how much this team has evolved. Last year all the way to Worlds, now with the rookie straight to the final.
That's the crazy thing, because you think of this as a surprise, Mad Lions being the final, right? But if you look at their transition from last year, their rookie season, they came in 3rd place in their first split. The second time, they were hovering around 1st, 2nd place for the whole of the regular season. Yes, they bombed out in playoffs. Yes, they bombed out in Worlds, but the success has been there, and I think this team has been performing so well, and especially this split. I think the changes of Armut and Elyoya have done them so well. I think Armut and Elyoya MVPs for me so far in their roster.
Do you agree? Whippo, how have those new players?
Honestly, as a team, they've been looking really good. I think individually, they're all finding what it takes to bring it to a collective. So, like, with the additions of Armut and Elyoya, they're adding even better individual performances. And I feel like with Karzi and Kaiser stepping down a little bit, not trying too much to make those big 2v2 plays, it actually gave a lot of space to Humanoid, Elyoya, and Armut to really start going.
Yeah, I think the bot lane was so volatile. You saw it in the regular split. They were just going for 2v2 kills, losing the lane or winning the lane so hard that the games didn't really go in a manner that was consistent to the point where you could look at Mad Lions and say, wow, this team's great. Their macro is good. They move around the map well, because everything just came down to bot lane in the regular season. And I think that now going to playoffs, then Karzi and Kaiser have definitely stepped up.
They have, and we're going to see how they do tomorrow in the final. But Rogue, they bounced back to beat Schalke. Of course, didn't have the best experience in week 2, but they really got everything together and kicked out Schalke, who's a bit of a fan favorite. But Whippo, was the performance from Rogue more of what you expected to see out of them come playoffs last week?
I think it makes a lot of sense that Rogue are in the top 3. Ultimately, after the regular split, we were expecting them to be in top 2, beat out the Mad Lions. Didn't quite happen, but after getting eliminated, I think they shored up on a lot of their weaknesses and showed some really solid 5v5 strengths, and I think that that's exactly what we're going to be needing going into a finals weekend.
Yeah, Rogue definitely stepping up in this series. I mean, you looked at Rogue and G2 as the favorites for the tournament now. Mad Lions sitting in the final. These two have to fight it out to be able to fight against Mad Lions. And there were so many problems Rogue had. Odo Amne told us on the Euphoria that they had communication issues, they weren't meshing well together. Things just fell apart when they came on stage. In that Schalke series, I think things came so well together and they read Schalke like a book in draft.
I mean, you're both pro players, of course, but maybe I'll ask ex-pro player. Sorry, this wasn't intended to be a flame. I just wanted to be factually correct.
Okay.
But Whippo, you know, can you understand that what you heard from Rogue? New players like Trimby, who once they did get to be on stage in such a high-stakes environment, all of a sudden he was talking too much.
I mean, stage it gets a lot out of you, right? Like, it's a different environment, especially, like, unfortunately, there's no crowd, but especially when there is a crowd, I mean, everything is just amplified. The game is bigger stakes, more going on. Everything feels like it's more.
Yes, exactly. And they have rectified that, Rogue, so we'll see how they do this weekend. This is then the bracket for the playoffs. Maybe not exactly what we had expected. Whippo, maybe do you want to say something about the fact that Fnatic doesn't find themselves in the top 3 this split around?
I think honestly, we got a little bit complacent, including me. I think I had a pretty bad split, all things considered. And honestly, I feel like LEC as a whole has stepped up. Like, they've made the most out of this meta being a team-oriented meta. It does feel like team play, especially in the early game, trying to get things going together with your support, jungler, and then either mid, bot, or top laner, whatever, is really working out super well for everyone that's winning.
And I think, of course, this is fine for everyone's winning. I was going to say, Fnatic is not there, which a lot of fans are obviously sad about. But I think we've had quite an interesting bracket so far, Kadriel. You know, Schalke making it in, not like limping in like last time of barely making it, but really making a stand for themselves as well, putting G2 to the test. They can look back on a good playoffs as well.
Oh, definitely. They won a 7-game loss streak in the regular split. You know, there were so many doubts on Schalke, and then you saw them finish in the top 4 in the regular season in the standings. So they came into playoffs as the 4th seed, essentially, and they finished the 4th seed. So I think there was a very successful split for Schalke, given their poor performance that they like the slump that they have in the spring split. I think they're definitely bounced back.
That they have. Very interesting playoffs so far, and we're very excited to bring you the LEC Finals weekend with the broadcast. Right now, we are in a 1-hour ready check, and tomorrow it's also an early start. At 10 a.m., we'll have our pre-show proceedings with a lot of action online. We'll look at some replays. There's some team content. There's stuff for you to contribute to, and then we have ready check for 1 hour. Then the opening ceremony going into the games at 5 p.m. So you won't want to miss any of it. Maybe a final note about the fact that this kind of feels to me like the first time in the pandemic that I really feel extremely hyped for the occasion because the players are back here. And it's a completely different vibe, Bippo, to have everyone here and just to feel it in the air.
Absolutely. I mean, I was super excited when we got told that we're going to play on stage. Obviously, disaster struck soon after, but ultimately, I think the environment is very different, and having everyone be here it's the first step.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that helps them a lot when it comes to these international events, especially MSI and Worlds. All these things slowly coming back onto stage, getting the stage experience on players like Trimby and such is definitely a very big help to the players themselves.
That it is. And now on the topic of the playoffs, and I know you've heard us say this since the dawn of time, but here we're going to go again. This could be the season where we see a new champion and the end of the G2 era. As we know here in Europe, there's only ever been 3, G2, Fnatic, and Alliance. So we're going to toss the question to everyone at home. Do you agree? Will we see a new champion this spring? Yes or no? You can head over to discord.lec.gg now and vote. So with that, let's talk about the 3 teams we have left in the competition. First up, G2. Bippo, you've been at the losing end of it, unfortunately, a couple of times, but they have just been incredibly strong. Why is it that there are some doubts this year?
I think with the new change to the team, obviously there's some growing pains after the honeymoon period, if you will. And unfortunately for G2, it looks like playoffs is where it really hit. All things considered, I still think they're a really good team, and obviously they're capable of playing some of the best League of Legends in the world at any given point. So difficult for me to say whether or not we're going to see a new champion, but it does seem like this split is a good chance for it to happen.
Yeah, I think Bippo's definitely right. I mean, look at that roster. There's 5 star-studded players on it, right? You can never really doubt the players themselves, but I think when it comes to G2 in the last couple of years, or the last year essentially, when they came into Worlds, you could see they were slowly behind on the jungle meta. In the G2 documentary after the Worlds performance, even Grabs and Duffman were saying, yeah, we had so much to work on. We were so far behind. I think it's almost like a similar story coming into this split. I feel like they're just a step behind teams. I don't know what that is, but I think that with these Karma drafts, with the Enchanter's bot, with the AD carries mid, feels like other teams just have a better read. And I think this is the most vulnerable G2 we've ever seen.
Now, we've talked a lot about when G2 is at their peak, that they are the ones that dictate the meta and they get away with it, Bippo. Is this a different landscape? Should they now just stick to what other teams are winning with?
Honestly, I think a big difference between G2 then, like dictating the meta, and G2 now is that I feel like they hiccup in the game before their actual strategy comes alive, which is something that actually wasn't happening in the past. Like the Pyke top, like you immediately saw results. Now with the Enchanters, you saw it in the best of 5 against Schalke, where in the last game where they decided to pull it out with the Seraphine, they got aced, lost Baron, and then had to dial back and get to the late game. And this type of mistakes weren't really happening in the past when they had these meta-defining changes.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see what they do now, of course. And we have to also say it, until You clawed that trophy from their dead hands.
Dead body, yeah.
You cannot count them out of the competition, but we should give some praise to the other teams that look phenomenal. Mad Lions, we mentioned it already, and for a check-in with Discord so far, they do not think that we're going to get a new champion. So, Cage, we'll make a case for these Mad Lions, who have been incredibly good in the regular season, but especially in playoffs.
I mean, this team plays absolutely everything. I think their style is so unique in the way that they play these bruisery split pusher tops, the things like the Aatrox, Wukong, and the Urgot, and they play like a triple threat comp. They can play globals. They have a lot of play styles, and I think for me, the key driving factor behind this whole team is the support jungle. I think Kaiser and Elyoya have been meshing so well together, which is surprising. Like Bippo said, there's a honeymoon phase and there's growing pains, but I haven't seen that many growing pains in Mad Lions, barring the first couple of weeks of the regular season, which you'd expect. And I think this team is just playing fantastically as a team, which again, Bippo iterated to earlier on.
Yeah, how much of a ceiling can we expect, and do you think it's in sight with what we've seen so far? Because you can't say they've been seriously pushed yet, yeah?
I mean, I wouldn't say so. I think ultimately Kaiser and Elyoya have somewhat dominated the playoffs together. I think that together with the scaling picks and the Jinx and the Kaisers, Vayne even showed up, as well as Humanoid obviously having a lot of comfort on these control mages. I think this is what really pushed them beyond. Elyoya and Kaiser making sure that these carries get to the mid-late, and then everyone executing on the team fights individually.
Well, Discord does not agree. They say over 1,000 votes say that G2 is going to win again. One small note, though, we didn't even bring up Rogue in this conversation. What does that mean?
I don't know, because for me, Rogue was like, even at the start of the split, everyone was like, oh, Rogue's dominating scrims, Rogue's looking really scary. And you could see it in the start of the split. It was Rogue G2, Rogue G2, Rogue G2, Mad Lions. So it's so surprising, because the most interesting thing is, like you said, Mad Lions haven't really been pushed yet. These series are quite dominant, they're quite clean. And I don't know what's going to stop them.
We don't know, but that's why we have this weekend to give us some answers. So much to look forward to in European League of Legends. This weekend, of course, you can watch the LEC Spring Finals, as you are. And next week, it is time for EU Masters.
Nothing.
EU Masters kicks in next Wednesday, and if you want to discover the future generation of League of Legends, you have to tune in. The 16 best teams from all of our ERLs will battle over the next 2 weeks to see which region reigns supreme. 4 teams made it off of playings last week: Schalke Evolution, G2 Arctic, Illuminar Gaming, and M-Makers, and join the rest of our qualified teams in the main event. Now, our 16 teams have been placed in 4 groups for a double round-robin best-of-1 format, after which 8 teams will qualify to the knockout stage. The format is simple: single elimination bracket best-of-3 until finals, which will be played best-of-5 to crown our new champion. Now, I briefly gave you an overview of our ERL finals weeker a couple weeks back, but Foxdrop is here to give us more insights about all these new teams and players you'll get to meet shortly. Coucou Foxdrop, how are you doing?
Salut, très bien, merci. Et toi, ça va?
Super nice to have you on broadcast. I feel amazing, fantastic finals ahead, but let's focus on the EU Masters for now. I talked about the teams a couple weeks back. Which team should we keep an eye on here?
Well, there's a lot of good teams in the EU Masters this year, Laura, but I think you've got to start. Since you're in Germany, since you're in Berlin, we'll start with the German team, shall we? So big, you know, they were the finalists. They won it all in the Prime League. Germany's always been a region, ever since they were the Dark region, there's always been a region that you're terrified of when it comes to EU Masters. They have so much talent, and the teams that come through are just... maybe it's just because they always knock out the English teams. I don't know, but they're absolutely terrifying. Big, of course, have won it all before in 2019, so they're back. You're also seeing Mouse there on your screen. They were the other finalists, and I don't really need to introduce Mouse too much. We've seen them a lot. Top 4 finish previously in summer 2020, and the names you're seeing on your screen: Mouse leader getting a kill on Yone. Gosh. What a shocker. I'm sure we won't be seeing too much of that, or maybe we just might. But of course, it's not just the German teams, you know, that are really strong. They've got you know, the LFL teams coming. K-Core is looking really, really strong. The Polish teams always look ridiculously strong. I go Rogue, despite having a complete new roster. They're back in it as well. So a lot of good teams to keep your eyes on.
What about other countries, other ERLs? Any region on the rise this year?
Well, I would be a little bit rude if I didn't mention the LFL being on the rise. And I'm not just saying that to butter you up, Law. I know, you're French, you do stuff with the LFL, but I genuinely mean it. They are pretty good this year. I think they are looking like one of the scarier regions that we've seen from them since the Games Origin days back in like 2018. I also think as well, the Polish League, I know we say this all the time, they're defending champions, but like in the playoffs, the three teams that we're going to see at E-Masters groups from Poland, they played each other in the playoffs, and every single game went to a best of five, went to all 5 games in the best of 5. So that's something like the parity that we haven't seen before in Poland is terrifying and definitely going to make its face. All of them could easily get into knockout stages.
It's going to be so exciting. And I mean, I was mentioning rookies, new players we'll get to maybe discover in the LEC shortly. What about players to watch during these EU Masters?
Oh, I mean, where do you start? There's so many players that you want to keep your eyes on as well in EU Masters. I mean, it is the home for rookies, right? You know, LeBron, I think, is one you got to keep your eyes on. He's a jungler for Betis in the LVP. He got Rookie of the Split in LVP. He was tied for first with most MVP awards as well, and has led his organization to the first EU Masters in their history. Leader's leader, so I'll just say that and move on. I'll talk about one of his teammates actually in Gadget, who's a name you might recognize because he's been on the international stage a lot. He's from the CIS region. He's been to MSI, he's been to Worlds. Now he's playing in Europe, and he's a really good mix, a really good complementary piece for Leader because he plays a lot of majors, right? Like Ziggs is his kind of standard champion. He's also played at Castles and Victor this split as well. Adam in the top lane for K-Core. I'm sure that's a name that you are hoping that I would bring up. He's done really, really well. He's only 19 and already is like one of the best tops that we have in Europe, like in the regional leagues. I'm expecting a lot of things from him in E-Masters. It's going to be a good test for him. Hopefully see him in LEC someday. I put some money on that. And I'll be a bit of a homer here to round out the players, right? Because it wouldn't really be a Flop Shop segment without hyping up the English squad. So BTXL, the only English team that we've got representing in E-Masters. And Marcoon, their jungler, is a phenom. He's 18 years old, ridiculously young. But he's such a good player. And his champion pool is always quite exciting to watch as well. He loves to play like the Lee Sins, the Nidalee, the Graves. You're seeing him right here as well. He can do it all. And he's Dutch as well, which is good because there's not a lot of Dutch representation at the top flight. But you know, BTXL, they're a team coming out of the NLC, which is, you know, that's the English league. It's a league that I cast, and to be perfectly honest, like we're a bit of a meme when it comes to E-Masters, and just like every single year, this is the year, and so I'm expecting great things from them.
So many new names, so many new teams. And Foxdrop, you will be casting the EU Masters, so thank you so much for joining us today. We will see you next week. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
And make sure to tune in to the EU Masters starting next Wednesday. But for now, back to you, Shox.
Thank you. I wonder if production can keep Laura's mic open because I do have to know what she thinks about France's loss yesterday to Spain. Have you?
I'm off.
Are you off? Okay, no comment. Okay.
Oh, she's gotta go.
A bit unfair of me. She didn't know that was coming. They played well, of course. But thank you so much for that EU Masters hit because this is what we're watching. The new players coming into the LEC, and we see it in the Mad Lions. We see it in the Rogue. They can definitely perform. But onto a different topic, as you can see here. For years, the weak side players have stood alone, but no more. Cadwell and Bippo are fighting to bring justice to the Rift in the first ever weak side police. And our mysterious judge will also be there to give her verdict. Counselor, your opening statement.
Thank you, thank you. Now, Reckless has been terrorizing the Rift with his Seraphine. He had 33,000 healing in a single game. Look at the heals on Wonder. This man was not dying. The enemy team had Azir, they had Jinx, but the front line didn't die because Reckless kept them alive, and 10,000 of that healing was coming from a single item, Moonstone. I don't think it's allowed. I'm sure of it. It's completely illegal. Judge, what is your ruling?
Excuse me, sir, I will be the judge of that. This is very simple here because this falls under the Act 11.4 of the Affiliates Law from 1820, 200 years ago. Reckless will spend the rest of the year without playing Enchanters, and that is final.
Oh my god.
I mean,
well,
I think it's just. It's
well,
just
given they're
strict
playing,
but judge.
no, like Structor Karma Seraphine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good. All right then, Counselor, what's the next one? G2, I hear you say. What's on your mind?
G2 are the villains of the LEC. And my next case is another example. Looking at this clip from G2 versus Schalke, Your Honor, I really want you to look at the key evidence. Jankos has Smite. As seen by myself and all the eyewitnesses here, Gilius smites Wonder. Ergo, it is illegal for Jankos not to secure this Baron. He has since pled and explained on his stream that he had the target champions only setting activated, but still, I'm pleading a case for an involuntary Baron throw.
Order, please. This is simple for Jankos. He was fined already for his Nidalee performance a couple weeks back. This now is 2 weeks of Sejuani duty for him.
I mean, honestly, it's strict, but there's nothing we can say against that. It's all very, very fair.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Prove their winner.
But there's a third case that I want to get to.
Okay, Counselor.
And this is after being somewhat of a beneficiary in the last testimony. God Gilius strikes again. He stole away a dragon from Selfmade in their series against Fnatic. This was game 3 by simply flash auto-attacking it and smiting the wrong person. Now, Bwipo, you were my key witness on the scene. You were in this game. What kind of punishment should entail for this sort of behavior from Selfmade by letting Gilius just take it from him in an auto-attack?
Honestly, I think 2 weeks in an A should do.
Oh, yeah, I think so too.
Judge?
Whoa. That's way too harsh for him. He already said on stream that he would play in an A if he lost the best-of-5 series against Gilius. That is punishment enough.
I mean, yeah, you can't do that to a person, right?
Yeah, I can't argue with the judge either. So.
No, true. Thank you very much, counselors, for your cases. Thank you. Keeping the league just as it should be. Now, as you have your eye on the clock, we are just about 30 minutes away, a little more from tonight's semifinal, rather. Semifinal, maybe. Okay, Freud, maybe that's a lapse of what we're going to see in the best of 5 as G2 and Rogue fight for a shot at Mad Lions.
Next week we have to play back-to-back and we have to take 2 best-of-5s home. If we lose, we're out, so we're gonna have to play better than we played this whole year if we want to make it.
Over reward, but he's still looking for the dive here.
Got the flash available, hops over, goes under the tower, takes up the turret, couple more autos from Cap, picks up the kill. Destiny, Gate, Gold God into Wild God. Hero stays alive long enough to escape with his life. Yoya will find yet another kill. And Mad Lions been now caught out in the pit. They get another. There's Cap continuing to chase forward. If Wonder gets a hit from the voice and he does, Kazi will be the next in the line.
I don't think the loser bracket buff is even a thing. I think it's just that they make mistakes before and now they just know which mistakes they should not make. They just got the wake-up call that they will just not int anymore. They will just play better.
Already Gilius already dead. Larson pops the stopwatch. Gilius goes down. Broken Blade pops the stopwatch of his own, but Neon has fallen. And although you're gonna get Larson, you're gonna get wiped off the map. Broken Blade, not too much he can do. Not have flash, and it's not straight back in. But here's the Magnustorm Inspired going in with the best lap. And there gets the kill onto Trimby. Larson now TPing in. And Amadage, even with the spell plus, can't do much.
I have a bit of an update for all of you, which means you'll get more ready check, which is cool. But this update, unfortunately, is not as cool due to an unexpected delay. Game 1 in today's semifinal between G2 and Rogue will not start as planned at 5 p.m. League officials are currently working with the teams to get everything ready on stage, and we'll get to the Rift as soon as possible. This is, of course, sometimes things are out of your hands, but that does mean we get to talk longer to Bwipo and Cadril, and we'll ensure that the team behind the scenes are going to make sure that we get into game as fast as possible. So let's get into the meat of this ready check. We have Rogue versus G2, the 2 best teams from the regular season, in a matchup we have been looking forward to. Let's start by G2. We talked about it a little already, Bwipo, at the start of the show, but this is a team that you can never, ever count out, even if they're in the lower bracket and they look down in the dumps.
Honestly, G2, game's always in their hands, it feels like. Ultimately, I feel like even though they've improved a lot individually, like Caps, for example, from way back, you don't really see Craps very often anymore, if at all. Which means that I feel like when it comes to some synergy, there have been a little bit of issues. And it's not really working out when it comes to the mid game, and things kind of They go wrong.
They do. Let me ask you then, you of course played with Reckless before he went over to G2. Had you anticipated that maybe everyone was saying, oh, this is a super team, but that maybe it is harder to integrate a player like that and just to find a whole new synergy with your team after losing a franchise player in Perkz?
I mean, obviously it's the loss of Perkz that makes that a rough deal, right? Not even a rough deal. Obviously Reckless is a huge star, and just the change from Perkz to Reckless, I think, will be a really big one, because I know that playing with Reckless myself, a lot of the time I felt like he would feel more comfortable being on the backseat, right? Being the guy that you can rely on if things go sideways. And I think ultimately he's managed to accomplish that in G2, but at the same time they've lost Perkz, which was at the forefront.
Yeah, and I think you saw that Jankos' clip on his stream. He was saying how G2 have kind of lost a leader. Like, they didn't really find any direction in the games, a lot of the games, where Perkz was maybe stepping up and saying, let's do this, and giving the team clear comms. I mean, I'm sure they have good ideas flying around, right? You have 5 star-studded players there, but not having that one decision maker is kind of a big hit to the team. I think you can see it, like Bippo said, the mid games are looking a little bit shaky. And when I was playing against G2, especially last 2 years with Perkz on that lineup, it felt like even though you were ahead, you could never really beat them or count G2 out. Even if they were behind 5, 10k gold, they were always still pushing you.
Yeah, and always that level up in playoffs, which we see actually translated with Perkz and Cloud9 already in NA. So we'll see how that evolves. They are facing a new challenge. In the past years, it's been Fnatic, that final hurdle. But now it could be Rogue or the Mad Lions. So it'll have to be a different flavor for G2. So let's talk about Rogue. It's hard for me to talk about them with so much hype, even though they deserve all the hype. They've been #1 in the regular season last year in summer. They fight for the top 2 now. They made it to Worlds. They have all the right building blocks where they bring up talent and bring it into the roster. But I'm missing that highlight, that beating G2 in a best of 5, that final.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this team, like you said, is almost like a talent factory. Larson and Inspired have been on this roster since 2019. They've been this is their 3rd year together as a mid jungle. They played on the academy team and they won the Ultraliga. And then Trimby's the rookie who came from their academy team as well. But I feel like this team is just so, it's almost as if they play by the books too much in a sense. You know, they don't have that loose, like just free flow kind of aggressive style. They want to play by the books, clean macro, clean game, low kills, and just clean out, just end the game cleanly, right? I want to see more aggression from this team. I want them to send it, look for these aggressive 5s, look for 3v5s, try to outplay. I mean, they just need this more charisma in their gameplay.
Do you agree with that, Bippo? And how would that translate into a victory? Like, how would they make that happen?
I mean, honestly, I think that one of the reasons why they're a good team is because they play by the book. So I wouldn't say that they have to like go completely nuts in game, but I think where the draft is at is what they can change. Like the Senna Cho'Gath coming out, something a little more spicy, something a little less meta is exactly what Rogue's looking for, because ultimately every game Rogue plays, their draft, from draft all the way to the game, is pretty predictable.
Yeah, that is true, but if it's still working, why would you try and fix it? But then again, they are down to the lower bracket. They need to win this best of 5.
Yeah, I think like Bippo said, their fundamentals are key. Their drafts are kind of predictable. I mean, even Ender said, I remember, even Ender said, if I was playing against Inspired, I probably would know where he is half time on the map because he knows his pathing is just efficient and to the book, right? So having more like, I don't know, aggressive gameplay or different drafts could be something that pushes them to the next level, but that's nothing to take away from the fundamentals and the growth that they've made that's making them such a top team.
I mean, a great team that's also made great decisions in the offseason to field this roster, and it's showing in the results in the top 2 in the regular season. But we need that extra spice this weekend. And what's so important for teams in that regard is obviously the coaching staff behind the scenes, everyone that works on the preparations. So that brings me to my next topic, because Rogue has had the best coaching staff of spring this season.
I am the head coach. I'm looking at overall structure of the practice. I cover the game stuff, reviews, drafts, so mainly game aspects. The assistant coach, that's Bloomingen. He's basically my right-hand man, who give opinions on kind of a lot of stuff. He has a very close relationship with the players as well, so he spends a lot of time talking to them one-on-one as well. We have our analyst, Nico, or Blue Knight. He covers all like the scouting. He's looking at stats, he's looking at what is played in other regions, and he's giving a lot of information on build, things like that. And then we have Isma, who is more in charge of like stuff that affects performance outside of the game.
From the outside of the game structure as well. For example, with fitness training, with nutrition, we have a chef, another performance coach who as well is jumping in and out from the different teams in Rogue. So we have a large coaching staff, but the core is the 4 of us. But then everyone is putting a little bit into the performance of the guys.
We want them in the office at around 12. We have meditation in the morning. That's one of our like anti-stress. From there on, we have a meeting before scrims almost all the time. Then we play our 5 scrim games, we review between those games. Afterwards it's either free time, sometimes we have our exercise.
Then as well we have strategies like breathing techniques, and then between some of the games we have another strategies to keep the attention and alertness at a high level, because you cannot remain for 5 hours, 6 hours fully focused.
There's a lot of talk going on, right? But what are we actually doing on the map? I'm not really completely sure.
Everyone's talking at the same time.
Yeah, everyone's talking at the same time, so I think it should be like Kasper said about going Dragon, we can just make a plan around it, right? Or we can follow the plan.
The relationships are very important, but then as well outside performance, so how are they sleeping, how are they eating, how they interact with each other, and how well they get along with each other. It's a big part of it, because in the end, the game is more or less the same, but how you approach different areas will influence decision making inside of the game.
Localista.
I'm coming. I'm going. Yeah, you can go.
No flash shoot as well.
It's good enough. Don't go deep.
He's dead.
Okay,
Yeah,
very good.
That's the Meganar. Odoamne coming in. That's the Meganar. 3 into the wall. Fnatic don't see it coming, but Odoamne digging graves for the Fnatic faithful. That's the triple.
From the game side, it's actually, they fit in very well to the system we had last year, especially with Odoamne, because we often did play weak side top, right? And that happened to be the meta at the start of the season. And wow, now we've kind of opened up the styles a bit. I think it was just a very natural fit for us.
I would say I have the best split of my career. I'm doing a lot better now, and I feel like everyone is kind of enabled me to do the things I do, and I feel like, yeah, Rogue is fitting like a glove for me so far.
For Trimby, I mean, we wanted a rookie with some firepower, some raw mechanics, right? And we knew we'd develop him as the year goes on and he'd gain experience, right? So from the game side, it was actually very easy. And that also goes back to scouting those players as well.
Trimby came up clutch there, because while Odo couldn't find the engage, Trimby definitely did.
We don't want them already to be well-made or finished versions of themselves as players, but we're in a process of development, and that was a big focus. So I think both of them they bought into our culture, and they have been able to adapt.
I think one thing that's important between us as coaches, I think we have very good relationships, so we can talk things out, and I think that's something that's quite rare in a lot of teams, just to be able to talk the way we do. We're constantly kind of pushing, how can we make the guys, at the end of the day, how can we make them play better?
There have been challenges, there have been things that they need to try to understand and be open-minded about things. And I guess that's the nature of coaching, in which we try to come up with solutions and problem solving to try to help them to integrate in our culture and with the team.
It is Rogue who come out on top, and Rogue who will fight G2 for finals.
Keep supporting them, they are trying their best, they are at a high level of stress and pressure, and us as coaches, we will just want to help them to enjoy what they're doing as a pro players, but then at the same time we're trying to help them to develop, and the support of fans is very important during this process.
What a wonderful feature, and if we didn't make it as clear, maybe my wording wasn't correctly on point, but they have been voted as the coaching staff of the split, everyone behind Rogue, so a huge congratulations to that. And Whippo, this video just showed, which you know as well as a player, we always say, oh, the coach and maybe the analyst, but there's a whole team that is needed to make a team function and to make a team evolve.
Absolutely, I think it starts with the players, then the coach. And, well, it depends, honestly. Some teams go from players to coaches. Some teams like to have their coach brought in and then build a team around that. And Rogue is that team. Freddy's been around since forever. And I think he's done a great job together with the rest of Rogue's coaching staff to build a lineup that's able to compete for a championship.
I agree. I think Freddy's growth has been maybe as impressive as a coach behind the scenes as the Rogue players, and the Rogue coaching staff. They will need some tricks up their sleeves for today as they try to stop the reigning champions, led by Caps in the mid lane, Cadril.
They definitely will. And Caps, to me, has been such an important player behind G2 for the last couple of years. I mean, this guy puts so much chaos on the map in winning matchups instead of looking to get himself ahead. And I have a few clips just to show you what he does. So we're going to get straight into the clips. In this first clip, he's playing Lucian into TF. Now, this matchup, obviously really good for Lucian. He's pushing himself ahead, and he's got himself a CS lead and forced Humanoid to base. Now, as you roll the clip out, most players here in their lane would play for themselves, right? Humanoids just come back to the lane. It would be a good base timing for Caps. No, he calls Jankos, puts a deep ward onto their Raptors, and they go for the top dive. Now, this top dive is going to relieve Wunder in the top side. He's in a difficult matchup, and he has a good wave to look for the dive. So now they execute the dive, very clean. Caps manages to pick up the kill. But the key thing I want to highlight here is Armut does get taken down is if you look at the minimap, as this play is going on, Humanoid's pushing in mid, and he's getting a free move from mid. He gets freed up a lot in this lane. Caps is forced to base here. And essentially, Caps had so much pressure in the lane, but he actually uses his pressure to transition to sides, shuts down Armut on the Gnar, gets Wunder ahead, and then just gives up his lane to make sure his team's ahead. We've got another clip to show the exact same kind of thing. Except this time, Caps has even more pressure in mid. Look, Humanoid needs to base, Caps is fast pushing the wave, which in turn means Humanoid needs to cancel his recall and stay. Now, Caps could look to push this advantage, look for tower plates, even get a bigger CS lead, or even base. Nope, back to top side. Now, this dive wasn't executed as well as I think the last one was. I mean, I think Jankos flashing under the tower to get the stun, getting aggro, obviously end up in a 1-for-1. But I think the key thing here is the same thing happens. If we pause the clip, Caps gets the kill again. But look at the minimap, Humanoid gets a free base, he's relieved of all his pressure, and now that means that Caps is getting his team ahead, but it means the enemy team is getting a free wave on their mid, and it means it's easier for them. And as we go to the third clip, this is later on in the game. Caps was very selfless in the early game, but now he's very selfish. He's the only carry on this team, he's the AD carry, look what he does. Takes all the jungle camps, everything's funneling into him. And what he wants to do is look for solo plays. Get all the resource on him now he plays very selfish. And he looks for the side lanes. Armut's pushing outside. Caps is the same level, but he's so far ahead in gold. And you can see this 1v1 is so one-sided. Reckless is on the way, but Caps didn't really need him. And essentially, Caps plays very, very, very selfless in the early game, plays for his side lanes, plays for his team. But in the mid to late game, it's all about Caps.
My mic wasn't on.
There it is.
Come back over. Great stuff. I mean, there's so much to say about Caps and also Caps in relation to G2. And I know that we're going to talk specifically about the comps that they have been deciding to go for later. But Bwipo, I feel so lucky that we have such a unique perspective here of someone who can talk about a couple of these players on the lineup as having played with them. What can you say about Caps and how he's evolved from when you first played with him the first couple of years into what he is now and what he's doing on G2?
I mean, I mentioned it earlier. I think Craps is no longer really a thing. His consistency is something that you can actually praise him for. He's always ahead, always giving his team the option of getting something more or being able to get ahead himself. And I think that having a player that can unlock both, either playing towards the team or for himself and getting further and further ahead is, honestly, I mean, a pretty huge boon to any team.
Apparently, Jankos was driving, and it was quite there was some traffic on the way.
Jankos was driving?
Yes,
oh boy.
That'll tilt you going. Actually, we should probably look into that. I'm kidding. Of course, they'll be fine. But Caps, as you say, a lot more consistency as of now. And the titles don't lie, obviously, for Caps. He is a 6 times back-to-back champion. He is the player you have to beat, Cadril, but as so often as we talk about mid, we have to talk about jungle, because mid-jungle is really where everything starts in terms of League of Legends professional play. And here we have 2 phenomenal duos.
Yeah, I think arguably the best mid-jungles we've got left in the tournament, of course. I mean, Inspired was rated very highly as well, but these 2 junglers, these 2 mids are the players I'm looking at in this series. I mean, mid-jungle just dictates the whole game. If your side lane's pushing out and you can look for a dive, mid-jungle's going to move there. If your side lane's pushed in and the enemy team's overextended on side lane, your mid-jungle's going to move there. So no matter what, if you have the mid-jungle pressure, you can either accelerate the game or decelerate the side lane so your team loses less gold.
How do you think these 2 duos play, and how will they stack up versus each other? That was fast. He's already in his ship. Magic.
Honestly, I think the mid-jungle duos have always played really well together. Like, in the games that they played against each other, they were also at the same place at the same time. They were there to contest each other, and I think that whoever ends up on the winning side of this contest is probably going to run away with the game.
Can you say something about the most recent form of Inspired Larson and Caps Jankos?
Honestly, most recently, I feel like neither of the mid-jungle duos have like really been explosive. You know, like I think obviously you saw Caps and Jankos managing to leverage the AD carry mid into the control mage very well. But outside of that, I feel like that's mostly just 1v1 laning, right? Like he gets the wave prio by himself, and then he brings Jankos in, rather than Jankos coming to mid, getting the prio and playing forward.
Yeah, definitely. And they always look for dives as well. You remember on the volley bear, they were diving the Victor and they were getting caps ahead, focusing on the Orianna. Even if he was on a control mage, they still went for mid plays in the dives and they weren't moving to sides as much. With the AD carries, it's a lot more self-sufficient for caps. He doesn't need to call his jungler to push out because he has a winning lane already. But when it's control base versus control mage, having that push out with your jungler to move to sides or look for dives is very important.
Yeah, very important to mid-jungle. Then it goes out to the rest of the map. And we have so many phenomenal matchups to talk about in this one. I'd just like to touch on the top lane, of course. There's been a lot of, Twitter chitter about Wunder and about his World of Warcraft account and whatnot. He's up versus Odoamne, and I feel like both of these have so much to prove always. Of course, Wunder sitting there and saying, this is another playoffs for me and on my way to another title. And Odoamne, who is looking for that first final. And two top laners that have, together with you and a couple of the others in the league, a lot of experience to bring to these best of fives.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are pretty much, they're older than me. Like, when it comes to the league, like, I was a rookie when these guys were dominating the league.
True.
So all things considered, I think when it comes down to the actual matchup, I think with Wunder now having invested some serious time into solo queue, I think it'll be up to him to change up the top lane meta, find some picks that are going to work into what Odoamne has been running, being such a consistent player this split.
Yeah, and I think Wunder, to me, even though he has the memes of being Diamond 1, not playing so much League, I think he always shows up in the regular split. But I think that the last playoffs they played last weekend, you could see that Wunder wasn't really in form. He was losing his lanes. He wasn't really impacting the map as much. And he didn't have as much agency in the game. So now that he's played a lot of solo queue, I'm sure Wunder is the kind of person who's realistic with himself, right? He probably knows that that performance was not up to his standards. He's going to criticize himself, get in solo queue, start practicing harder for scrims, and then just show up on stage again.
And Bwipo, something you mentioned earlier in rehearsal yesterday, I think, he's in a team where he has these two players in Reckless and Caps who you both played with. They live and breathe the game and they want to practice constantly. I
mean, honestly, in my experience with these players is like, it's almost a contest to see how many games they can get in a day. Like people would eat lunch at their PC just to get one more game in over lunch break. Like it's absolutely crazy how much they play and how much they're committed to playing the game, that I think that it's definitely bled over into Wunder, now realizing I'm going to have to grind a little bit more too.
We've seen that this week. We'll see how that translates onto the Rift. Now, obviously, we have a lot of source material for G2 versus Rogue. In fact, the last time that they met. And Bwipo, you wanted to take a look closer at how G2 was able to expertly shut down Rogue's early game.
This was the second game of the regular season, the last time they played. Here you have Caps TPing back into the lane. And even though Inspired is around mid lane, Caps manages to find the solo kill. And this is really interesting because Inspired is at the right place at the right time. However, they managed to lose. Now, another interesting part is in this matchup, I think the bot lane will take a huge part. And Mickey X, even though he got counterpicked by Morgana, found the opportunity to push out the wave and enter into the mid lane, attacking Larssen again, now with no flash. Coming in from the top side as a support, very unexpected, leaves the pink there, manages to find a kill, but again, Inspired is there, it's just not quite that. On top of that, everything goes wrong because even Rogue's weak side king Odoamne tanks a death. What's interesting here is after Caps is 2-0, Janko secures the top side with the two wards you saw earlier, as well as the bottom side with Mickey now, and they're going to attack Trimby, taking his flash and completely nullifying all three lanes of Rogue.
Yeah, and I think the key important thing before you look at this entirely is Rogue have 3 pushing lanes here. They have a faster jungler. Everything is in Rogue's hands here. And then G2 are the ones who found all these plays. It should be Rogue being there first. Rogue being the ones pushing out and matching these plays. But instead, G2 are just a step ahead, even with the disadvantage from lane phase alone.
And we'll see if that translates into...
I mean, even with missing the spear on Trimby, they're winning, so...
Okay.
Honestly.
You can't be on the desk and not, have a joke about the Italy, of course. But as you rightly already alerted to, Bwipo, the bot lane is going to be absolutely huge. We've actually seen that it's been so huge in these playoffs so far. We're going to get into a deep dive about it. But first, I do have a more positive update. We were expecting a small delay. However, league officials have been working hard behind the scenes, and we should be ready to start on stage as planned at 5 p.m. After all, don't hold it against me if there's a little minute here or there. And let's get back to that bot lane. I mean, just seeing this graphic is fantastic. Trimby, that new blood coming in, playing alongside a Hans Sama, who has been so good in Europe for so many years. And then Reckless now with Mickey by his side. Let's maybe first start, Bwipo, about the AD carries in isolation. Hans Sama and Reckless, what are your expectations?
Honestly, the only time I remember Hans Sama getting the better of Reckless was in 2017 summer. That's about it. That's the only time Hans Sama's ever finished higher than Reckless in the standings. And I think that when it comes down to this matchup, I think Hans Sama's early game aggression, the Kalista, the Draven not so much, but still a pick that he's known for. Kalista definitely, though, doesn't really match well into a player like Reckless, who has always picked scaling champions. He wants you to try your hardest to break him and then just outscale you.
Yeah, and I think you saw that especially in the Schalke series with the Kalista, right? You saw Handsama just going constantly for this Kalista pick, making sure they shut down the bot lane and then moving themselves into mid. And I think even though we talked a lot about mid jungle, bot lane's just as important, because if your support has that push in bot, all of a sudden it's a 3v2 in mid now instead. So you automatically win the mid jungle despite having perhaps a losing mid jungle. Now the support comes, it's winning all of a sudden. So having a winning bot is so important. I think Bwipo hit the nail on the head, right? An aggressive bot laner versus Reckless, who's just there to neutralize you. And every time you look at Reckless in the games, maybe he's 0-0, but he's still either even or ahead in CS. So he's this reliable factor, I think, for G2.
And it's also so tricky because you might think, oh, you know, I'm getting the CS in the lane, I'm doing well, but then that's just not how Reckless likes to play usually. But we can't take anything away from Handsama and the way that he's been playing with Rogue, and Rogue has been enabling him to pick those Kalistas, to get that lane priority together with a Thrimby, who has picked kind of everything under the sun, which is some of that new blood that we wanted in Rogue. But even with all that, you can, of course, never look at the bot lane in isolation, right? And first up, that's why I want to highlight Thrimby, because these are big shoes he had to fill, Kadril, coming into this lineup, stepping in for Vander.
Yeah, definitely. Stepping in for Vander and being in his rookie season, right? And I think you saw at the start of the split, Thrimby was very, very shaky. You could see Rogue was either all basing, and then Thrimby would stay and get caught a lot, things like the set. He got caught a lot in the first few weeks of spring, but I think that he's toned his gameplay, very more consistent now, plays a lot more with his jungler, with his AD carry, has a lot of proximity to them, rather than being this solo playmaking for the team, trying to get deep vision when he doesn't need to, and he's just being a lot more consistent alongside Handsama, who's having a fantastic split.
Fantastic duo, and that does bring us to also talk about the support side on the side of G2, Bwipo. And Mickey, to put it lightly, he's not had the best playoffs. Is that the ultimate opportunity for this Rogue lineup?
Honestly, I think with Reckless in mind and the fact that it's very hard to crack Reckless, doesn't mean that G2's bot lane isn't vulnerable. And I think that with a team like Rogue, is going to want to attack the fact that Mickey dies almost twice a game at 15 minutes. So honestly, not only like getting ahead from the bot lane, but also stopping Mickey from joining the mid lane and helping Caps is going to be a huge deal, as you saw in the VOD I showed earlier, where Mickey's Leona securing a second kill on Larson was pretty much the nail in the coffin for that matchup.
Yeah, definitely. The supports will need to be kept into check, but like you said, like Bwipo said, I think Mickey's performance last week was very poor. I mean, he got caught out a lot, he was dying a lot. There was a lot of struggle in G2's bot lane, which I think was a big factor in terms of giving them proactivity around the map. But I think a key thing behind that as well is Reckless playing Enchanters means that Mickey can't be as aggressive as he perhaps wants to be, right? The Karma's just there to negate the bot lane, so Mickey's kind of left on his own. Well, I can roam to mid, but my AD carry can't come with me. And I think you saw in game 3 when they had the Kai'Sa Nautilus, it looked like all of it kind of came together. Mickey was roaming, Rex was roaming, there were 4-man diving mid. It looked like Mickey, that we know from his past forms, but when it's the Enchanters and even in game 4, it felt like Mickey didn't really have that much impact.
I mean, and that brings us to one of the most hotly discussed topics. Not disgusted, maybe some fans think it's disgusting. But Bwipo, what do you think about this whole conundrum of Reckless, who's been playing those Enchanters when he's such a great marksman on those traditional picks?
I mean, honestly, I think it really just amplifies what he's trying to be for his team. He's trying to be the backup, right? He's the battery behind the team. He makes sure that if the game goes to late, it's going to be a victory. And I think that with the Karma and Seraphine especially, you grab the Moonstone, you grab the Staff, you grab a bunch of healing and shielding items, and all of a sudden, some compositions just can't win anymore. The problem is the hiccups on the way there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you look at Jax's champion pools from the Curry behind us, you can see that it's all Enchanters or just late game scaling. You've got things like the Senna, the Sivir, all these things are like 2 to 3 item spikers. And I think the only real thing that you could quote aggressive for Reckless is the Kai'Sa in a sense. But you look at Handsama, Aphelios with the Aphelios Thresh, he was popping off against Mad Lions. Yes, they lost. The Kalista, very aggressive. The Ashe, his form of engage, we even saw that with the Hex Flash and Limit, just takes him down with the Ashe. So the aggression is there for Handsama, the champion pool reflects that, but that doesn't mean to say that G2's playstyle is poor with these Enchanters. It looked like it was working, but everything else was just falling apart on the map. Top lane wasn't having a good series, but support was not really on the same page as the team, and I think that G2 could shy away from what they were playing with this AD carry and Enchanter bot, but I think they could also explore more options, because I think that's what G2 is good at.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's what they're laying the groundwork for, to say you can't just pin us down, but we have seen them pin down last week, Kadril. You wanted to look at all the drafts in context, the fact that they have gone for this single carry composition, and as you rightfully said, if your other members aren't having a good series, that is very hard to execute.
Yeah, you can see the first 2 comps are just engage support, Enchanter, AD carry mid. That's the key, and then just 2 beefy frontliners for Caps. And now this comp is good. Obviously in the late game we saw it with the Seraphine, with the Lucian, and now with the Tristana Karma, and the Karma with Lucian as well. It does work. It does mean that you can get to the late game and you're very, very strong in the fights, but the problem is all the agency is on Caps. Caps makes one mistake, he gets caught out, he dashes too far, the fight's already over from that point. I think you saw in game 1, he jumps onto the red buff area, Humanoid catches him, they get Baron, now the game's in Mad Lions' favor. The second game, the same thing happened, you know, Caps getting caught out in mid with the Rakan, dies, and then the fight's lost, Mad Lions get another objective. So there's a lot of agency on Caps. Caps is definitely the player you want to have that agency, but I think G2 have such good players, they don't need to put it all on Caps.
Honestly, I think that having it in the backseat, the enchanters in the back pocket, is a huge deal for G2. We've seen Reckless tank 580 carry bans more than once. And at this point, like, do you ban 580 carries? Do you ban 380 carries and 2 enchanters? What are you actually going to achieve looking at a draft like this? And as soon as especially the Tristana gets locked in, and I want to highlight this champion because obviously Reckless Tristana, once Tristana gets locked in, are you going to ban the enchanters on 4-5 to stop Caps from getting the enchanters with the Tristana, or are you going to give the Tristana to the Reckless?
I think that's a $1 million question. What are we going to see in terms of the picks and bans, and what is the focus going to be of both teams? We saw the huddle there, the coaching staff of the split, making sure that the troops are ready for this all-important best of 5. So we have about a minute for the predictions. We've talked a lot about G2, and I think that all has to do to the fact that you can never count them out. But we got to put some respect on the name of Rogue as well. Are any of the predictions going to go that way? Kadril, you first.
Unfortunately not. I'm a big fan of Rogue. I think they've been so consistent, especially summer last year. They finished first place. They bombed out in playoffs and Worlds, yes. But they took G2 to 5 games. So it means they were competitive with them. I think this roster is upgraded, but I think G2's roster is also very, very strong, obviously. I think this will be a 3-2 to G2. I think it will go 5 games, but every single prediction an LEC analyst has done on this desk in playoffs is incorrect. Me, Dracos, Ender, Vedius, everyone is wrong. So if I'm wrong, I wouldn't be surprised. But I think this is the one time where I wouldn't be surprised to see G2 lose.
Okay, but still you haven't voted for them, so.
Honestly, after reviewing the game, the last game they played, it was complete annihilation in a matter of 8 minutes. Not even, barely. 3-0 G2.
3-0 G2. Oh. There we go. That they can never say that you're biased against that team you so often play against. Harsh predictions. I want to see what Discord has. Discord also 3-0 for G2. But as said, we've been wrong before and many times at that. But now the wait is finally over as we're ready to kick off the LEC finals weekend. Who will stand victorious as champions and EU's representatives at MSI? It's time to find out.
4 years of top 3 finishes knocked out in an instant. Schalke fought and they fought, but in the end, it is Rogue who come out on top.
And it's Mad Lions that defeats G2. And it's Mad Lions that qualify for their first ever final.
G2 are a team that have won so many times that they can never be counted out until they are fully eliminated. They are, until proven otherwise, the best team the LEC has ever produced, and someone is going to have to take that from their cold, dead hands.
Oh, Mickey!
Mickey, you so fine!
Reckless Flash Mantra Q, and here comes the calling!
The Soul Flare sets up the double.
Shockwave!
Shockwave catches 2. Kaiser as well as Onward. That's the first one down. G2 now regain control of the pit, and Kazi is just blown up. Wonder finds him where he stands, chases for another. G2 win their first of the series.
I know we lost against Mad, and it probably made us look like fools. When we have like the safety line, then it's always a bit sketchy our performance. But to me, this title is ours. I think we have it in us.
Rogue are a team that have been constantly and steadily improving. They proved that they can do whatever it takes to find a win in the end.
And here comes Tremby, and here come the rest of Rogue. Gillius, you can have every Drake you damn well like. The quadra kill for Larsen. Oh! The weak have been scattered by Larsen. It is Odo. Feel the power of the slicing maelstrom. Immediately Schalke lose 3, and Rogue turn back to the Baron.
I know that it's going to be hard against G2. They are a team that is known for when they're falling, they will go back at the top. We're going to take this momentum that we took today against Schalke to try to rise even higher.
I think winning split is possible, and I really want to do it. We'll do our best, and I think it will be a banger if we get to the final.
To me, if any team is a successor to G2, it is the Mad Lions. They have so much fun when they're playing. They adapt so incredibly quickly.
Oh, they got capped! The Magnus still comes in, they've got capped! He manages to get away for now, but he does get taken out of Causey. That gets the kill. Dash up the wall from Caps, no flash available to him. Headbutt comes in, pulverize available from Mickey. Caps goes down, Selgoya, that picks up the kill. He gets himself a double. We've got from Humanoid, he only gets those Yankees and he's forced to use the Outblast. Onward comes in from behind, waiting to gnaw out. They found Caps. Now G2 are going to get wrecked. Mad Lions run down the defending LEC champions.
Yes, Carzy, dance on him! Carzy finishes it off, he's on a rampage.
Since 2017, I'm working really hard to improve myself as a player. And now be with G2. And next week, I'm playing the LEC championship. Like, what? I don't expect this from myself. Yeah. Maybe I'm just a beast.
I've been working always to become the best. I was always looking up to Faker and like Uzi and Reckless and those big names, and I would want to become a big name as well.
Next weekend has the potential to change our perspective on everything. Will we see a new team lift the trophy in the LEC? I cannot wait to find out.
Welcome to the Shoutcaster Desk for the semi-finals of the Spring LEC season. I'm Quickshot, joined by Vedius and Ender, and we're moments away from the draft in game number 1. It is G2 Esports taking on Rogue, and it is the unexpected matchup on the Saturday of finals weekend. The number 1 and number 2 seeds from the regular season. This was supposed to be the final.
Yeah, it was. When we came into the beginning of the split, pretty much every analyst agreed that it was G2 and Rogue that sat at the top of the table at the end of the split. It was going to be those clear two and everyone trying to fight to see if they can upset them. And Mad was able to do it in playoffs. The impressive performance throughout the upper bracket in playoffs. They made their run to the final. And now we've got these two European Titans going up against each other. And one of them gets knocked out today.
Yeah, and I think so many people are going to be looking back to like past weeks, the draft, especially from G2, the questions of the karma in the bot lane, these supports, like what do we end up seeing? Especially because like there are other picks that are super rising in priority in other teams like the Mad Lions, like that Jinx, yet neither of these two AD carries has shown that they want to play that pick.
It's completely true.
I mean, one of the things I'm interested in is who gets Tristana? Right? Because she's supposed to be mid right now. 100% presence throughout the course of the European playoffs. Reckless, historically famous.
Always banned. Always banned by Red Side.
Obviously, we'll be battling Caps for that one. But I think very big question marks here, especially on the side of G2, based on what we saw last weekend and the series that Mad Lions were able to defeat them in, and vice versa. Rogue were able to bounce back from their respective defeats and step up last Sunday.
I think that's the craziest thing. When we look back to last week, we got to see Rogue on the upswing, whereas G2 on the downswing. Because G2, of course, lost their series to Mad, whereas Rogue taking down Schalke, you kind of got to see the differences in their approach to the game. And we did see some shifts in the draft. We also saw some slight differences in how they approach the game and their priorities. And I think that a lot more doubts just surround G2 and question marks. But the thing that everyone always remembers is G2 in this format has never gone through the upper bracket. They've always been forced to play through in this semi-final matchup. They've had to do it twice, and both times they have bounced back incredibly strong. So I think that the expectations today are we're in for a banger.
You heard Bwipo, adamant. Like the last time Rogue and G2 played, the game was over in 8 minutes. He's predicting a 3-0. As you mentioned, G2, when they have that safety cushion, when they have that bungee cord or parachute, maybe they don't play as sharp as they need to. Ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else at home, as you can tell, the players are just finishing up their ready checks, and we are going to get into draft shortly. So I'm going to turn to Ender and ask for some direction and what you would anticipate as priorities coming into Game 1 draft.
Well, coming into Game 1, I think that Red Side has a lot of different bans that they just have to pretty much get off the board, especially with Rogue over on Red Side. Mad Lions tended to ban the Seraphine, the Senna, opted into Tristana later against G2, and I would expect to see very similar things come out from Rogue here. Seraphine and Senna, even though Hans likes that Senna pick, I think you have to take away from Reckless. Otherwise, that's just a super solid bot lane. Senna Cho, Senna Tom Kent, whatever they want, it's always going to look look good.
And of course, Senna's been banned 20 times out of the 27 games that G2 have played throughout the course of spring. I think Reckless got 1 game in it, and then permaban from there on out, Vedius.
Yeah, it has been a pretty strong pick for G2. Also been a strong pick for Rogue, as Ender was saying. Orianna is another big pick that I'm looking at, because at the end of the day, not everything can be banned. And we haven't even gone on to the junglers yet, right?
Yeah.
The trifecta of Hecarim, Udit, and Volibear, to me, it seems like that these are the priorities that all junglers are willing to handshake on at this point, because there are so many other very strong champions that just need to be removed from the pool.
Orianna's insanely strong. 9 wins, 1 loss throughout the course of European playoffs. And every single pro player that we've had feature on our desk has highlighted how pivotal that pick can be. As another quick update for you, teams did report a communication issue to league officials who are currently working to resolve that on stage. I'm actually thankful for the few minutes of extra time because this is the first finals weekend. This is the first semi-final cast that feels different to me. Last spring, everyone was online. Last summer, the players were online. We actually had the trophy sitting in a cab halfway between both finalists last summer, and then would rush over to deliver it for the win moment.
And now I can see it. I see it.
Exactly. We could see the players obviously setting up for a do-or-die match.
Yeah, and I just find it so funny, like, seeing some of the differences in the players in the terms of approach when we see them on stage, because the first player on stage inspired on Rogue's side. Players came and went over the last 20 minutes. He has not left his seat in 20 minutes, has been staring dead cold at his monitor. The second Jankos gets on stage, he's up waving his arms, trying to wave at me, say hello. So it's different camps, different energies for these two teams.
Were you disappointed Oda Wamne didn't blow a kiss, or, you know?
There's still time, Trevor. There's still time.
He took to the stage. So as mentioned, we're still working through those communication issues. And while we're talking about some top laners, Wonder, theoretically playing League of Legends again, at least if you believe social media. I also think a lot of expectations on his shoulders. I think off air last weekend, I was talking about how Wonder was not truly influential or really even visible throughout the course of the series. And obviously he wasn't the defining factor. But as a whole, the G2 duo are looking a little off their game.
Let's just be blunt, right? In my opinion, the only good performers from G2 last week were Caps and Reckless. And I think that those are the only two, for me, that were consistent throughout their series against Mad Lions. And I think that even then, that still wasn't enough. Caps has had more deaths in playoffs than he has throughout the entire regular season. G2 looked weak. And I think that when you speak to some pros, they were honestly, they weren't that strong during regular season. There were just ways that they were getting ahead. And now it's nice to see them finally getting exploited. The question is, how do they evolve as a team? And that's always the question, right? How do they evolve? Because it was Jankos that on his stream said that he believes Rogue is the best team in Europe right now. Now, the debate is he trolling? Is he not trolling? Always difficult to tell with
He
Jankos.
also said he would stop streaming and then kept streaming for 4 hours. So
Can't exactly trust him. As you can see, our league officials are on stage with the coaches. Ender, I'm going to throw you in the deep end now.
Okay.
I do have some assets prepared comparing the impact of junglers from the second half of the regular season to the impact in playoffs. And as I'm giving you a moment to digest throughout the course of the stats, we just a moment ago were talking about the trifecta of junglers, the impact they can have. What do you make of how jungle may have transitioned from the end of regular season now towards playoffs?
I mean, there's very small shifts here. I don't see this as being very large. I mean, the big one is going to be the Volibear pick coming in, which makes some sense, farming a little bit less, ganking a little bit more than some of our other options. But I haven't felt like overall the jungle style has drastically changed. I think very oftentimes we're seeing both sides going into full clears, taking the scuttle crab, then walking into the enemy jungle and putting down an early ward. And usually the team that can control early vision inside the enemy jungle has the more stable early game. They know where they're going to be, and they're able to track them, and then their lanes can play accordingly. And that's actually where I think an element the Mad Lions really thrive, because they've been dodging wards. And I think that prep in jungle early pathing, knowing the tendencies, knowing the wards, and those placements, if you're ready for that coming into this weekend, you can definitely surprise your opponent like LUA did last week.
You certainly can. And I think that what's interesting about the jungle meta is that the jungle time has changed a lot. I remember Ender's still really upset about them. But a lot of jungle champions got nerfed, which just meant that you still need really fast jungle clearers. can also like be useful in the game, and you're sort of running out to the point where now you've got Udyr and Hecarim.
You want to tag the jungler in here, Benny?
No, but I really do feel that like we're now at a point where there's only three junglers, maybe 4 if you count the Lilia, which we haven't really seen a huge amount of, but like junglers that can act as an engage, junglers that can also act as wave clear, and junglers that can basically have impact both early and late game, I think is what you need. And right now that's kind of resulting in a very limited jungle pool.
See, none of those describing, phrases described Trundle that Jankos went for last week. And
very true.
Speaking of Jankos stream, I was like, why not pick like something like the Nidalee?
Wait. What's this list? Is that a list of his chat? Whoa.
Don't leak it.
Wait, are we?
Also, while we were off screen, I was taking a look at the pregame. The pregame
I thought
lobby,
he was going to tear it in half.
and I absolutely love the fact, by the way, inspired in all caps at Wonder. How much WoW did you play last week? Question mark. Having a little bit of fun with that one. If you are just joining us, the teams did report a communication issue to League officials. They've been working through that, and that means myself, Vedius, and Ender have had all the time necessary to start setting up these stakes. And just as a reminder, this was supposed to be the final. This is what the expectation was, and if you're a fan of Jankos and believe what he says, which you shouldn't, by the way, he has stated on the record that he thinks Rogue were the best team in EU.
Ooh, and that's a spicy one, too. I mean, I love how, like, Bwipo's reminding us of the last time these two teams matched up, and G2 obviously, like, smashed Larssen in the mid lane. But the matchup that I remember a little bit more is last semifinals, this exact same matchup, G2 versus Rogue, that went all 5 games, and that was mid-diff. That was Larssen showing up.
It was the only time Rogue has secured a Nexus kill against G2. It is time for draft as G2 take on Rogue. Thank you for your patience and welcome to Game 1 in this best of 5. The winner advances to face the Mad Lions tomorrow. And one of the first questions we had, what happens with Jinx banned straight out the gates, followed by Tristana, Vedius?
Well, so the fact that G2 are banning Jinx on blue side means one of two things. It either means, one, G2 don't want to first pick it, which means that it would end up getting picked up by Rogue on 1-2 on red side, or it means that they don't play it. We'll have to wait and see later on in the series, but with the removal of that and the removal of Lilia, it does also mean that Lucian and AD mids fall off in priority, but both of the big AD mid laners have already been taken.
And now we're looking at Seraphine or Senna will be left open, and we saw that Jinx was one of the best answers to Senna in the bottom lane. Now Rogue have to decide, do they want to go for the trade potentially here, and what do G2 value highly?
I feel like either the Volibear or the Udyr has to be the highest priority pick here. With the Orianna banned, Twisted Fate is the only other one.
Seraphine Senna, man!
But are they really... I mean, I suppose you're right. With the Senna open, I guess they're going to make that trade. The question is, where will this Seraphine go? Like, you assume down in the bot lane, but your hyper carries are gone in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So what does G2 actually replace that hyper carry with?
That'll have to be the question for them. Now expecting to see Rogue go for the Senna, and they were big fans of the Senna Cho'Gath in the bot side. Forgetting about the Tom Kench, which of course can be a little bit more problematic. Doesn't have that same like carry threat. Trimby was actually playing that AP Cho'Gath on the bottom side of the map. But like you mentioned, Vedius, those big power junglers are up. And in every Rogue draft ever, in their entire history as a team, it feels like it's always about fast early killing junglers and early lane priorities. So the Syndra works well into a lot of lanes here, can definitely help out Inspired in the early game.
Certainly can. I think that Syndra is a champion that's fallen off a little bit, largely because of how powerful Orianna is and these utility control mage mids. So seeing Larssen on this slightly more powerful mid laner with so many powerful mids taken away, it does make me wonder if that Twisted Fate is going to be looked at right now. TF, Olaf can be a very powerful mid-jungle duo, but instead they're going to stick with the Senna. So is this Seraphine support or is this Seraphine mid? Is this caps on Seraphine?
I'm more inclined to believe that this is going to be a caps on Seraphine and then some sort of, Tom Kench or Cho'Gath angle for mid Mickey, even the Scion we saw in the past. So we'll have to hold out on that one because G2 also last week even were holding these flex picks until very late into the draft. So definitely keeping their options open for the time being. And now what Rogue need to be looking at is if it is, you know, Senna plus Seraphine bot lane, even if it is just one of the two going down there, well, you're going to need some harsh CC to be able to shut that down, because if it's an enchanter support, if it's a more passive bot lane play style, well then, if you can't force them out of lane, they're just going to scale up and that Senna's going to be a monster.
So if I see a Gnar ban from G2, that to me suggests that they're looking at the Scion blind. So then the Scion is your engage, you then also have engage from the Seraphine, and the Seraphine is either going bot with the Senna so that you play funnel into the Seraphine, or you put it mid, and then you add another engage in the support position, so like an Alistar or a potential Rel.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen, because Rel was one of the questions we had, whether priority went up or down. Whether Caps or Mickey play Seraphine, it will be their first professional game on the champion ever. And definitely phase 2 bans slowing down the pace.
Could you very quickly look up if Mickey's ever played the Senna? To my recollection, he may have 1 or 2 games, but I actually can't off the top of my head remember if he, because that's also a possibility, right? Senna support is as an option.
Statistically speaking, Mickey has played a game and lost. 100% defeat, only 1 game played in his history.
Okay.
Whether or not that will happen, but it does again open up some room for questions, right? There was a lot of discussion around G2's drafting last week, and they have 1 more ban before we head into phase 2 picks.
Yeah, well, now because Rogue have decided to ban the Victor away as one of those like wave clear answers, they're kind of saying maybe they expect to see it going bot side. Like now by not banning away the Cho'Gath, you still have that option for Mickey to run on if we're seeing Seraphine in the mid side, and then probably more aggressive AD top laner. If you're running a lot of shielding, a lot of backline, and something like an AP Cho'Gath, maybe that's what you want to look for, that's Scion.
Yeah, I think Scion is going to come through from the side of G2 unless Rogue choose to pick that one up right now. It wouldn't be the worst thing for them to go. They'd have a very standard front-to-back composition. You know, you'd have the Ashe Syndra acting as a DPS backline with the Udyr and the Scion acting as a front line. But we know often that what Rogue will do here is lock in their top blind, have Odo play weak side, and then give counter pick to bot side so they can have that strong 2 versus 2 matchup. And I believe that's what they're going to do. They're not
pivoting.
They're actually going to pivot and give the counter to Odo. So a little bit of a different play pattern from the side of Rogue.
Yeah, I do like this though, because no matter what Rogue are putting in that support role, you said it, Eddie, it's going to be something hard engage. It's probably going to be a melee support, whether it's a Rel or Leona, something like this. So now they have that team fight engage. And if Odo Omne wanted to play less of like team fight strong type champion, well, you have the front line, you have the engage in order to back that up.
Now we find out where the Seraphine is going to land. The last time that Reckless played Senna was in week 5 of the spring season. It was against Schalke, it was a win. Since then, banned 20 times. Urgot will be locked in for Wonder up in that top lane. Blind picked, and I will find out what this last locking
Look, I hate talking about hovers, but this could legitimately be something like a farming Gragas in the bot side for Mickey. We know he's a Gragas enthusiast down there on that side of the map, so G2 can decide to wait around, because I also think like Gragas, something that plays a little bit more disengaged zone control, fits very well when you're rocking a Senna and a Seraphine. These champions want to play a little bit further back into the fight. That Gragas can tend to support them and even go a more like AP direction if he wanted to, because of course would be farming the bot side.
So I swear that Scion is like the counter to Urgot, is it not? I swear like every top laner I speak to all sit there and tell me, if Scion is open, you pick that. Okay.
I mean, I think a Scion could like soak up the lane phase, but I do think Urgot's may have a nice time in that one. Odo Omne is going to go back to the Karma and sort of say, well, if you guys are rocking an extra enchanter, we're also going to have an enchanter. That can, of course, can buff up the engage threats of both a Rel and that Udyr and provide a whole lot of backline safety net now for the Ashe and the Cinder. So you have like Rogue have a lot of good like long-range engage tools to pick off individual members. You have a G2 that's mostly about like buffing up frontline in a sense here with the Seraphine and the Senna to back that up, and then playing with your insane range of those 2 carries to follow up on the damage as well.
I feel like I have to give the scaling advantage to G2. I think that when you have Seraphine Senna, the late game is just too ridiculous, and Olaf just becomes more of a champion when he has that amount of utility and healing behind him. You should have more than enough damage with the Urgot in the top lane. I do think that Rogue just has a little bit more early game power. Syndra in the mid lane with an Ashe Rel down bot. You have very easy lanes to play around with Inspired, so I think it's a little bit more early game action from the side of Rogue, and I think G2 is looking to chill out and scale.
100%. It's a lot of pushing lanes too, you know, with Karma on the top side, your Mantra Q, of course. Bot side, you have an Ashe as well. And Rogue love to play the early game to push lanes and allow Inspired to get into enemy territory. If Inspired can track Jankos in the early game, it becomes much, much easier for Rogue to play it out.
It is about controlling the early game, keeping your opponent at arm length. It was the quintessential Rogue style. It's what we expected to see, and it is happening in Game 1 for Rogue vs G2. Oh man, I'm gonna have to petition to keep the 8-bit music for absolutely ever. That was fantastic. And just as we load up onto the Rift for the first semi-final of 2021 in Europe, I want to just remind everybody of how much of a difficult task this is for Rogue. Historically, Rogue have never beaten G2 during the regular season. And across their entire past, G2 are 13 wins, only 2 losses against Rogue. And that happened last time in the playoffs. The only 2 games Rogue have been able to take off G2 was ultimately in a series defeat. And no matter who wins, they're facing Mad Lions tomorrow.
And what's crazy about this is the progression with which Rogue has made as an organization. Over time, they have only progressively gotten better. And this iteration is the best version of Rogue that we've seen so far. At least that is the expectation. But the real question is, can they do what their last roster did? Was this change enough to get them over the edge and to get them that big 3rd game W? We'll have to wait and see. We are, of course, in Game 1. What we're going to be looking at a lot, and are these junglers in the early game?
Yeah, of course. And I think that, you know, if you haven't played League in a couple years, you'd be like, Olaf, wow, what a fast early game clearing champion. Well, I have news for you. There is a new era of champions that were made 10 years ago that clear faster than everything else. Right now, Wonder setting up for a little jump on Odoamne. This could be a really monster trade for him.
A lot of damage using those shotgun knees to perfection. Flash is available for Odo, down to 70 HP, 1 more auto. Flash traded, and Wonder decides not to chase. Huge advantage in the early minutes.
Yeah, that's so rough. Odo forced to flash there because of the threat of Wonder flashing, auto-attacking. You wouldn't have time to respond. So that is not the way Odo wanted to start this off, because I think early levels you'd want to have the push.
Crash down, lands onto Mickey. Summoner heal traded, and Reckless and Mickey pushed back in lane. This is what you were talking about during the draft ender. Pushing lanes. Now Odo will be held back somewhat, being flashless. In the bottom lane, Hansama and Trimby happy to push forward.
Okay, so a few things to take note of. Number 1, that top lane trade, really horrendous, like really, really bad for Odoamne. Not only did he lose his flash, but in a matchup like this, your whole purpose is to neutralize the laning phase. That's what Karma kind of does. She doesn't really fall that far behind. She just kind of makes life obnoxious and difficult, and now she's already in a very difficult situation. Meanwhile, on the bot side, getting the heal out from Reckless is going to make their laning 2 versus 2 a little bit harder, and we know that Rogue want to play through that side. So while disadvantage in the top side, small advantage gained in the bot.
Yeah, to be fair for Odoamne, with his jungler pathing away from him, he doesn't really care about actually having the push early on, so he should be able to soak up a lot of the time of not having that flash for the time being, though. Of course, we will be in tracking Inspired, the most common play you're going to see with an Udyr like this. He clears his bot side camps, walks in, takes Scuttle Crab, and then likely places a ward on the enemy Krug camp. This is to stop Jankos from, when he resets, pass back onto the map from getting a gank around that bottom lane.
Certainly will be. And noticed as well that Jankos in his first clear did do raids into Krugs, into Reds to really optimize his jungle clear so that the Raptors and the Krugs will start spawning a little bit sooner. We'll see as they start to clear out these Krugs. Very standard pathing from both junglers, full clear into Crab, not really anything too crazy. And the one thing, like Ender, you brought to my attention as well, that topside dive was something that I was really concerned about, but Karma, very good wave clear, even very early on into the game, which means that that risk of a dive is actually very low. So Odo perhaps not in as much of a dangerous situation as I thought he would have been.
Yeah, right now there's this really smart ward placed by Caps before he reset that just saw Inspired pathing into the Raptor camp, because Larson was actually holding the wave in front of mid lane tower to set up for a gank once Caps teleported back into lane, but of course with the early vision was able to spot that out and also stop Inspired from taking away the Raptors once those respawn. So Jankos hasn't even based yet. He's on wards, he doesn't care, will likely end up taking that reset after he clears out those Krugs.
Taking a look just through the case studies of CS for the time being, Wonder having a good jolly old time during the first 4 levels, pushing into Odo after securing his flash, even CS both mid and bottom. And we'll start checking in on those center stacks as the game does begin to play out. But despite that early trade, from Hansama and Trimby. Mickey and Reckless, they're not under a lot of pressure right now. They're farming very well.
Now, one thing that I did hear from Mickey was that what G2 will do in the mid game is they will actively move Reckless around the map, and they will have him clear camps with Jankos so that he can pick up stacks passively. So we'll keep track of that, but that is how Reckless's Senna tends to hit different, because the team is actually very intentional with their funneling of stacks into him. They will leave Mickey to solo clear a wave while Reckless is actually roaming with his jungler and just picking up all these stacks around the map.
Yeah, he hits with about 20 extra souls. That's the big difference there. Now, actually, because of the early vision and the amount of time that Jankos spent in that bot river, Inspired on the warpath, going for these enemy wolf camp. I love this from Inspired. This is exactly how he plays pretty much every single early game, knowing that Caps was going back to base. Makes it very easy for him to step in and take that. Now, the one thing for Inspired and the rest of Rogue to keep in mind is that G2 are very fluid when it comes to like punishing invades, moving around the map, these types of things. They're rocking triple teleports here, which is of course not uncommon when you're playing the Senna on the bottom side of the map. So Inspired needs to make sure all these invades are going to be, you know, checking off all his boxes, making sure that he can't be collapsed.
And also, we know Inspired has a bit of an infatuation on invading enemy blue buffs over the course of time, and Jankos will move his way up to the top lane. There's no threat from a Rogue member, and Shadowing Wonder, who has hit level 6, continues to play very far forward in lane. And this is what we were expecting coming into this game, a slightly more tense start, an opportunity to evaluate what both teams have adapted from last weekend's games to this weekend's games. And obviously, the longer that this game stays even or close, the happier G2 are going to be. We know how terrifying Senna Seraphine can be as the game continues to play out.
I will once again draw our attention to Inspired on the minimap. Something that Endo was bringing up earlier was how he just has a really great awareness for these small windows where he can take advantages of these things. He steals away the wolves. He just stole away the Raptor camp from Jankos right from underneath his nose. That timing was just flawless because he immediately transitions it into the Drake as well, and he's not going to get punished for it. And this is also why throughout the regular season, so many players would praise Inspired. Not for his flashiness, not for his playmaking, but because of how consistent and smart he is as a jungler and how he builds these small leads over time and is able to get the better of his opposition.
Exactly, and he had the exact timer on it because, again, after his full clear, he put a ward on that camp and saw Jankos clearing it out that last time. So very nicely timed from him. You can see Jankos wasn't even aware that he could go for potential invade on the top side. Jankos...
There's no camps!
He's like, oh, Grump is surely here. No, it's not. The Raptors were actually up on the opposite side, so now considers, is there a gank? Is there a dive? No, there's not. He's on a ward.
And fun fact, he's just been spotted out on a ward, as Ender highlighted, which means that Inspired, if he wants, he can go straight back for the wolves that he has timed as well. So Inspired right now in the head of Jankos in this early game.
And this all goes back to Jankos overstaying on the map in the first clear. Right? It's rough, man, because again, he spent 30 seconds in the bot river after full clearing his jungle to make sure that his bot lane could get the push, and it's Jankos trying to help out his lanes, making sure they're not being, you know, ganked by Inspired, that ends up making him fall 3-4 camps behind at this point.
And of course, this is something that everyone at home needs to be watching throughout the course of the series. Inspired's invades, his timing, his windows to punish. And we've talked extensively over the last few weeks around the impact that he has had. And for the time being, it's a very, very small lead here for Rogue. Jankos slowly being pushed further behind. It's a couple 100 gold for now. While that's going on, Inspired is now going to be able to roam top. That's a root, lands onto Wonder, tried to flash away to safety. Inspired is using Bear and Phoenix and going to burn him down for first blood. Exquisitely played.
All part of the plan for Inspired. You could just see all the pieces coming together. This was the window where Wonder had to be respectful because his jungler's not on the top side. Jankos is trying to steal something back, and he may very well be able to steal the enemy red, but the reality is Inspired is just out-jungling Jankos in this very early game. He's using information very well, and because of all of that, it has culminated in first blood for Rogue.
And it's a very different look since the last time these two teams faced off against each other when there was huge action around the mid lane. Larson was constantly getting beaten down by Caps and roams from Mickey and Jankos. This time, it is Rogue's controlled early game style that is allowing them to net advantages in the jungle. In bot lane, of course, that Gragas is going to struggle to farm just a little bit, so it is now a 1,000 gold lead with that early first blood on Inspired.
And so crucial that Inspired picked up the first Drake as well. 2 minutes, 40 seconds until Dragon number 2. We talked a little bit about maybe the scaling fears that Rogue may have looking at G2, but they've got the first kill. They've got themselves the first major objective in that Dragon, moving towards a potential Herald play if either wants to make a move for that, and of course setting up for those dragons. So all advantages point to 1,000 gold lead for Rogue. Jankos will Being backed up here by Caps, challenging over the chickens. And Trimby, by the way, roaming from the river up to this mid lane, has access to his ultimate, but Larsen's low on mana, with a little bit of time to let that blue buff do its work. Does Trimby fancy a shot? I don't think that this will work out just yet.
This is the good look, though. Now that we're, sort of past the early stages of laning, getting Trimby out of the lane, because when you think about Senna plus farming bot laner in the bot side, well, those two players have to hold hands because Senna wants to be there for souls and Mickey wants to be there for the farm. So Mickey can't just piece out of bot lane and go looking for the same types of roams that Trimby can. So now this is where Rogue can pump the gas, allow Inspired to start up the Herald because they're constantly moving out of bot lane.
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, just sidestep backwards. Cap's able to see that one coming.
And I just very quickly wanted to kind of bring up the minimap and highlight this as well, because the second that Rogue saw two players in the bot lane, Inspired said, you know what, we have numbers advantage. Our Rel is sitting here in mid. We know that he can rotate between both the mid lane and the Herald, which means that it's very easy for us to maintain control over this objective. So we're good to go. Wonder's forced to back off, and Rogue find themselves with all the early objectives. So, like, honestly, just really clean, very well executed play from Rogue in this early game.
It is a masterclass in how to use these small little advantages in your favor. Rogue have got all of the neutral objectives. It's a minute until the Infernal Drake. Inspired on this Udyr is already starting to become very, very scary. He'll be able to spend a little bit of this cash before a potential dragon fight. And for the time being, again, this is just G2 trying to not fall further behind and trying to buy as much time as possible for both the Seraphine, the Senna to work up. Caps definitely got his blue suede shoes on today, dancing around every single skill shot that comes his way. Admittedly, Rogue haven't fully invested an attempt, but there's been a little bit of presence over the last few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Trimby's been hanging out around that mid lane, so Caps definitely needs to be on his game to make sure he's not falling prey to any sort of plays like this. Now, as far as like what G2's options are, like it doesn't seem like they want to go for a lane swap or anything like this. They know Drake's the next objective that's realistically going to be spawning, and they also haven't been like sending Jankos to play around bot side whenever the event comes that Trimby does end up leaving the lane. So it has been fairly passive from them. Jankos knows that he is behind in this match, but now with Rogue splitting the map around Drake again, Jankos will get what he can, but G2 are not fighting back against any of Rogue's early game moves.
No, they're not. I can't help but be impressed with Inspired. Like, his timing is literally flawless. Like, he just, every single moment, he's like, I can take this, I can take this, I can take this. And it requires such good awareness, but also such great communication, because you need to be working with the pressure of your laners, right? You need to be telling your support, hey, I need you to move here. Can we push in this wave? Can we do this? Can we do that? And Oduwamne at the same time, okay, we're playing bot side, so you've got to play weak side top. Like, so many steps go into this, but ultimately it might not matter, because as Ender is saying, G2 is just waiting to scale. They're like, we are nowhere near our power spike. You can see that Caps is going for the supportive build. Not really that surprised. Going for the Moonstone. Senna currently sitting at around 40 stacks the last time I checked. And Rogue is trying to build up a big enough lead that even when they come to fight later on to the game, it won't matter. They will be strong enough in terms of itemization and levels that even if G2 have the better scaling comp, they will be able to beat them anyway.
1,600 gold is the lead. 2 dragons is the lead. The Rift Herald been dropped and booped that mid lane in favor of Larsen. And despite the fact that Larsen and Caps, frankly, have just been farming up a storm, despite a little bit of presence, it has been the Inspired show that has generated the lead. And Rogue, they are setting themselves up for a fantastic mid-game. Chemtank completed for Inspired as well. So he can now, if he wants to, look to unlock even more lanes, try to pick up some kills.
And Rogue, they don't often look to, blow open the game by like going for these types of fights. They'll often be like, okay, I'm walking your jungle, and if you decide to fight me, that's when we do go for it. Inspired, though, gets a flash, goes on him.
Oh, I love it. The flash bear slap after the chem tank. Run, stun, will the job get done? Odo with the soul flare, and the last auto from Inspired. It's pick on Wonder Day.
Beautifully played from Inspired. The arrow will come through on a Caps, but just barely misses once again. And it was the fact that Inspired had his first item completed. He said, you know what? Even though all my camps are up, I think we can make a really easy play here. I think that Wonder is slightly overextended. And actually, I want to try and put one of the damage dealers behind. Like, why not? So he makes the gank happen. Very easy to execute. Does give Jankos the opportunity to play around bot side, steal away some of these camps. But Inspired lost a Gromp. Meanwhile, they're able to get a few towers plates bot lane as well. But at the end of the day, Rogue, once once again coming out on top.
Yeah, not every day that you see Inspired spend a lot of time towards the top side too. Odwamne very often left on an island to get through the laning phase, yet this game has been twice picking on Wunder towards the top area. And, you know, very often you see the response would be G2 trying to play around the bottom side of the map, but it doesn't really feel like they have the firepower to make any sort of plays come through just yet. This timer from Cap's very nice. I assume that he was aware that Larson was likely walking over to try and take a blue buff. Knew these Raptors would be up, so a nice little steal away from him to make Inspired a little bit sad.
When do you start getting nervous for G2? Because when we look at this composition, obviously it'll be greater than the sum of its parts, right? If you start layering Seraphine, Senna heals on Urgot and Olaf frontline, it amplifies their effectiveness and their power, but they are falling more and more gold behind. There's a couple mythics on the side of Rogue already. There's already 2 dragons in the belt. And again, Inspired with the help of Larson is invading. So things are starting to feel nerve-wracking.
Yeah, well, again, Trimby can start moving around, and once Trimby and Inspired pair up, they are nearly unstoppable. Now Wunder caught out of position, no flash.
He'll chuck one over the shoulder, gets stunned in place by Trimby, and this should be a 3rd kill to Inspired, a 3rd kill to Rogue, and the first steps towards their 3rd ever Nexus kill against G2.
Yeah, Rogue only needed 4 there to take down the raid boss in Wunder, and it's a 3rd kill onto Inspired. And as well, you can see Mickey is here. They want to go in.
There's the body slam. The shockwave comes out. There's not enough damage just yet. Rather, the magnet storm. I should correct myself. That's the first kill for G2. It was set up by Mickey. Neverfrost didn't find its target, but a 4-man stack will now push onto the tower.
And while I was just saying Trimby and Inspired working well has been a staple of Rogue and so critical in this game, an area where G2 have been weaker compared to previous years has been jungle support. Here we go. We got to fight.
He's got the ultimate available for the disengage. The ult comes down from Cap to the encore chuck down. Inspired. Summoner heal saves the day from Hansama. And despite a weak engage from Rogue, the tower falls in favor of G2.
I will say that we're seeing some of the power of this G2 comp now, though. After Caps completes the Moonstone, his ultimate can be used as both an effective disengage and engage. And remember that Mickey still had his ultimate primed and ready to go, but let's have a look back at where all this action started off.
Yeah, right. Wunder's walking over a ward here in the brush, and then Odwamne is going to pop over the wall. Wunder not expecting that whatsoever. You also have to keep in mind, he lost his flash in that earlier gank towards the top side of the map, so it's a very easy kill for Rogue to collect on, but then it is Mickey getting out of bot lane. It's an AP Gragas, by the way, with Everfrost, so this guy hurts.
Yeah, level 9, 2 levels up on Trimby rather. He does have his flash, but realizes that it's not worth using it, so instead they go for that lockdown, and they're able to get themselves a quick kill.
I mean, that 2-level advantage is purely because of the amount of time Trimby spent roaming and, you know, shadowing, sitting behind Larson. It did not net any advantages. Multiple attempts and even an Ash Arrow committed, but Caps dodged it all. Rogue ultimately will even out the tower game. They will also pick up their 2nd Herald, and while they are in control, it does not feel as assured as it did just a few minutes prior.
Yeah, we definitely saw some of the moves that G2 were willing to make, especially knocking down the mid tower. And you have to look a little bit deeper because now G2 are able to find this Ocean Drake, stop down the fast stacking of the Soul. Rogue are, of course, going to trade it for the mid tower thanks to that Herald. But G2 have all these good, you know, frontline champions that want to be diving in your face. And again, their backline, Seraphine, Senna, can hit you from so far away. This is the idea behind the composition, but they have to make sure their frontline is strong enough. That's where it's been a little bit of a struggle in the early game, with Jankos falling behind, Wunder getting picked on as well. But in these coming skirmishes, if they can try to equalize, it's going to give them a much better shot when we get to the next Drake fight, which I assume Rogue are going to be much more concerned about.
If you are a fan of G2, that dragon is a lifesaver. That 5 extra minutes, had Rogue secured it, that would have been an Ocean Soul at 22 minutes on the clock, which is terrifying to deal with. Now, I still need to keep my eyes on Jankos as these fights play out, because when you think of all the disengage tools that are in Rogue's hands, Ragnarok don't give a damn. Extend the range of Encore as well. I think Jankos can be a huge, huge influence, especially with that Strikebreaker. Jumping onto Larson, jumping onto Hans, some of those low mobility carries. But then on the flip side again, everyone else is going to have a much more difficult time.
So kind of bringing the game into perspective right now, Rogue, of course, do have a lead. The question is that lead strong enough to be able to stop G2? When we do a Senna stack check-in, 71 at 18.5 minutes. Like, I'm not a Senna player, but I feel like that's quite high this early into the game. It's just, again, notice that Rekkles has abandoned Mickey, and Mickey is just sitting in a side lane farming. Now, Inspired is sitting in what I believe complete darkness right now. Observers, if you could just show us what G2 can see, he is sitting just outside of whatever G2 can see, and he was looking for a potential pick. but G2 are not going to fall for any traps. And here's another example of Reckless. Look at how he follows Jankos around, is picking up those stacks. Now he's hovering around Caps, looking to pick up more stacks. Oh, no, back to the jungle. Their wolves are dying. I've got to go pick up my stacks.
Yeah.
So this is something that you'll always see in the mid game. And meanwhile, look at Gragas in the bot lane, just farming away 1 versus 2, because if he gets in any danger, he can throw the ultimate out. He doesn't have flash, so he's playing respectfully, but the risk of a dive is very real. But he doesn't care. He's like, I'm support, quote-unquote, Gragas. If you deny far from me, then whatever.
Yeah, of course, he's going to be able to clear away most of that wave, so Rogue won't be able to collect the tower immediately coming off this play. The basic rule of thumb with Seraphine there as well. If there's a cannon in the wave, you want to stick around for it. Otherwise, you can very likely peace out for that. But, I mean, right now, Rogue continuing to try and, you know, divvy up the map, play around this bottom side. They weren't able to get too much deep vision. They weren't really playing towards the mid area of the map, so it's now just spotting out Mickey, potentially trying to cut off Caps. Hansama has the option to try and stop hitting the tower for a while and maybe had the chance to deny a cannon minion or something like this, but ultimately Rogue are calling off the play because Trimby is headed topside and Inspired is not interested in ball.
Oh, a lot of potential here as Jankos and Trimby will go toe-to-toe. Jankos is in trouble. Blast Cone buys some additional time for Rogue. Ferromancer used to buy a little bit more as the Ragnarok allows Jankos to escape to the river. The Undertow is sidestepped, the Chem Tank comes in, the bear to the face, and Jankos will get taken out by Larssen.
So I was looking at the minimap throughout that whole play, and my brain was just thinking, what is Jankos doing right now? Because we saw Caps and Mickey sitting in the bot lane. We saw Wonder pushing in the top lane, and I forget who was, but I think Reckless was like hovering around mid, but Jankos was basically alone on the enemy raids. He was just asking to be collapsed upon as Trimby just had full control over the map. Like, I think that was a huge oversight from Jankos, and he didn't need to be in that position, nor did he need to give that death away, which Rogue is obviously very happy to claim for themselves.
Yeah, I think it was even possible for him to escape there too if he just used his ultimate to dodge the displacement from the Blast Cone, and then you don't have all the extra time the rest of Rogue is going to show up. That's sort of what I'm thinking here, because as you can see, Vetty, he's on a ward for a while, clearing this out, and we were wondering, hey, why are they giving up on the bot lane and not denying minions? Well, it's because they want to set up this fight on Jankos.
Just look at this, like there's 3 people in the bot side of the map, and he's effectively alone up here, like...
But if he ults the Blast Cone, he lives. I'm convinced, because then Inspired won't be here. It'd be 4 or 5 seconds ahead of the play.
I mean, a part of me sits there and thinks that Jankos thinks that he can still steal that red buff. A part of me thinks that he was actually turning around saying, I can still take this red, but like not respecting the placements on the map. Like, guys, we've talked so much about how Inspired uses his pressure on the map, and that was a great example of what not to do. When you have 3 people bot lane, you then can't try and make those kind of plays by yourself on the top side of the map.
Yeah, we are just 40 seconds away from the next Ocean Drake spawning. G2 were able to sneak this away while Rogue played towards the top side of the map. This time, Rogue are setting up around the objective. Note Caps, he's got a Ghost and a Cleanse. Might have a Flash underneath that, but not at the start of the fight.
Rogue are going to be able to start this one if they want to. Magnet Storm can be huge for Trimby. Everyone except Wonder has got their Mythic already, but Wonder's got plenty of damage to finish the fight. 20 seconds until the dragon spawns. Inspired, Flash is available to him. Chem Tank is available to him, waiting for it to get thrown down. He's got the Dead Man's Plate fully stacked, and so is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. There are so many tools available. Hansama fires it, it lands on Jankos. Ragnarok's still available, the barrel comes out, Trimby goes forward, throws out the Magnet Storm. The Encore is thrown, the Ragnarok, the Ragnarol, and G2 have traded 1 for 1. So far it's support for support, but they will get themselves a second, and it's traded back. Reckless goes down, and Rogue have turned the fight. They're running into G2, who are on the wrong side.
They can chase them!
Inspired steps forward, manages to get the stun, and Jankos doesn't get the kill. But the Ash Arrows, the volley, as well as the Archer Shot is doing so much work. Wonder will fall, and the last man standing is Caps. It's too little, it's too late.
Oh, they've got him!
The music for the fountain, the stun to the face, flash over the wall, and Rogue will win the fight.
Caps just barely survives, but Rogue turned that fight around. It looked good at the start with G2 leading the charge. Wonder hits 2 people with the fear off of his ultimate, and then we'll see how they turn it around, because at the start, Mickey, his ult engage doesn't really work out because Trimby hits 4 in the backline.
It's the battle of the supports, and I feel like that while both supports drop, Wonder then flashes in, but look at the positioning of Hansama.
Yeah.
Completely safe, and then watch Larssen here. Look at this stun that's just going to come straight across multiple members. 4-man stun! I didn't realize he managed to hit actually all of them. Beautiful position from the 2 carries of Rogue, and the fact that they lived and the Reckless died so quickly meant that Rogue was able to come out on top.
Fantastic play from both Hansama and Larssen, who are both facing their respective nemesises. Hansama was one of the first prodigal bot laners to challenge Reckless. He's got the 3rd most games played in the lane. And Larssen historically has had such a block in dealing with Cap, such difficulties in getting through him. The positioning of those fights, 3-0-2 for Larssen Syndra, 2-0-2 for Hansama's Ashe, and Rogue extend their lead.
This is already setting up to be a phenomenal series, and now as we look away from the Drake and things like the Baron of Spawn, G2 right now trying to reclaim vision, put some deep wards into enemy territory, we always have to remember that Hansama and the power of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, when flashes are down, he can look at targets like Wonder, Caps, Mickey, all very fair game here if G2 are ever out of position, because the follow-up will be there. They're super fast with the Karma and Udyr, the follow-up CC from Larssen too. So if Rogue are ready for it, they can attack.
There is one benefit for Reckless at 101 stacks, correction, 103 stacks. The range will play into his favor. Mickey as well as Caps will set themselves up to secure yet another kill, 4-8. It's 1,500 gold, the difference. And look, when G2 are grouped as 5, Rogue have to respect it.
So what makes me laugh right now is that G2 have 2 TPs up, but they're too afraid to actually split the map right now because Rogue have so many strong engage tools that they can't run the risk. Right now, they're looking to threaten the Baron, and they're actually going to start this one off. They're going to force Rogue to come to them and take the fight. Trimby's not respawning for a while. This is dropping fast.
Has Jankos bound his smite? Let's find out in the fight. Hansama, Enchanted Crystal Arrow is available. He hasn't pulled the trigger just yet. The Soul Flare inside the pit. The arrow comes out. That catches onto Jankos. He's gone through the Ragnarok. Already picked up a kill onto Odo Wamne. Now it's a 5v3. Trimby's going to arrive late to the party. Inspired will be the next to fall. Rooted up. Taken down. Cap picks up the kill. 3 members of Rogue still around.
There's no smite for Rogue.
Inside the pit. Jankos, can he secure this one? He needs to be able to. A lot of burst can come from Larssen. 2,300. Trimby's inside the pit with a Magnet Storm.
What's Syndra?
Baron. It's a fight on multiple fronts. It's G2 that pick up the Baron. It's G2 that kill Trimby, and it's G2 that regain control.
Just perfect control for G2 around the Baron pit, inviting Rogue into the 4 versus 5 fight. Mickey using his cast to push the rest of the team away, while G2 dissected members of Rogue one by one.
That's where their comp is the strongest, when they're grouped and they can layer their abilities.
Remember that this all starts with a pick on the Trimby in the 4 versus 5. G2 is saying, we believe we can beat you in this situation because your frontline engage is gone. That is the thing that we have to be the most afraid of. And as you rightly point out there, Ender, that ultimate onto Hansama, zoning one of the carries away, splitting them off from the Udyr, and the fact that the Udyr did end up getting locked down as well. Just overall, beautiful execution and good stuff from the side of G2.
And G2 completely stop hitting Baron at 2.4k. We have seen so many times, way too many times in the LEC. Syndra stealing away Baron. I was waiting for it the entire time, that layering of burst damage, but G2 do not give Jankos a chance to miss smite. They play it perfectly around that, and Jankos secures it.
You may not get enough time to answer the question, but 1.5 minutes until the next dragon. G2 cannot concede this one, but they've got Baron empowered minions. They've got teleports up. Venice, you were just saying a moment ago, G2 were too afraid a few seconds to make that work out. And as we set up for this next potential fight, Wonder's going to push the bottom lane. That center stack's approaching 120 for Reckless, but G2 have to feel comfortable in control with the gold lead, with the Baron, and with the composition they're wielding.
Yeah, for sure. The thing that concerned me the most was levels. Like, you can see Larsen's just hit level 16 to Caps is level 14. Reckless is also 2 levels down. But Mickey, 4 levels up on Trimby, I guess. But the thing about the levels is later on into the game, these can mean a lot. Like, mages hitting that level 3 ultimate point can be insanely valuable. But when we flip back to the goal, because the observers were showcasing some of the big dramatic differences, you can see mid advantages, AD carry advantages for Rogue. The question is, can they get their damage off like they were able to earlier? I think that if Larssen and Hansama have the front line to be able to play around, if they can just play a good front to back with the gold that they have and the investment that's been put into these 2 carries, there is still a world where Rogue can win these fights.
The struggle for Rogue is that diving the enemy backline, near impossible. Trimby the only player that can reliably do it, so Reckless not having flash isn't even the end of the world for G2. They can use the range of Reckless, Caps, and disengage of Mickey to buy space for their backline. For G2, it's all about getting Jankos, Wonder, Mickey into the fight. Now Azonia's on Mickey makes him so much more of a threat because he can go in, layer down his full combo, and then buy so much extra time with the Zonias.
Yeah, and a number of options as well. With the Everfrost as well as the ultimate cast, you can decide whether you want to disrupt or lock down.
They're not going to fight it.
For safety, I mean, it would make sense, right? For Rogue, this is not the sole point for G2. For Rogue, there's still an item preference. If you look, 3 items completed for Hansama in contrast to Reckless. so going to throw themselves into potential next fight. That Baron is what evened out the gold. It gave G2 control of the game, but now the onus is for G2 to press that advantage forward. It's only 3 towers apiece at nearly 30 minutes, so neither team has gone much deeper into the enemy jungle past that first tower.
And I do just want to use this quick moment to give a little bit more praise to Jankos, because obviously we were critical of him and how Inspired was playing the early jungle matchup very well, and how he did make that mistake where he got caught off, but he's been able to bounce back. And I haven't been able to watch super closely as to how he came back, but he's now sitting with a farm lead. He's actually a little bit ahead in terms of experience, largely because of some of the kills that he's been able to pick up, but considering how difficult the early game was for Jankos, I think he's done a great job being able to bounce back, and he needed that too, because when you have a team like Senna and Seraphine, you need to be that frontline, also potential damage dealer, to then help facilitate the rest of the comp.
Yeah, G2 in fights has been a force to be reckoned with for Rogue, and it's still, the balance is very, very precarious for both of these two teams. It really does feel like it can still go either way. But ultimately, Rogue, I think, need to find some way to control spaces before the fight breaks out, right? They do have some range threats they can work with. They do have the Ashe Arrow, and again, if you can try to slice up the fight with the Ashe, with Trimby's Rel as well, it becomes a whole lot easier for them to take, because in the full front to back, I feel like G2 have so many good things going for them. Their backline should never be in threat.
Reckless is about to hit 140 center stacks, and
wow.
Yeah, again, like 29 minutes or 30 minutes, about 140 stacks. Like, we don't have an official Reckless like soul tracker, but I actually
we
said
should at this point.
This probably isn't even one of his better games. This is probably like an average, maybe even a little bit below average for him.
To be fair, when it comes to deciding where you invest resources, when a champion is banned 20 out of 27 times, it actually may not be worth coding a very specific tracker. Unfortunately, we don't know, but you're right, Vedius. The fact that he's farming so exceptionally well, the fact that Mickey's been able to get all the levels and now has the items also to impact these fights, it's just G2 playing their comp the way they wanted to, making their way to 3 and 4 items as we're 3 minutes away from the next Dragon and a minute to Baron, which is why these teams are now challenging Vision.
So the joke that I wanted to make was that this is probably the most gold Mickey's ever had playing support. Actually, the fact that he's got 2 fully completed items, Medic doesn't even know what it's like to be in this position, and I think that it's very, Mickey's in a very powerful position, because one of the problems that supports often have is that when they dive into a backline and they create all this chaos, usually their destiny is to die, because they don't quite have the items or survivability to be able to get out, especially a champion like Gragas and a champion like Rel. However, with the Zhonya's completed, Mickey gets to dive in, he then gets to pop his Zhonya's, he then has his flash up, and then he has the cooldowns to come back up to create more chaos combined with the Everfrost as well. So keep track of Mickey in these fights, because every time you try to get onto a carry on G2, Mickey's like, I can peel for my carries and I have the money to do it.
And at the same time, you also need to track Jankos and where he can be unlocked jumping onto the backline. We're 12 seconds from Baron. G2 shoved the mid lane out, and it feels to me like they may call Rogue's bluff. It was the Baron call earlier where G2 found a pick on that mid tower, forced Rogue's hand, secured the Baron, and took control of the game. They stood just inside the darkness, but now they're going to clear out this Vision Ender.
Yeah, and because Odo went down bot side before the Baron spawned, he was able to push that wave and now call Wonder into the bot lane. Now, Wonder has TP, he can get into the fight whenever he is needed, but it hasn't seemed like ever at any point in this game like side lane pressure is realistic. It's just farm wave, get back to the team. If you have 5 people there at the start, you stand a better chance of winning. You can already see Caps off of the base, teleporting back onto the map, level 16 on the Seraphine now.
Stepping into the darkness, that G2 ward is providing so much value. Multiple inside the river. Thank you, observers, for highlighting it. Summoner spells all available down the line of G2, as is Rogue. Ragnarok plus Encore, that's what I'm looking for. Ashe Arrow from Hans, that could be pivotal. Both teams setting up for the engage.
So you can see, want to quickly draw attention to the sideways, pushing in favor of G2, pushing in favor of G2. So now the pressure is on Rogue. They need to make the decision with the double TP. Do they want to split up? Because if they do, they're then going to lose control over the Baron. That window where G2 had to go and answer their sideways was Rogue's window to try and force something. They didn't actually get anything out of G2, so now it's G2's turn. The question is, what will G2 do with the time that they now have?
G2 slowing it down, 45 seconds away from the Ocean Drake, the soul potentially for the side of Rogue. But hey, if G2 set up shop around that bottom river, Rogue maybe end up giving it again. I don't know if that's the right call though, because we've reached like 3 item points on pretty much everyone. The IE for Hansama, Void Staff for Larson, and the Putrefier in the top lane for the Karma as well. And cutting down the healing of G2 is absolutely critical.
Rogue may say, we will trade third Drake for Baron.
Sure.
Maybe that's their window back into the game, because with that objective, maybe that's the pushing power that they need to actually try and break into the base of G2.
Yeah, now that trade often ends up being really hard, especially because, like, in theory, G2 could send Wonder just to do that.
True.
Or if
You're
Rogue
right
now they're TPing, and I think they're going to try to go for that call. So G2, what do they say? They say, Senna, maybe you go down to the Drake. The rest of the team needs to be in position. Now, with blue trinkets, with the Hawk shots, Hansama knows what they're doing, and Larson just TP'd back on the map with the Rabadons.
Can Rogue finish the Baron before G2 are involved? No, definitely not. G2 are close enough. Caps and Yankos are there. Reckless can still support with the ultimate from long range. Mickey has still got the ultimate available to him. That's the third Drake picked up. Now Rogue are on the back foot. Hansama gets caught by the barrel. That's a fantastic Magnet Storm, and the ult is securing the kill for Reckless. But at what cost? Mickey manages to escape with his life.
Holy, Rogue shut it down there. I mean, Mickey going every which way right there, but you saw the Zonias, the amount of time it bought. Rogue just sort of stared at him like, what do we do, guys? And G2 call Rogue's bluff. They know they don't full commit to the Baron, and they get their third ocean of the game.
Beautiful stuff from G2. They're relying on the scaling. They've been incredibly patient, and now they're starting off the objective. Mickey pushes in mid, but as the observers are highlighting, Rogue have not abandoned the fight just yet. TP back in from Odoamne.
What can he do to help out the team? Mantra not available just yet. Wonder dashes forward, not going to
Mickey on the flank.
Mickey's looking for the flank. He's got the body slam. He's got the Q as well. It's going to be able to split them up. That's a route down. Larson is on a rampage. He picks up the kill onto Mickey as G2 split their focus. They run down Larson for the first time. They get the shutdown, which is gigantic. Wonder holds 3 Rogue members in place, and the deal is done as G2 close it out.
G2 shut down Rogue in the initial fight. They take the objectives. They take the win over the team fight. Now they're barreling down top lane with only Trimby left to defend.
There's no one left on Rogue to stand in the way of G2 as they look to break into the base of Rogue. Those death timers are long. G2 played the patient game. They conceded a little bit early, but they knew that they would win out late from start to finish. G2 are looking to take game 1 in the series.
Very, very interesting game to open the series. Clear advantage for Rogue during the laning phase. Clear advantage for G2 in the mid and the late game. And G2 strike first, taking down Rogue to go 1-0. And as is G2 customary fashion,
drag him out of the fountain.
Beyond death to kill Trimby for the ace, kill the Nexus in the base, and G2 1-0 Rogue. Vedius, you said so many times in our preparation for today that this will be a slower game, that this will be a game where the teams will feel each other out, and ultimately, many questions would need to be answered. What is the drive priority? How does G2 arrive on the stage? Can Rogue control them? And I think we've got our first taste of some of those answers.
So, what's interesting about this debate around drafts, right, is that whenever you have a draft that scales better, the second they get a window to, like, propel themselves, that's where the game really breaks open for them and where they get so much control. That pick onto Trimby, which then converted into the Baron fight, I think was the deciding moment. And unfortunately, Rogue were playing such a clean game up until that one tiny mistake, and then all of a sudden it flipped.
Very quickly, G2 played into Rogue's controlled early game, and Rogue still lost, and that is the worst news ever for a Rogue fan.
It absolutely is. Rogue will have side selection going to game 2. We'll soon hear from Shucks, Purple, and Cadril what they have to say about that game. With a highlight on the Baron call that turned the tides for G2. The one he was just talking about. We asked you to show us your moves, and the winner is Cushion! He's playing Misfortune on the red side, start things off with a fantastic ultimate, picking up 2 quick kills. Dashing backwards into the tri-bush, looking for Rakan. Gale Force forwards, finds the kill. Looking for the 4th, the double tap for the double-double. Darius at the target, knocked up with the blast cone and the pentakill! We'll see you in summer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 19 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk. G2 Esports have made finals 5 times in a row, and with a win in Game 1, they might be on their way towards their 6th. But that will be saying too much since we possibly have 5 games in our hands. But that draft in Game 1, and I'm really, really happy that I have these specific analysts here to talk about it. Bwipo, I know we often, as analysts, get told that, you know, it's result-based analysis and whatnot, but I want to come to your rescue here. You and Kato both said Rogue got out-drafted incredibly in this one. Why?
I see first pick Seraphine. I see 1-2 Syndra, and I went... What is happening?
Why?
Why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. You pick a burst-oriented mage into a champion that not only shields burst, but then heals based on missing health.
It sounds bad.
Did I sell you on the fact that Seraphine's pretty good into Syndra?
Yeah, it definitely did. And I mean, I think Rogue were questioning whether the Seraphine would go mid, AD carry, or support, right? I think this is like, the good thing about this draft for G2 is when you think of G2 in historical years, they had like 3-4 champions, which could be in any role at any time. I think this was a good example of G2 just having a Seraphine that could go anywhere. And even Rogue banning away Victor, 3 mid-lane bans on caps was still useful. And I was even agreeing to the point where I was like, well, yeah, I think G2's comp's definitely better. They'll definitely outscale. But when I saw Hans and Larsen up 100 CS with 4 items, I was like, surely they must do something. They did absolutely nothing to the front line of G2. The Seraphine kept them alive. The Senna heals as well. Just a fantastic draft from G2.
Anything else to add to that?
I mean, honestly, like, Commander Syndra, like, if you can see the enemy composition be a little bit squishy, I can see Syndra coming in, being useful, but picking it so early on the 1-2 meant G2 just drafted a bunch of beefy champions. You saw Olaf, Urgot, and Graga show up, and at that point, it's all she wrote.
It's so difficult. So, you know, basically that translates into, okay, Rogue have to do phenomenal things in this game and in this early game to get ahead. So let's then play out the way it went. First off, actually a very good point for G2. The 1v1, level 1 rather, in the top lane. Bwipo, as yourself a top laner, how are both of these players playing it, and what should that mean?
Honestly, like, Urgot getting an advantage like this, getting the flash out of an enemy top laner, threatening his E-flash, like, when he can disdain flash on you, it's really hard to play the game against Urgot, because he has so much pressure on you. However, after this huge trade, which he puts him to 1 HP, gets all his potions, and gets his flash...
Would you have killed him, by the way?
I would have flashed and seen what happened. I think there was opportunity for a flash and kill here, but even then, the actual win here is huge. Like, flash auto probably finishes the job, but doesn't really matter. Point being here is that if he manages the waves and lets the waves bounce for the next 5 minutes, Odoamne has to hug his tower, because he's no flash.
Yeah. So all the tools are there, right, for Wonder, but what happens then?
The thing is, G2 don't have many options in the early game for this draft. This draft is really winning, but it's winning to the mid to late game, right? And that top lane play gives them options in the top side. But if you get into the next replay, I think Inspired's pathing was one that shut down G2 in a sense, right? Inspired was so creative in shutting down Jankos, and you can see it here. It's very sped up, but first of all, he takes his Wolves respawn in his face. And then he clears his bot side, and that's when he starts the Dragon. Now, you can see all left towards the top side, like Bwipo said, let's punish the top side of the map. But Jankos goes top side, bases, goes back towards top side, loses Drake, loses his Wolves. Great, now Inspired bases, and Jankos goes to bot side, where Inspired just was, gets nothing. Inspired takes his top side respawn again, takes his Wolves, takes his Gromp on top of that, gets to level 7. He's a level lead above Jankos, and it felt like Jankos was not only 1 step behind, not 2 steps behind, he was 3 or 4 steps behind in this whole jungle clear. Inspired gets first blood, and then I think G2 had an option here, right? We talked about this. Wunder has TP, they need to base on top side, and Jankos is there, Caps is coming out of base. Maybe they can start something like the Herald.
I think 100%. Like, right here, Inspired getting chunked all the way out, I think is a great opportunity for Jankos to just start the Herald. He ends up going for the red buff, I believe, but at that point, I think if you just grab the Herald, secure, make sure nothing else goes too wrong, and keep scaling, I think life will be good.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't really end there. Inspired's pathing was fantastic. He took away his Raptors, he took away the second Drake as well. Jankos going for the greedy red buff respawn that he took previously, getting punished, dying for it, and from there, it looked like Rogue had everything they needed, right? They had a winning early game, they got 2 Heralds, 2 Drakes, but I think the second Herald is where they dropped the ball. And I think we've got a replay of that second Herald.
Yeah, we have. We're going to take a look. I'm just jumping a bit here for production. It's a bit difficult, but I do want to get that replay up on the screen. And why is this so impactful? The fact that Rogue elect to go for this Herald instead of the third Drake, Bwipo.
Honestly, like, looking at the compositions, they do need to get the Ocean Soul. Like, they need a soul, and if they can't manage to get it, I feel like they get outscaled way too much.
Yeah, they put their bot lane top, and they started contesting the top side of the map. And in a sense, they have 2 dragons. But G2, because they see the Herald die, and they have full bot side vision, because it's almost like a split map right now, G2 in turn get the Ocean Dragon, which is the 3rd dragon. And if Rogue were to have got this dragon, they would have had Ocean Soul by around 22, 23 minutes, which is what they need. They get outscaled. This is the key point here. They get outscaled. Having something like this in their back pocket could give them some chance in the game, which helps early game snowball. But this was the first time where Rogue dropped the ball, and they traded objectives poorly.
And the LS often says losing to the calculator or whatnot, but this is a good example of you have to think not just about that objective in the moment, but what it could be. And Whippo, we're not going to show this replay, but in the fourth Drake, Rogue actually managed to win that fight, and that would have been so huge for them.
Exactly. If they actually managed to get Soul off that fourth Drake fight, which they aced G2 in, 4 for 2, 4 for 3, I believe, it actually would have looked like a possibly winnable game with Ocean Soul.
And that was like a fringe chance anyway with these drafts, so that's crazy.
Yeah, especially when G2 scales almost infinitely to the point where Rogue are on a timer, and I think they were playing well around that timer. They got early leads, they got early neutral objectives, but you drop the ball once against this G2 comp, they get a couple kills or an objective to buy more time. That's the key thing. 5 minutes on the clock for G2 is huge in this competition. So that was the key to Rogue actually falling behind and the game looking even, and if the game's even, G2's always favored.
So let's then look at how that translates into a front-to-back team fight. The G2 Baron, which in the end was the nail in the coffin for Rogue.
Yeah, the biggest thing here is Trimby getting caught, right? G2 get the pick, and I think this is something Trimby did at the start of Spring Split, which is surprising to me, getting caught out, and then G2 on a 5v4.
Honestly, the biggest issue with G2's comp against Rogue's comp is they have so much healing. They have healing and shielding. And because G2 is very immobile, having G2 stack up 5 people on an objective like this Baron forces Rogue's hand eventually. And in this case, in a 4v5 with Trimby dead, they had to come in, face check with Inspired, get caught, and, well, but that was it.
And you also have to question, what's Rogue trying to do here? Just give it up, try to do something bot
Burst
side.
it
Like
with
Trimby's jumping in to try and burst it with Syndra. Perhaps they could steal it. Handsama's fighting Caps. Maybe they can look for something. But in the end, it's just a 3v5 and they end up losing the Baron and members.
It's the pattern to Tillisang move, honestly. He goes in, like, he sees 5 people, and he's like, might as well try the game.
Just give it a 1% chance to steal it.
Maybe there's 1%.
We've got 1 minute left in this analysis, and there's a couple of things I want to get out there. Being, first off, let's take stock of what we have here now. First up, we talked so much about the one-threat comps out of G2 and the choices they have made. This is not the same composition. These were some changes that were made, and Rogue not being able to respond.
I think the most interesting thing for me in this G2 game, in this G2 draft, was Caps picking Seraphine, right? There was so much agency on Caps the whole playoff series, and now Caps is the one who's the support, Reckless is on the Senna, and you just draft this full team fight, full beefy composition, which I think G2 have so much success in. I think Rogue need to adapt, choose something like Blue Side, maybe ban away the Seraphine. I don't think Rogue is going to go for the Seraphine themselves. That would surprise me a lot. But yeah, we'll have to see how they adapt.
I think the biggest difference between the Enchanter comps that they had in the past was you had a Gragas Trundle. Now you have an Olaf Urgot. Like, you've actually got some damage coming from the top side, and this means that they don't run out of gas in a fight. If their AD carry can't hit, they're doomed. In this case, everyone has damage.
Kiddo, I know we gotta go.
This last point, maybe Rogue can go full scaling. G2 are going scaling, maybe Rogue want to match it.
Okay, can I just say, I've learned so much already on this desk. This desk is goated already, and G2, they are looking to continue their running game too, but we'll see if Rogue can pump the brakes and tie the series.
Welcome back to the Cast and Esper Game 2 of Rogue versus G2 Esports. G2 got everything they wanted. Senna, Seraphine, Rogue got an early game that has been defining wins for them all spring, and ultimately it didn't matter. So this is a worrying sign for Rogue, but they do have side selection, and maybe we can see something different this time around.
Yeah, I would say the shocking thing is leaving both Senna and Seraphine open, and then the blue side team somehow gets both of them.
Yep.
Now, of course, Rogue is over on the blue side, so I actually wouldn't be surprised to see like G2 perhaps ban the Senna themselves to deny that one away from Rogue, because I think that champion is crazy.
So for me, the surprise was seeing a Lilia ban and then still banning the Lucian. And I know that Lucian Nidalee is still a possibility, but it's nowhere near as strong as like the Lilia-Lucian combo. So I feel like that they need to take a little bit of a lower priority on removing all of those mid lane AD carries. And as rightly as Ender says, now that they have first pick, I would like to see the Seraphine taken off the board. My question is, what happens to the Jinx? Because we saw G2 ban it on blue side. If they now ban it on red side,
big signals.
Rogue get a lot of information, which is, okay, these guys are perma-banning Jinx, and they don't want to play it, which is a big deal when the draft, because then you're guaranteed a free ban that you then don't have to worry about for the rest of the series.
As a reminder, if you are just joining us, G2 on blue side, they banned Jinx, Lilia, Hecarim during phase 1. Rogue banned Tristana, Lucian, and Orianna. So a lot of the mid lane focus. Now, of course, as Rogue lost game 1, they had side selection. They picked blue, and let's see what happens.
So I just had an idea. So what you could do is, if you leave Seraphine up, maybe you trade Orianna for the Seraphine. I don't know if that's necessarily
I think Seraphine's crazy, though.
I mean, I agree, but I'm just saying that, like, if you know that G2 wants Senna/Seraphine, you might be able to get an Orianna trade. And the debate then becomes, is the Orianna worth it for a player?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I wouldn't buy into that. I would not be surprised to see, like, maybe a Seraphine or Senna make it open, even perhaps an Orianna. Now expecting, like, G2 to have to ban a lot of those OPs over on the red side. But I think it will be fairly similar here in terms of, like, I don't think we're going to see some kind of double trade like that. I would like to watch mid lane champ pool for Larson because on the Syndra, I think, can have a great lane phase, all these things, but it's not like the 1v9 in the late game champion like the Azir, like an Orianna, perhaps like these picks that Larson is so fierce on in the later stages of the game.
Well, just to let you know that with more than 5 games played, Orianna is Larson's most successful champion. Will he get it? Will it matter? Let's find out. Game 2 draft. Rogue on the blue side, another funky beat to bring us the draft. And the big question
Is this what the 80s were like, Quick Shot?
Space Invaders. This is what you used to listen to, right?
Yes, except you would have been dressed much nicer. Senna is banned straight out the gate. That is the 21st ban in now 29 games. Rekkles was able to pick up a win on Senna back in week 5, a win just moments ago, and we may not see it again. And the question mark for me, Jinx. Will it be banned again? It was a big talking point for us in our prep, and it is still available for now, but the Tristana's removed.
Yeah, so I think that this is smart if G2, because you may get Rogue to ban it for you, right? So why not save it if it's something you want to remove? But again, we'll have to wait and see Tristana taken off the board. Now, I wonder if G2 will remove the Lucian, or instead they'll just remove the Orianna. I feel like Orianna makes more sense if I am G2, because you do not really want to give that champion over, and it's great to see that Rogue have adapted their draft and say, you know what, no more hyper late game scaling for you guys on the other side of the wreck.
Exactly, because the Rogue staples is usually like strong, like pushing early lanes, fast clear early jungle. Also the scaling element. The scaling element is the area they were definitely losing against G2 in the last game. So the question is, with scaling options gone, does that potentially change G2's playstyle? Do they come out with a little bit more firepower in the early game now that they can't just coast and wait for that Senna Seraphine to come online?
Ooh, the Hecarim ban does suggest that Rogue is looking for that Volibear/Udyr trade. Maybe they'll actually trade it for the Lilia, because that is up and available this time around. A lot of question marks. I mean, you have to assume that with the Hecarim ban, what Rogue is saying here is, okay, if you ban Orianna, what we will then do is we'll lock in Lucian, and then we'll take the Lucian-Lilia combo. However, now G2 is saying, okay, if you want Lucian-Lilia, we'll take Orianna. So you make the choice. What is the mid lane matchup that you want? Because G2 can then just trade it for the other side.
And I remember back to this semifinal matchup last year when it was about like the Lucian in the mid lane, the Akali, these pop-off style mid lanes. And that was the series where Larssen sort of stepped up against Caps. It struggled so often against him throughout his career, but now back on that Lucian with a whole lot of firepower in the early game in the mid lane. This is Rogue bread and butter.
What does Caps want to run into it? A lot of these high priority picks still open and available, and this will give us some really good insight into G2's preparations and adaptations from last week to this week. We've seen a game on blue, we've seen a game on red. The Karma has been locked in, and I'm gonna say it, I'll be the first, I won't be the last. Please don't be on Reckless. We need to see the rest of the draft. We've seen how potent and powerful top lane Karma can be. I would prefer it to go that way, but let's see what G2 does.
And I think it's almost an idea here from G2 where if they don't take the Karma, that could just get locked in by Rogue, whether they want to play it for Odo or the bot side. But Betty, take the floor.
The Nocturne, wow, there's actually not a lot to say here. They've just blind picked Nocturne.
It's just your champion.
It's just, yeah. So the cool thing about Nocturne is that he is, of course, a flex pick. There's the Jinx coming through from Rogue. Wow, I mean, I look at Rogue's comp and I'm like, this is such a powerful draft already. Hyperscaling AD carry, they have power in the mid. The problem is they have no jungle. And oh my god, oh my word, whoa!
Betty. I am gonna have to double check this, but I don't think Caps has ever played Nocturne. It could go mid. This is the first ever Jinx for Hans Summer in his professional career in nearly 300 games here in Europe. And we have a Blitzcrank as well.
Yeah, this is just wild. Of course, Mickey's going to love this Blitzcrank matchup up against the Thresh. We've seen it a whole lot. Everyone's going to tell you that Blitzcrank is going to love that. When you see some priority targets on the other side, these are the types of things Mickey has to look at. When you throw a Nocturne into the mix as well, you can make half the team fight dark. You can be repositioning with people within team fights. So if skill shots are landing, G2's team fights can be super chaotic and very potent.
I really like Nocturne into champions like Lucian and Jinx as well because they are relatively squishy, but also Stride Breaker means that you can lock them down so much easier. But we'll have to see. Like, of course, it can be flexed. The Fiddlesticks ban coming out from G2. Maybe they're just banning out. Maybe they're just banning out AP junglers. Like Karthus was another one that Ender, you and I were talking about earlier on in the day. But AP junglers, the AP damage is very limited for Rogue right now.
Yeah, well, the idea is like, what are the other AP picks left? Well, you have like the Nidalee, which would be standard. Inspired has loved that champion before, but
maybe.
But then, I mean, Talia Karthus potentially. But if you go for the Nidalee, which would be like the meta or the more expected of all these, well, then you have three very squishy champions. You have all these targets for both a Nocturne and a Blitzcrank. Now we do lock in that Karma is either going top lane or mid lane. It won't be for Reckless. Reckless played so many of games of Jhin during the regular season, and now has that support, has that CC to back up a Blitzcrank and punish anyone that gets hooked.
It is his fourth most played champion with 47 games played, but a negative win ratio. This season, however, 8 games played, he won 7 of them. So Reckless very comfortable on that one. Inspired will be running Nidalee after the AP junglers of Lilia and Fiddlesticks have been removed from the pool, and we're starting to see an interesting composition.
I just think it's so hard to play. Like, a part of me sits there and likes it, but at the same time, I'm like, the execution required on this is so difficult, because the thing about hyper carries like Jinx is I think that they really thrive when they have a strong front line to be able to play around, and I don't think this is a strong front line for you to be able to play around. Like, Renekton this lane to the draft, like, into you imagine a Karma top lane as well.
Yep.
Like, I'm struggling here, Ender.
I mean, I love this final lock-in for G2.
I mean, so good.
Because like, you have everything, right? You have globals in your jungler and your mid lane, and I was just about to say the strength of what Rogue can do with Lucian Nidalee is you push mid, you run into the side lanes, and you collapse whenever you're pushing down towers. So like, having a Renekton up there, of course, whenever you look towards that lane, you can probably kill a Karma. You can potentially play around bot side as well, but now it's so hard because whenever you leave your lane, you know there's going to be a Twisted Fate to follow you up. Yep. And once level 6 is unlocked for Jankos, Inspired has to think twice about any ganks he goes for.
This is the 12th unique jungler that Jankos has played. This is his 8th professional game. I'm actually severely disappointed it's not in Caps or Wonder's hands. But the way this draft has played out, good luck being Jinx as and when these fights come together.
But I'm just happy to see it in the jungle because the LPL has been raving about it for a while now. It's actually been super high on the priority table when it comes to banning out, and I think that it can be a very strong engaged tool. We'll have to see how Jankos pilots the champion. I prefer G2's comp once again. The question is, can Rogue have a flawless early game? Because, again, one big mistake, and this game is going to start to snowball in G2's hands.
Yeah, Inspired and Larson have to show up early. We saw Inspired completely dancing around Jankos in the early clear in our previous game. A very different style of junglers this time around, but all the more important. Let's dive in to game 2.
And welcome to the Rift. As the 8-bit was a little bit of a tonal shift there from our nice
Welcome to level 2.
Absolutely love this. Larson gets the Lucian on the first pick, and as the draft continues to play out, G2 able to piece together the necessary abilities and composition that can punish and dissuade anything that Rogue could put together. Now, Venis, you were talking a little bit about the difficulties of Rogue's composition to play. And if they need to get ahead, we saw in game 1, Rogue got ahead. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough of an advantage to allow their composition to take down G2, and they're going to need to do more and even have potentially even larger lead this time.
They certainly are, and we've seen Lucian Italy before. I think we even saw it in the regular season from G2 a couple times, right? It can be a very powerful 2v2 mid-jungle duo. You generally get a lot of priority by having Lucian in the lane, and then you can use that priority to be able to invade, get in the face of the enemy jungle, and against a champion like Nocturne, who can actually struggle to get on top of Nidalee in the early game, I think that it can get you leads that you can then transition elsewhere onto the map. My concern comes from, usually when you have a Renekton in the game, you kind of like want that strong top side that you then want to try and play through. So maybe you use your mid prio to roam up top, and then you dive the Renekton, and then you try and get them really far ahead. But then you're abandoning your bot side of the map, which is quite clearly G2's focus this game. So one of the annoying things about TF and Nocturne is TF ults bot, burns your flashes, goes back to mid. Nocturne then ults bot where you've got no flashes left, or you do one or the other, or they gank together. The double globals can be so painful at attacking these side lanes.
Yeah, you can see there in the mid lane, Larson starting with his E at level 1, take those very aggressive trades, fighting into Caps, taking over early again. There's also a very early ward placed by Inspired before the jungle clear even began on Jankos' Raptors to know that he's starting on the bot side of the map, get some information out, and Inspired used that early info against Jankos in game 1 to completely outdo him in the early clear.
Well, can he do it again? Death sentence goes wide. Trimby with the flame was not underneath the turret. I think they're in rocket grab.
He was just no level 2 from Reckless. If he had the deadly flourish, that probably would have been a dead Trimby. But yeah, good spot there. Quick shot. It was a very close one for sure. Good hook from Mickey. We'll see if he can land a couple more good ones as the laning phase progresses.
And for any of the golden oldies, Thresh into Blitz is the Hook City bottom lane. One shot secured for Mickey, and now a gigantic wave pushed under the tower. And Summer's going to be able to get a lot of damage with that minigun. Not swapping over to Fishbones just yet, Ender.
Yeah, no real wave control for a Jhin versus, well, Jhin and Blitzcrank over the early wave, and knowing Jankos was pathing away from them, they weren't really fighting too aggressively for the level 2, so early plate for Ansama, definitely going to be happy with that. Of course, Jinx is kind of the scaling element that exists for Rogue. You look around, it's maybe a little bit weaker, although with G2 not running like super hard frontline, either Renekton will still be a force to be reckoned with in any of these mid to late game fights. With that ultimate, the sustain he can get from his Cold Meek, of course, going to be very, very relevant.
And of course, when I see Hansama playing a champion that is his first professional game ever, and I mentioned this in the previous game, Hansama's played 244 LEC games. He's third most, Reckless 452. This is a player that's looking to step up. Odo will get jumped on. Hansama will get some support here from Inspired. Good damage back and forth, but Rogue have always fallen short of being able to topple G2. And in the previous game, their playstyle got countered, so I need to see them step up this time around.
Yeah, this time the scaling not quite as hard for G2, and again, early moves worked out. They were able to burn the flash off of Mickey with that bot lane play. Of course, a good hook from Trimby landed, I think, before the camera snapped down to there.
Just out of curiosity, Endo, who do you think has the better scaling? Because like I actually think G2 has the strongest scaling. Purely because when I look at Jin and his relative scaling, it comes very much down to frontline. So obviously he struggles against tanks because he only has 4 bullets. But because he crits very hard against squishy targets in the late game, he can actually do an insane amount of damage against champions like Renekton, Thresh, who are not the same type of tanks that you often get elsewhere. So to me, I think that with the global presence and the ability to attack side lanes, I kind of prefer G2's late game.
Yeah, I would say it's not as clear-cut. Inspired lands good spear.
He does indeed. Not allowed to answer the question. Wonder once again is going to be cut down. Inspired, good gang top.
Yeah, really good setup there. Of course, landing the CC to make an easy spear come on through. To get back to that idea, though, I would say that the way fights play out, G2 have so many good options in these spread out fights as mid lane continues to trade very aggressively because, right, you have like the long range engage options like Jin bullets to slow people down while you're porting in Caps and Jankos. So I think that in a chaotic game state, in a scattered map, once turrets have fallen, like you were kind of saying, playing around side lanes too, G2 have all the tools in the world to snap on someone, get a pick, and then convert off the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Right, sorry, I was already thinking about the next thing, which was the whole Renekton Italy thing we didn't really talk at all about during the draft. But, of course, it is very prominent. It was for a very long time, prior to the Renekton nerfs, kind of like the go-to pretty much across the world. And this was also something that I think Rogue is now demonstrating some of the power. I think Wonder didn't really manage his wave super well. He should have let it bounce back towards him because his jungler wasn't playing towards the top side. So it was a very easy gank for Rogue to actually successfully set up. And now they've got the Renekton a little bit ahead. I imagine they're going to look to keep trying to play through this mid and top side. As I say that, Inspired right now hovering around.
Remember, there's no flash on Mickey, so if any shenanigans are afoot, Inspired is ready to pounce. Jankos, however, this time around, maybe reading the play. I think that recall was cancelled. If I read the minimap correctly, Mickey's starting to step forward.
Yeah, both junglers just a few minions from taking to level 6, so Jankos could just sit in a bush or go for the play right now.
Rocket grab into the punch. Teleport starts to be channeled. The death sentence is going to be spell shielded as Jankos is able to avoid that one.
This is critical, though. Pulling the TP off of Larson when Caps didn't actually use his Destiny Gate to enter into the fight. So now G2 working with a global advantage. Neither top lane has a TP to get involved, and Jankos, once he finishes that Gromp, will be level 6 and consider attacking somewhere on the map.
And also how this laning phase was playing out, Larson has played very aggro into Caps' face, taking advantage of the early power that this Lucian has together. He is 10 CS up, keep that in mind, but now he's lost that teleport and will be able to give Caps just a few extra minutes, a few waves extra to push back.
I think the fact that Jankos was able to get out of that situation as well was definitely a tricky one.
There was a ward. I was wondering if Wonder could walk down potentially and threaten stealing the blue, but he backed up.
Good stuff so far from both teams. So Rogue find themselves with a bit of an early game lead. Obviously, they were able to get that kill up towards the top side of the map. And now that the level 6s have come through for both Jankos and Caps, we're going to start looking at where are they looking to play. Trimby currently has no summoner spells. This wave looks quite bad for Hans Summer right now, but it is going to slowly start to push back towards him, so he doesn't have to overextend. Meanwhile, Inspired is looking to get himself some more jungle camps. Right now, him and Jankos are staying very even. But for the first time in this series, it seems that Jankos will not have his camp stolen away from underneath his nose.
He got it out in time. It's good news for him. Culling from Larson should deal a lot of damage. Has really been controlling this lane in the early stages, up 13 CS. Just over 2 waves there for him. Meanwhile, Inspired, you'll notice, actually went for Sork Shoes on the first base. Now, pretty much everyone is going for Lucidity Boots, and I'm not sure how much I love this, but the theory there is that Inspired, the sole source of magic damage on Rogue's composition. That, of course, can be a weakness the later we get into this game. You can see already Wonder pretty standard with the Bramble Vest, but if he goes the more tank Karma route, Mickey can stack these things up as well. Armor is going to be very, very valuable for G2.
Well, Inspired Odo may have the option to jump onto Jankos here. Odo's going to dash over the wall, and it looks like G2 have the opportunity to start the hell. They're not going to. It's another advantage for Rogue in the early game. It's another game where they managed to step up, and Trimby waiting in the wings. Flame Death Sentence is available to him, but what support can come? Larson's making his way down. There's no call available. Fantastic Lantern coming out from Trimby. Ignite is on cooldown, and ultimately, Reckless just walks away. Had that culling been up, maybe something more could have come.
I'm amazed he lived. Yep. I'm actually amazed. He had no summoner spells. I thought he was guaranteed to die there, but he actually just walks that one out, runs straight towards Caps and says, please get your gold card ready. I feel like the team's chasing me, and G2 will actually get a Herald off the back of this, which I think is super important, by the way, for Rogue, because you want to use that to funnel that money either... Oh, and he dodges the Jinx Rocket as well. Very nicely prepared from G2. They've learned from their mistakes from prior weeks. But yeah, you want to use that Herald to either unlock the Lucian or to also funnel money into the Renekton as well. So denying that away from Rogue, I think, is a big benefit to G2.
Yeah, and look at this too. Right now, Rogue are trying to cut off Reckless from making it to the bottom lane, but you have to keep in mind, Caps has ultimate, Jankos has ultimate. G2 have tools to get into the bot lane very quickly. So instead of looking for the dive, Inspired said, hey, posture as far forward as you want, I'm going to be on the Drake.
Yeah, and I also feel in that mid lane pressure where Reckless was able to run into back, you can see how much respect is being paid to the rocket grab from Mickey's Reckless.
Well, there it is.
Blitzcrank, rather. Flash for flash traded, so that'll be fantastic in favor of G2.
Yeah.
They're still down a K, 1,000 gold, but Rogue were able to pick up that Mountain Drake. Now we're seeing Odo jumping onto Wonder. It is such a frustrating lane matchup to play. Hansama is flashless, but Inspired is in range. The flash.
Here we go.
Flame Choppers buy some time. There's the Destiny and Gate. First kill for G2 on the board.
And this goes back 4 minutes ago when Larson used his TP to get into bot lane when no kill went down. Well, now he doesn't have the TP to answer in the bottom lane. G2 used their global advantage to get a kill on the bot side of the map, and now G2, whenever those timers return, Rogue have to be on their guard because G2 are not going to want to slow down.
I mean, the good news for Larson is he will get some plates back, and I actually don't think G2 will get a huge number of plates on the bot side, so maybe gold-wise, this is still slightly advantageous for Rogue because I think a lot of ults were committed. The fact that Jankos uses his ultimate here as well, I think was a little excessive. I'm not sure they needed to commit all 4 people. The fact that Caps gets that kill is definitely great for him, but the 3-on-3, I think, would have actually just been enough for G2 as Larson gets 2 plates in mid. Of course, Hansama was able to get 3 total plates in bot. So I think, as you can see in the gold, Rogue is still sitting quite comfortably for the time being.
Yeah, they definitely are. G2 not even concerning themselves with a plate in the bot side. They wanted to reset, and this is something I really like to see is Mickey getting out of bot lane. A common criticism of mine versus G2 this split has been Mickey and Jankos and a little bit of desync not working as well together, but that time, immediately after the play, not wasting any time, both resetting and getting back on map. No play was made, but now he's here for Larson.
Well, can he find the rocket grab? Channels the Hex Flash, decides to bounce away. While we got a brief moment, I do just want to highlight Larson. It is somebody who is up a significant amount, plus 25 CS. We've talked about the impact on his teleports versus the Destiny Gate. But when Larson plays against Caps or G2, look at his KDA, his damage per minute, his CS difference. It is significantly different to every other mid laner. This Lucian was first picked for Rogue. He has an advantage as the first 10 or 11 minutes of the game has played out, but he needs to be able to use that advantage to try to get in G2's face and slow or limit what Caps can do.
It's always the interesting story when you look at new up-and-coming mid laners, and like Larson's been in the league now for just short of 2 years, and he's kind of that next mid laner that's supposed to be the person to overtake Caps. He's the person that's constantly challenging, and when you kind of just look at the numbers, he has struggled. And that's not to say that last year when they made in that best of 5, he really did step up, and I think that he is still having a really good series overall. Like his 4-man stun Syndra last game.
Yes.
I do not think that he chokes versus Caps, but I think that he is still yet to get the better of Caps, and that is something that has been very annoying for him to deal with over his short career here so far in the LEC.
And now for him, it's about converting that CS lead, the lane advantage, into something more for the team, because we came in after the draft phase, we're like, Rogue, they need to use this mid jungle to completely unlock the map. Well, now G2 go bot lane once again.
Goodbye, Hansama. Trimby's going to be able to flash away from the curtain call. The box comes out. One more gold card. The death sentence will not be enough. And Caps will be able to get the help of Reckless for the double. Odo is now being bullied by Wonder, but who's bullying whom? Wonder will have a man-shot ability in just a moment. My words got tongue-tied. The Soul Flare doesn't hit the target, but now Inspired. Can he land the Javelin Toss? 2 quick kills in the bottom lane for G2. Rogue looking for a counter up top. That's the Empower W. This will slow down any impending chores as well as bites, and one last auto. Javelin Toss needs to find its target. Wonder escapes with his life.
And I think this is a good trade for G2 overall. The ganks in bot lane are just too easy. We talked about it in the early game. The double globals make attacking that lane just so straightforward. And this is like my concern around Rogue's comp in the early game. It feels like that they want to do too much. They want to keep their bot lane alive while trying to snowball the top side of the map. But the problem is that the advantages that G2 are gaining every time they attack bot side are way more fruitful than what Rogue is gaining in the top side. And it looks like G2's looking to attack it again.
Oh no! This feels so bad. Not going to be able to land it this time round. The Lantern will keep Hansama alive. Looking at the minimap, Jankos is making his way down the river. No ult available to him though.
Yeah, this type of map movement though, what you'd expect from an elite team in Europe. Here, this is just Mickey popping over a wall. Hansama and Trumby feel safe, but they really shouldn't. Caps had already left mid lane, was already looking for this on the bottom side, and then just picture perfect from them. Reckless holding on to his final shot. And as Caps gets the gold card to secure it, exactly.
It's too clean, too easy, man. It's it's such a devastating combo, those double globals. Like, we can all remember, like, you chuck a Shen in here as well, and, like, flashbacks start coming back from earlier seasons, and it can be so ruthless. But for now, Rogue still hold onto a slight gold lead. They likely want to try and get themselves the next Drake, but their timing is not good for it. You'll see that Wonder is already roaming down, and G2 have the numbers, so this will be the second Drake of the game for them, and it's either an Ocean or it's an Infernal. And I'm telling you now, if it's an Infernal, Rogue needs to start getting worried, because that is only more damage to this G2 comp.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue, they've got like lane advantages in their soul lanes, their jungler's doing well, getting ahead just a little bit, and they have the overall gold like you were saying, but with the way that G2 can cheat priority on the map, can use these globals to attack Rogue constantly, it doesn't feel like Rogue are going to be able to find those windows to make something happen. Inspired has been relatively quiet after that early gank towards the top side of the map, and really G2 can just bully with their bodies. They can run around here, grouped up.
Oh, that is a lot of damage. Jankos the pounce into the primal swipe, and now all of a sudden Gold Card into the rocket grab. Send him flying, as Inspired will get taken out by Mickey. Yes, Inspired found one, but it's instantly dropped down.
Well, this paints it perfectly, right? Jankos not fast enough on the reaction to pop his spell shield there. Inspired does a good job to find a kill, but immediately G2 have all the tools in the world, all the range in order to fight back and at least find a one-for-one trade in what should have just been an easy in and out for Inspired.
Yeah, it certainly should have been. But Rogue, they were able to get a mid tier 1 off the back of that as well, so they're still maintaining a little bit of map control. Caps, he sees that mid tower is relatively low, but recognizes that a lot of his team members are back on the base. I like the pathing that he does here, though. Drafts the gold card, says, Larson,
I dare you.
Wish to approach this, because you don't know if I got a buddy around here. To be fair, though, I think he actually had enough vision to say that, so I'm a little surprised that he was that scared. In any case, just misses there from Reckless. The sad B does come through.
I absolutely love the emotes, and I think it is crucial to call out here, by the way, that Rogue are still 1,300 gold up. But I may have missed it, it is an Infernal. That will be spawning in 3.5 minutes now. G2 will have their eyes set on it. One dragon apiece. But something that has been extremely important throughout the course of this game, the impact that Mickey has had, the threats that he has provided, involved with 3 out of his team's 4 kills. Multiple G2 members have sent their resources down bottom. I think Wonder may have forgotten what the rest of G2 looks like throughout the course of this game. But Reckless, 2-0-2, 100% kill participation. He's already got himself set up on that Gale Force. And the moment G2 set their sights on a target, all of the abilities in their kit can easily help them secure it.
It's quite interesting, because when I think about it, and like, I'm not sure how deep I want to go into this topic, but one of the criticisms Inspired has had is that he is quite a... Ooh, hang on a second. This may be a couple globals coming on their way to the bot lane. Never mind. But one of the criticisms that Inspired has had is that he is a very formulaic, smart jungler. And in a game like this, you kind of just have to throw everything and the kitchen sink at your opposition. You need to be like perma-diving top. You need to be playing for early Rift Herald. You need to be just like taking way more gambles. And like, I look at players like Blabber, and when they draft champions like this, it is just perma-gank non-stop all the time. And I think the Rogue haven't been able to do that in this early game. They're looking to get something back on Reckless.
Well, Destiny as well as Paranoia. Caps will eat most of the culling before the gold card stops it. Dash away to safety. It's in fact Jankos that goes down first. Can Rogue continue this chase? Blastcone used to get Wonder to safety, and Odo stopped where he stands. Can't find himself the stun just yet. Inspired turning his attention to Mickey. If a Rocket Grab catches a Rogue member, they will be able to get one back for G2.
Yeah, looks like Rogue should be able to back it up, or do they even want to? Trubby gets hooked!
They managed to find the catch. The static field comes out by some time. Trubby stays alive so long. Finally, the wild card take him down. Mickey's now caught inside the pit. That's a kill for Unsummer. He gets himself excited. The dash forward from Inspired. He doesn't have the support just yet. Will be able to get healed. Pounce, swipe, rockets fired from downtown. It's Rogue that are winning this fight.
It's Inspired calling to keep going into the enemy jungle. He saw a blue buff. He wanted it, and once G2 said, let's fight, he's there to continue the attack on in. It looked rough at the start.
losing Trimby to the hook, but Inspired landed everything.
Vedius, you called for chaos, and just as you say it, Rogue find themselves a fight. 3-1-2 for Inspired, 3-1-1 for Hansama. So crucially picked up those kills.
So the criticism has to go on to Jankos here, because Nocturne can't do this until the Sterax comes through. You need that extra bit of survivability to dive into the backline without full support, and this is one of the risks that you have. So watch it. I think that the engage onto the Illusion is not a bad one. He sees he has the damage, but the moment he's dived into 4 people, he's still a squishy Nocturne, only 1 item. And with him gone, you can see how actually the access that Rogue have onto the backline, no, they don't have the strongest engage, but they have a lot of poke tools, they have a lot of pick potential, and then it's just this dance back and forth between the two teams looking for that pick, and it ends up just one into another, which Rogue is able to snowball off the back.
I mean, it looks like it was going to be rough after that initial hook went down, because of course Odoamne was traded out as well, so here it's a 3 versus 3, but Inspired times this Zhonya's, and then coming out of it has his own stopwatch to buy the space. Reckless can't sit around and try to hit him, even has to flash out of the area.
Inspired is playing to win today. On point in the early game previously, plays that team fight to perfection, and crucially, Hansama is able to set up the play. Now, while we were in the replay, Hansama got dove on by the gold card, was forced to use the cleanse, caught the lantern to safety. Odoamne, there forced again, pushed away from Caps. Trimby stepping forward, Mickey waiting in the wings. It's Dragon number 3, it'll be the second for either team. Paranoia buys some time, Caps gets caught by the hook, by the flay, he's down! Inspired gets himself the next kill. The rockets from Hansama push G2 backwards.
Great hook from Trimby landing onto Caps means that by him dropping, Rogue secured themselves the next Drake. And, you know, I was ready to count Rogue out, but after getting that huge fight in bot lane, the fact that some of their big damage dealers now have so much more money and do so much more damage, you can see in these front-to-back fights, it's a lot harder for G2 to properly execute. They do not have the items that they need quite yet to be able to play the fights that they want.
Exactly, and we saw the whole game long, Rogue had money, they had firepower, but we hadn't seen them in that 5 versus 5 team fight. Here, when G2 are coming in with all 5 players, when they're not able to use the range of their comp, the globals, the mobility of their composition, they fall prey. Trimby sitting in the bush the entire time, lands a hook, knowing Caps wanted that gold card, and well, if the fight had continued, Odoamne would have been able to soak up so much damage through the power of his ultimate in the backline as well.
4,500 gold to lead, 2 dragons to 1. Now, this is an advantage that Rogue can use to accelerate forward. But it is so interesting how these fights are playing out. And one of the things that I love seeing is the interactions between Trimby and Mickey. Mickey, a lot of discussion around his performance last weekend. But just look at the number of games difference, 89 to 9. Almost every skirmish throughout the course of these 20 minutes has been defined by a rocket grab or a death sentence or a lantern. Mickey goes fishing and is forced to lose his flash.
I mean, you just brought up the difference in supports, right? And this is one of the reasons why Mickey's performance was brought into question even last game. After that, remember, Ender, we were like, wait, what was that dash into flash play from Mickey? Like, he has not had the strongest performance. He has heavily been criticized, and I think there's a lot of evidence as to why. He definitely had some good hooks, but let's see if he can find another one. He is looking right now. The Fog of War is scary. Okay, they read it.
I love it.
No! Lawson misses the culling, but the super mega death rocket finishes it off. 1 kill apiece for the AD carries as the curtains are called. A sidestep backwards from a javelin toss means Caps gets out to safety, and it's an interesting turn of events.
Yeah, just mind games left and right, because I think they did see Mickey walk into the pit. They didn't know exactly where he was, but they guessed it after the last hook that went down. So a nice play there from Rogue. Larson does end up losing his life forward, and Reckless continues to farm away on kills on minions as well here. Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
5,000 gold the lead. Rogue are up 1 kill, and Dragon up 3 towers. And now they are on the front foot. They are pressuring G2, and just an interesting turn of events here playing with vision.
Yeah, I like how Rogue is controlling their side waves. Notice that they get top pushed in, they get mid pushed in. They're aware that Mickey is trying to make this play happen again. The spear comes through, and Larson's like, I see a quick opportunity for a pick here. But then, I don't think he was expecting the slow on that Jin Flower. I forget which ability it is, but it ends up coming through. And it... I think that was enough to allow Mickey to land the hook. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. But overall, the biggest takeaway for me is how Rogue is now unlocked on the map. After they've taken down all the outer towers, you can see how much more fluidly they're moving. They don't have to be as afraid of all these constant ganks that are coming towards the bot side of the map from G2. They're being respectful, they're using pressure, and normally when they push outside, they do it as 2, not as 1. So Inspired is covering Larssen when he's pushing out the wave. Just a second ago, you saw him covering Odoamne as he was pushing out that wave. And so they're just being aware of the potential global pick power that G2's comp does have, and they realize that until Reckless probably gets to 3 items, this G2 comp just doesn't have as much damage as theirs does, because they have effectively 4 damage dealers, especially with a fed Nidalee and a fed Jinx. Rogue is more than happy to take any fights right now.
You also have to point out that Inspired, the sole threat of magic damage on the side of Rogue, has been playing these team fights so well. Yep. Major lead over Jankos, even without the early pathing. Masterclass that he put on last game, a very close hook, and now we look to see when the skill shots connect, because really that's all Rogue are waiting for. They're waiting for a hook, they're waiting for a spear, and then they can press
Ender,
go.
have you ever heard of like whack-a-mole, where you just have to wait and land a shot? That's what this game is going to be defined by. One skill shot. Once you whack that mole, that's when you win the fight. But look, once they're not landing, nothing to follow up. Rocket grab from Mickey. Does not want Odo. Do not want to pull in a Renekton with the dominance, the ability to jump on your back line. 40 seconds until the next dragon. Every single skirmish is starting at maximum range, and as soon as one person gets hooked, that's the go signal for the initiation.
Have you heard of a PS5? There's more than one now.
What is this PS5 you speak of?
Oh, man,
they don't exist anywhere at the moment. But what does exist in 20 seconds is the Infernal Drake. What does Vision look like at the moment? I see Rogue will be the first one starting to step forward, and G2 maybe a little late to this party, Evadius.
Well, they do have a little bit of control primarily around the bot side. It seems that for now G2's investing a little bit more top. It looks to me like that they want to trade top tower for...
Oh, here we go.
That's the flash used. That'll send Jankos even further. Death Sentence will connect onto Cap. So flash blown from Larssen, Destiny, and Paranoia used by G2.
It's unfortunate though that Larssen just snapped the flash and didn't wait for the Lantern to come through. Would have definitely gotten him to safety as well. You can see Rogue on the Drake on the bot side of the map. That will take them to Infernal Point. Soul Point once again for this team. It wasn't enough for them in game number 1, but it feels like they have so much more control in this, and if Rogue continue to play the map well and not fall victim to G2, using their range, using their ability to pick them off, Rogue are going to be able to set up around that and bait G2 into a full 5v5.
You can still feel the tension though, because despite G2 being in a significant deficit right now, if they are able to pick off Larssen, who is flashless, or Hans Sama in an ensuing fight, that goal deficit becomes irrelevant. But it is crucial to successfully kill off a member of Rogue if you are hoping for G2 to win some fights.
So the thing that concerned me when I saw this draft from Rogue was that, like, they're engaged and super strong, and they're not really going to get to decide how fights play when they have a hyper carry that they want to play around. Especially when you look at G2's ability to dive with a Twisted Fate and a Nocturne, I thought that Jinx would struggle to be able to play the game. However, the thing that I don't think I really gave as much thought into was the amount of frontline that G2 also don't have. Their engaged tools are actually very limited to the Nocturne, and while Karma can provide some shielding, until the Starex comes through for Jankos, he isn't that durable. Yeah. Every time he goes in, he's just going to get one shot, especially against an enemy AD carry that is a higher level than he is. So I feel like that now the tables have turned. I feel like that this comp is now much harder for G2 to play, and they kind of have to find a pick before they can really do anything, which is incredibly difficult with how Rogue are just playing the map right now. They're being so respectful of G2's ability to find these picks that they're actually sitting in a very comfortable position, and I think that they have more than enough to be able to even up the series.
I want to add on to you. You mentioned jumping onto an AD carry at a higher level. Both of them are higher levels. 3, in fact, for Larssen, who has just hit level 16 again, 2 levels ahead of Caps. Cannot deny that his Syndra in the previous game was very impressive, albeit unable to get through the kit that Seraphine had. This time around, 014, with the support of the rest of Rogue, has all the tools necessary. 3 minutes until Infernal, Baron is up, and Rogue are in a great position.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the lack of, I think, upfront dive damage that G2 have, because, I mean, Jankos has an item and scraps. Caps has 3 items, but not that much damage on a Twisted Fate.
All right, gonna jump onto Odoamne, who slices, he dices. Curtain is called. Shot number 1, shot number 2, gold card lands. Wild cards 2, shot number 4. Literally every single thing in the G2 arsenal to kill the crocodile. And then what?
They've got double Shirelias. They are looking to run you down. So even if the globals aren't enough, hey guys, we can get in there. And they didn't even have the Mantra E coming out from Wonder either. So they do get the kill, and that's the theory of the comp. It's nice that they prove it, but now with the TP back on the map, do G2 get anything with that numbers advantage?
The funny thing is they have to catch their waves now. Like, they have to catch mid, they have to catch top. Notice they don't have it. That's been started. They're actually starting this one off.
Oh, can they finish it off? Jankos, by the way, does have stairs completed. Blast Cone used. Very good heads-up play from Inspire.
Do they have any wards?
Flash and Smite is available to Jankos. Rocket Grab could be influential for Mickey. Teleport making its way to the top lane. Mickey's going to make his step forward. Flame Chompers dodged away from. Zap won't find its target, and the Baron will reset. G2 have delayed the Baron play from Rogue.
So Odoamne did have TP up and Flash still available, which meant that Rogue had the option to commit to that fight if they wanted to, but I'm glad that they disengaged. I think that just putting that little bit of pressure onto G2 to make them sweat just a little bit, but not flipping it. Don't gamble that. There's no need to when you have this goal lead and you know that you have the Infernal Soul coming up and you should feel stronger. Double Infinity Edge AD carry against this comp. Yeah, okay, Sterak's has now come through, but Inspired's about to have his death cap finish. Like, I don't know, man. I think that Rogue is just in too powerful of a position, and I think they need to make a huge mistake, or G2 need to find some insane outplay for G2 to actually turn this one around.
Yeah, and I mean, the big win for Rogue off that Baron play is getting the teleport off of Wonder as well, because Odoamne, like you said, still has his, Larson has his, so they could send either into bot lane, and then if you pull Caps into bot lane to start farming minions, well, then you're so much more at peace. You know that G2 aren't going to be looking to force those fights on you over and over again if you have eyes on the Twisted Fate, and he's sort of, you know, pushed over to the side of the map.
Well, Lawson and Hansam will need to keep their eyes on that TF. They both have flashes available for them as the Infernal Soul is about to be fought over. Inspired did just hit level 16. Not the scariest on champion like Nidalee. However, G2 push that mid wave out. Now Rogue will be able to bounce it back into G2 in the river.
And control of the river, control of the vision is huge for a comp with a Blitzcrank for setting up that pick, but Rogue have the mid wave. They could literally just run it down mid. There's an inhibitor there. They're opting instead to try and collect and return some of this vision against G2, but they have to look out for the hook.
Well, with the Lucian and a Jinx, if Rogue peel for the mid lane, they can burn that down. Zap catches a target, the Rockets as well. Caps forced to flash for his life. Rocket Grab is just about available. Gold card will tag Odo's Crocodile, and Rogue have pushed G2 backwards. It's Rogue inside the pits.
Waiting out there, an External could be huge here. The front line is much weakened for Rogue. Trippy goes in.
That's the flash. Death Sentence will not find its target just yet, but the curtain call is pulled, and Reckless stays safely on the back line. Dominus has timed out. The Infernal's down to
who's gonna win the smite?
G2 inside. It's a flip.
Oh, Reckless!
It's Reckless! That steals away the dragon, but at what cost? Mickey is already down. Get excited for Hans Summer. He managed to fire those fish bones rockets all the way into G2's back line. Gold card will slow him down, and Reckless still escapes with his life. Larson and Inspired trying to kill the retreating members of G2. It's a double kill from the Cougar form. Inspired. And Jankos runs for his life. Teleport coming in. Larson going all the way forward. Dashes, kills Jankos where he stands. And Rogue are now tapping on the inhibitor base.
Just a beautiful team fight there for Rogue. G2 threw everything into the pit to try and steal that away. Reckless was able to get it in the end, but it is Rogue in the fight, and it is Inspired's Nidalee diving in over and over again to take Rogue for a win. Is
that the timer? It's only Reckless and Mickey alive. 20 seconds on the clock, facing down 4 members. Odo can teleport in to make it a 5v2. There's going to be enough of a delay to slow things down. The first Nexus turret will fall. So does Mickey after popping the ultimate. The Nexus turret number 2 will fall as well. And Rogue, for the 3rd time in their franchise's history, will take down G2.
I have to eat my words. Like, I was a big fan of the G2 draft when I saw it initially, but come game time, they couldn't snowball effectively enough through bot side. And then once this comp got slightly ahead, you can see how difficult it was for G2 to actually find these picks. That bot lane fight, in my opinion, was the moment. When Rogue got so many kills onto Hans Sama and onto Inspired, they were just completely unlocked on the map. They took down all those outer towers, and they snowballed so effectively. Very well played from them.
I mean, the early game, again, went well from Rogue. Less explosive, maybe out of the jungle initially, but they had advantages in both their soul lanes and in their jungle as well. And I think also stacking up the early Drakes, forcing G2 into those fights, that was really rough for G2, because in the 5v5 where they had to, you know, contest over an objective and sort of throw themselves into a pit, that was never really looking good for them.
And it's such an interesting scenario to find ourselves in. When you look at these two compositions, I don't think really anybody could have been as prepared for what we've seen from game 1 to game 2. Now G2 will have the option of side selection, and we get to evaluate what strategy do they go back into. I don't think if they are blue side, Rogue will give them Seraphine and Senna again. Be sure to stick around, because after the break, we're going to stack analyst desk ready to break down game 2 as Rogue managed to bounce back.
And
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio. We've definitely had our fill of action so far in this best of 5, and there's a lot more to come as Rogue and G2 are now tied after 2 games. Rogue managed to bring it back, and the big thing I have to ask my analysts, because there was so much to say about the draft in Game 1 and how Rogue got completely outdrafted. Whippo, I'll give it to you first. Did they do better this time around, and what did you make of the draft this time?
Honestly, I thought it was the range advantage from the gold cards into a blitz hook. When Nocturne turns the lights off, I feel like the game is almost 4v5 at that point, right? You got a gold card into a hook, and then the fight will play out from there, and it'll be too hard for Rogue to get anything going. I think they can only really pop off with 2 spells. Well, one is a passive, get excited from Jinx, and then the culling. I think that these are the 2 main tools to really break G2's comp, and in this game, actually, it was Inspired and Hans.
It was.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about these comps is they have their strengths and weaknesses in the sense where Rogue has really good team fighting if you can get started, but they lack a lot of engage, right? Very short range Renekton or a Thresh hook is basically what you're relying on. Whereas G2 have really good pick, really good setup, like Whippo said, get a stun, get a hook, turn the lights off, let's kill that target, and then start moving forward. So, but then they lack team fight, right? So if it's just a straight 5v5 brawl, Rogue will always come out on top. So I think that's what you saw throughout the game, right? G2 trying to find what Whippo said with the stuns, with the hooks, trying to find the first target and then move forwards. But if they didn't get it and they failed to get it, then Rogue just kind of ran them down.
A couple of things I want to highlight specifically. First up, you had kind of a mini discussion in the green room about whose comp is actually better in the straight up 5v5 or as the game goes longer. You said that you thought that the composition for Rogue, they had the carries, but that the carries were being weighted down by the rest of the team. Is that paraphrasing it correctly?
I mean, I think the Nidalee and the Renekton kind of weigh down the comp. Thresh in a way as well. I mean, he's only really there for the Lantern to try and save somebody, but with no cleanses on the Lucian, for example, I felt like he was a prime target for the majority of the game. But ultimately, the huge gold advantage that the carries of, all 3 carries of Rogue actually got was just too much. It outweighed any possible downside.
Yeah, there's a lot of good mechanical plays from the carries of Rogue, and I think that the thing that held the Rogue comp together was the Jinx for the late game, right? The excited, the running forwards. And I think the Renekton Nidalee Lucian was all more of like an early game answer in a sense to the Nocturne that wants to farm and find picks. And I think that if you look at G2's comp in general, as much as I thought that the scaling was really strong, I think they were also relying on the Jhin a lot, right? You've got Nocturne TF. I think the later the game goes on, this gets countered by things like the QSS, cleanse, stopwatches. It gets really hard for them to find the carries. But like Whippo said, going for the front to back, looking for these picks is what they need to do, and Reckless needs to get all the kills and get ahead so that G2's comp can find these picks.
I want to jump forward replay-wise for a second. I just keep throwing curveballs to production, sorry, because I would like to look at, because we've talked about it so much, about the team fight that brought Rogue back in the game and actually the Jinx really, really getting their marks down, and the fact that this was the saving grace. And it had to work out, Whippo, for Rogue. So to me, it's actually quite impressive that they turned it around because G2, up until that point, looked in control.
I mean, honestly, here, I think they opted into this fight. So right now, I think that Jankos can, like, he overcommitted, he dipped in, can't really get out, and then now there's a fiesta, really. Like, oh, what's really going on? No one can tell. Renekton flashes forward, doesn't quite commit. Mickey X is going to get stuck behind the wall here. Hook it, like, Odoar's going to try and finish him off. Not quite be able to, like, he gets hooked over the wall here. And I don't really know what is happening, but in the end of all of this madness, Rogue manages to pick up 4 kills, which 2 of which, or 3 even maybe, go over to Hans Sama and basically create a situation where now, because G2 lost this fight, Hans is farming up a storm, getting all the items. The Lucian, like Larsen's Lucian, starts doing the same, and at the same time, Inspired was already so far ahead of Jankos that it just kept getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, and I think that G2 were the ones who opted into this fight, right? Yeah. They're the ones that sent the Nocturne in, and Nocturne didn't come out, tried to go for the 1-for-1. And let's be honest, that fight was really sloppy. But the key thing is Rogue came out ahead, which is really, really important because that not only was Inspired ahead in farm, he gets a couple kills in that fight. Larsen, by around 25-30 minutes, was up almost 100 CS on Caps, who was playing the supportive TF, and the Jinx was sitting at 3 items. So at that point, you have to question, how does G2 really win the fights? And you could see on the Drake fights, they tried to look for these picks, like Whippo said, but in the end, they just decided to run at them. Jinx gets 1 excited or 1 reset, and then from there, G2 really have to run.
Is it disingenuous to say that Rogue had the plan, and in the end, that's what it came down to? They knew that if the game scaled and if they could get Hans in that position, that they should be able to win the front-to-back team fights, or is that oversimplifying it?
To me, I feel like G2's composition is just one-dimensional to the point where it's a pick composition, right?
Okay.
You don't see many pick compositions similar to a poke comp or something. It's one-dimensional. It's obvious what they want to do. And I think the meta right now is so much about Drakes and team fights and setting up Barons and baiting the fight that going for these 5v5, it's going to happen. It's inevitable. So having this pick comp and not finding picks before the fights means you've already lost, because even if a 5v5 kicks off, Rogue should be favored. And I feel like G2 kind of dropped the ball on finding those picks before the fight started, or Rogue just answered it really well.
You agree?
I mean, pretty much. I think that a huge part here was Inspired's Italy getting so far ahead, Larson getting 100 CS up almost, getting tower gold everywhere. The fight here kicked off Hansa scaling as well, and when you press tab in the game and you see pretty much 3 of the enemy champions having like 80 plus CS leads, probably 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead on each of the carries, the game's always going to be difficult to play.
It is. Let's take a look at this final team fight then, because this is such a difficult one for me as we get the information that G2 is going to be on blue side for game 3. This was also tricky because in the end, Rogue don't even win this fight, but they do win the game.
Yeah, I think the key thing to note here, the Nocturne ult is down, right? And they're trying to find the hook. So Mickey's trying to find it. They're trying to set up a gold card into a hook, and they're going to try and steal the Drake with the Jhin 4th shot. In the end, they do. The hook misses, but then the second the hook misses and Hans gets a reset, like we said, he can start running forwards. G2 have to run. They've got no Nocturne ult to Wordwig. They can't land the stun card really, and Jhin is split from the fight. So from here, G2 being split up and not finding the pick means that Rogue can just run at them with the reset and close out the game.
I meant that they lose the Drake, obviously, but it doesn't matter for them in the end. Bwipo, we've now seen 2 games. G2 is going to go on blue side for game 3. We talked a lot about what we expected to see from both teams, and if I summarize it, it was we want to see if G2 is going to make changes to their drafts. I think they have done right up until this point. And how much is Rogue going to show us that is different from what we know that we're going to get from them? What's your verdict on those 2 points?
I think G2 is going to want to match some farming power. Like, they're going to want to play a draft that's comfortable farming up on every champion. I think a huge problem in this game was the fact that, again, like, when you looked at the scoreboard, at some point, everyone on Rogue was just ahead in gold. And if 5 champions are ahead in gold of the other team, even if your composition makes more sense together, it's hard to not get overpowered by that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of key things that both teams can take away here. I think Rogue needs to adapt. Me and Bwipo were talking about this. AutoAmne on the strong side didn't feel like the best win condition for Rogue. 4,000 damage in that game on a Renekton is not what you want when you're playing top side. Maybe put him on a weak side champ and get some more resource towards the bot side because they got counterpicked on support.
Back to weak side.
And then the other thing is, Rogue are playing Jinx, which I think G2 should have known. And G2's were the one who are banning it on blue side, right? So G2 being on blue side, I think that Jinx can be taken away. How are Rogue going to deal with the Seraphine? There's a lot of questions coming into this game about counterpick support and such, so I'll have to see how both teams adapt.
We will. Thank you very much. A spot in the LEC Finals is on the line tonight, and G2 and Rogue are dead even after 2 games. We'll be back at the analyst desk for picks and bans in just a few minutes. Woo!
Spicy.
Spicy indeed. Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk ahead of Game 3. Picks and Vans is right around the corner, and we're going to cover it right here with Cadril and Bwipo. So great. I'm very excited. This finals weekend is getting off to a fantastic start, and then we've got the two teams even right now, so what else do we want? The hopes of silver scrapes on the horizon. Let's summarize, Cadril, what we've seen so far in terms of priorities of both teams and what we're expecting to see out of this one with G2 on blue.
I think Rogue's just sticking to their guns and what we saw from last week, right? These kind of team fight-ish, bruisery tops, and I think that what they did in Game 2 in an adaptation was they banned away Seraphine, first picked Illusion from Cap, so they've got a really good read on G2. And G2 went for the Seraphine comp in first game, they went for a pick comp in the second game, so both teams have shown a little bit of their hands. I wouldn't say they've shown fully their hands yet, but they've shown what they're made of, and they're sure they're ready to adapt.
We've also seen quite a bit of jungle bans going the way of this series as well, but Inspired hasn't been too bothered by that at all. With that, very exciting picks and bans on the cards for Game 3, Rogue versus G2. There we go, straight into picks and bans for Game 3, G2 versus Rogue. Bwipo, any cheeky predictions?
Honestly, Nara has been banned out, I think, or just not been picked at all. And I think leaving that one open and grabbing maybe now Kali for Wonder, something interesting like this could be cool. I think having a little bit more damage in their draft is something that they definitely missed last game, and they profited a lot from the game before. Game 1, the Urgot Olaf draft looked a lot more reliable than the Karma Nocturne from the top side, at least.
Yeah, a lot more threats is always good. And Rogue, last time they picked red side, I think they banned Tristana, Lucian, Orianna, so they went for 3 mid lane bans. Looks like they're already targeting bot lane, so it looks like Caps is probably going to get either Tristana, Lucian or Orianna. We'll have to see what they first pick into, but obviously if more than one's open, then maybe they want to first pick something else, like the Udyr, which is open, or the Volibear hasn't actually been picked in this series, which is quite a strong jungler right now as well.
What's interesting about these bans is that Tristana or Lucian will be available if G2 wants one of them. So either they'll be traded from Rogue side, or they'll be grabbing one for free. So with Jinx out, Thresh out, in terms of AD carries, Tristana and Lucian are definitely going to be the ones you're going to be looking at. And with Tristana out, this almost begs for a Lucian first pick. At least assuming that G2 hasn't changed their priorities with the Karma still available.
Very similar to Game 2 though. Orianna was open in Game 2, and when Rogue first picked that away, Caps didn't actually opt into it. They went for the TF comp. That's going to be an Udyr. So Rogue are going to have to respond with jungle and respond with mid most likely. They could also go for an AD carry perhaps, but I'm expecting something like the Lucian Orianna perhaps. We have got Udyr taken out. Now we're looking at junglers like Lilia, Nidalee and Volibear, like we touched on earlier.
But, you know, we've seen Inspired that he doesn't really care. He can pick something else. Are you surprised that they didn't go for that Lucian prio?
I mean, for me, what's most surprising here is that they didn't ban Udyr and pick Hecarim, which is usually considered the better jungler here. Like, removing the Hecarim to grab the Udyr, if you're planning on first picking Udyr, I feel like whilst a great champion and very strong, he doesn't quite pack the same punch as Hecarim when you consider the answers in the meta, right? Like, you think Orianna, you think Lucian. Would you rather have an Udyr run at them, or would you rather have Hecarim?
Yeah, most definitely. So they're going to go for the Lilia Lucian. That's very strong mid-jungle combo. Obviously, you go for the AD mid with the AP jungler, very standard and very good in the early game especially. So I have to see how G2 responds. They could go for the Orianna, and I think you're completely right. If they went for this Hecarim over Udyr, they would have the Orianna, right? They could have things like the Orianna, Alistar, Rel, Hecarim that we always see in this triple threat kind of engage comp for Orianna to have the ball to get the backline. Looks like they're going to respond with bot lane. Now, Jhin picked up. We'll have to see if they go for support, but Rogue have the third pick to respond. We'll see if they want to go with an AD carry pick, or if they want to go for a top side like the Renekton to secure this top side strong that they had in Game 2.
Well, Cap Syndra, obviously a very exquisite Syndra player, one of the best in the world. It's interesting to see that they actually prioritize Syndra in, like they rather play the Syndra Udyr rather than Orianna Hecarim. Like I do think that's a little bit strange, but opting into picking the Jhin early, going back to the roots of what made G2 successful in the regular split, I think it's a good take.
Yeah, they've gone for the Rel on 3 here. Wouldn't be surprised to see some support bans, things like the Alistar perhaps, taken away from Mickey X, who played Blitzcrank last game. I think he did that into the Thresh, which is a good counter, right? Into the Jinx Thresh, picked the Blitzcrank, looked for the picks. Made sense, G2's comp overall. So what are you thinking, Bwipo, here? Is Rogue going to go for an AD top? What would you say in this situation?
Honestly,
top?
Yeah, I think honestly, banning out some top laners here to make sure that Wunder can get a relatively safe blind going is going to be interesting, because there's a Gragas ban coming 100% from Rogue here. Gragas is a flex pick for Mickey X as well as for Wunder, and even though they're picking on the same rotation, it's also a very safe blind pick champion top lane, as well as a decent answer to Rel. Yeah. So with the Gragas ban coming here, I think banning out some top laners to make sure that Wunder feels comfortable blinding is the way to go. Honestly, like maybe a Karma ban comes out here, but I think it's between Karma and Gragas mostly. That said, they opt into banning 80 carries, trying to take some power away from Hans, which does make sense after his performance last game.
Do you think that they would opt in for the Gnar, like you said before the draft? Do you think they'll go for the Gnar top blind pick and then Rogue could have an answer to that? Because that's something we haven't actually seen much in this series.
I mean, honestly, I think that that's a pretty good deal for G2. I think Gnar blind for Rogue with an answer from Wunder is a lot scarier than Wunder blinding Gnar into Odoamne.
Yeah.
No Gragas ban yet, though, so...
it was Nautilus, and it was neither Karma nor Gragas, so I've just completely whiffed here.
-5
I think what they're trying to do is just target Mickey X. I think, like we said on the ready check, right? Reckless is not going to be vulnerable, but Mickey X is someone you can target. We've seen it throughout the whole of playoffs. So picking support, banning out supports means Mickey's going to have to dig deep in his pool with 4 or 5 supports being taken off the board now. And I'm guessing Rogue's going to respond with AD carry here. Kalista Kai'Sa taken out of Handsama's pocket, which makes sense. The Rel, lots of synergy. Have to see what they opt into. Maybe they go for the Ashe we've seen, or perhaps something more aggressive like a Draven, which we saw in the LPL finals.
So basically you're saying that bot lane priority is coming through here again by trying to focus that Mickey that hasn't had the best.
Sure, but if you're going to focus Mickey X, why not take his comfort Gragas away, right? Like, at this point, Nautilus is a much more vulnerable champion in the Rel matchup, I believe at least, than Gragas. And like, it's going to be an insta-lock. Like, this is no surprise to anyone. And I feel like when you're playing such a... I don't know, there it is, the Gragas Gnar, pretty much as expected.
Now my question is, what do you pick here? Do you go for something like the Jace, something aggressive into the Gnar? Do you go for something more teamfight oriented, like perhaps a Sion, like put Odoamne on a weak side? What are you thinking here for last pick? Okay,
it's a Nocturne top.
Okay,
it's a Nocturne top.
And this is something we saw in the Schalke Rogue series. Rogue were the ones blind picking Gnar, I believe it was, and then Schalke was responding with the Nocturne top into it. So I think Rogue have definitely learned from that.
Looks interesting. Honestly, I think a Lucian top could have been interesting as well here. It's a flex that doesn't really happen in Europe, but it can be interesting into the Gnar. But that said, honestly, with the draft on the board, I am very G2 biased here. I feel like it's completely their comfort zone. Wunder has a lane he has to navigate safely. He's very good at this. Although he tanked a couple of deaths in this series, I feel like trusting him to do that is good. Caps on the Syndra. They still got options to make picks with Syndra Jhin. But their 5v5 straight up is also very solid.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to see how the game plays out. G2 obviously very strong in the 5v5. Rogue has a little bit of pick with the Ashe Arrow and Nocturne, very strong mid-jungle in the early game, and a lot of tools to work with. A lot more than I'd say than the G2 had, essentially, because they have more engaged now. They have Nocturne, they have Ashe, they have lots of follow-up with the Rel, so we'll have to see how they progress.
And as we see that, Gragas was actually still in the jungle position, and Udyr, and I think they should have swapped. I'm just getting production to check, because they might have to
I don't think it was Udyr support.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Udyr support into the Rel. That would sound pretty rough.
First pick Udyr support?
Or maybe
that
they
sounds
take their blue buff level 1 with the Udyr.
No, it's not
No,
true.
okay, let's not do that.
No, they're actually going to remake pick and bans off camera, and then we're going to get back
that makes
into
a lot of
it. So
sense.
that does give us a little bit more time. I feel like we asked for Rogue to show us a bit of different things, and they were throwing a lot of bans their way. Obviously, it's always the same. But they thrown a new flavor in there. They had the Nocturne now and the top lane and this and that, but will it be enough? And is that bot lane carry going to be enough for them with the Rel and the Ashe to give them options in this game?
Honestly, after a 4K damage Renekton performance, I can't say I'm a fan of this Nocturne. Like, you know, you just dealt the least damage in the game, basically, as the Renekton. So grabbing the Nocturne Lilia here into the Gnar, like, I expect good things from this. Like, there must be some prep behind it. So I do want to see it work out, because it will provide Rogue with an extra bullet in the chamber, being able to have Odoamne on the forefront of carrying the game.
Yeah.
But that last game was...
But I watched that previous game, and Rogue won that game, so...
Yeah, but, you know, a 4K damage Nocturne game is not quite going to make it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we'll have to see how the game progresses, though, because I think that this Nocturne is definitely something they learned last week from Schalke, who won against Rogue in that game. So definitely something they've been working on. They knew that they were going to face a blind pick Gnar in the series regardless, so very good prep by Rogue. Really good to have a trump card like this, some kind of, not I wouldn't say cheese, but very well prepared pick into a draft of G2 with this blind pick Gnar. We'll have to see how they play it out, though, right? Because you've got a lot of sort of single target damage here with a Lilia sleep and perhaps a Rel engage to follow up on an Ashe Hour or a Nocturne engage, right? So we'll have to see how Rogue choose their fights. I think the Lucian being ahead is going to be very crucial. The Lilia being ahead, like Inspired has done in the early games, getting ahead is going to be crucial. And we'll have to see how G2 respond, because like people said, having things like the Syndra Udyr, why not opt into the Orianna Hecarim, opt into more team fight? Looks like these games are being decided
on the board.
in the Dragons.
Yeah, when it comes to the early game, then I think Inspired has been actually playing those very, very well, as the later games. What are we expecting out of this early game Whippo with these drafts?
Honestly, I think with Nocturne's full priority from the top side, hoping that Lilia, like, honestly, Nocturne's super strong level 1. Nocturne's very strong level 1, Lucian's very strong level 1. Lilia's very strong level 1, so hopefully they can get something going in the topside jungle, maybe trade sides for something interesting. Again, the Jhin Gragas, not exactly a super aggressive lane. You should be able to just trade sides in the topside for this and trying to get a huge advantage. All things considered, though, I think that what's most important for Rogue's comp is this Nocturne to get ahead. You're playing Nocturne, you want to dive into a Gragas and an Udyr. These champs are point and click, the simplest CCs in the world, and they're going to peel off. That's basically their life, just peel as much as they can. And Nocturne is the only champ, together with Rel, that's really diving in. So if Nocturne gets ahead, gets that Attract and Repel on top of him, he might be able to one-shot some of G2's backline.
Yeah, and if he's ahead, it means he can push the side lane and be on the play first, which means Wunder will always have to respond with TP. So all these small intricacies of having your side lane or your top laner ahead who wants to group up and push sides first has a lot more details with him rather than just I'm ahead, right? You can push out sides, you can get one-shot fights. There's so many cool things that you can get from having your top lane / side lane ahead. But the Nocturne priority surprises me, right? The Nocturne coming out for jungle for G2, last week for Schalke, now for Rogue. Nocturne kind of rising up the ranks, especially seeing it in mid. I bet Vedius is loving it.
I mean, we're going to get to Vedius soon. Final notes on the draft, Whippo.
Honestly, I think if Nocturne manages to get ahead this game, I think it's a Rogue win. But
that's a different tune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to have to be honest here. I think it would be too hard for the Jhin and Syndra to really stop Nocturne if he manages to get ahead. But if he doesn't, it's going to be an easy G2 win, actually.
We'll see what they go for. Two interesting drafts once again, and going into Game 3, G2 versus Rogue.
It's a banger indeed, and it is a banger of a series so far. If you are just joining us, G2 and Rogue are 1 win apiece. Just throw some interesting numbers your way. Jankos has played Udyr 3 times, with this game included professionally. Both previous games were this spring, both of which were defeats. He is still winless on the champion. And interestingly for me, Lilia is Inspired's second most played champion. It is officially overtaken Olaf, which is the champion that helped him make a name for himself.
Yeah.
And I think this series, Inspired is making a big claim that he may be the better jungler than Jankos.
Oh, I mean, his early pathing has been absolutely phenomenal. In Game 1, completely ran circles around Jankos, and in Game 2, a very different tune. Not the same early leads, but definitely when it came down to the team fighting on the Nidalee, not the easiest champion to team fight with. It was stellar. Now Reckless maybe in trouble here. They're all waiting over this wall.
Oh, but it just insta-flash away. Rogue continue to chase. One flash has already been traded. That is Hans Summers. Continues to chase down. Betty's made the call. He's dead. Will your prediction come true? Slowed by the ever-annoying Ashe. Volley is a couple seconds away. Can't see it just yet. Dancing Grenade plus Tower Shot. And Hans Sammer will not find the kill.
Oh,
that's a body slam flash. Mickey's got Ignite available. 210 HP, and Hans Sammer backs away.
God, I think the wave is even pushing towards Hans Sammer.
Yeah,
as well.
it's, you know, I was just going to say Mickey being a good homie there. His AD carry doesn't have flash. He's not going to have flash either. But now, no flashes in the bot lane. Inspired has sliced the map in half. He's going to be playing back towards bot side. The wave's pushing. Oh, it hurts.
It's a disaster.
Oh, it's actually pushing.
It's coming back to them. They're going to be okay, but still losing the entire... losing half the first wave.
I mean, oh my, I can see, like, the
Inspired.
two players.
Oh, no, I love this. He's just going to cut Reckless off. This is what I was going to say. It's so good. He can't get over here. What is Mickey going to do? Trimpy now could potentially try to walk
They're not going to dive, are they?
They may very well. It's level 2 for all 3 of them. No one can get here. Jankos is trying to run around.
Give me the chaos. Jankos has got level 3 available. Inspired will be interrupted on the Krugs. They are going for the dive. That's level 2 on Trimpy. First blood. It is picked up by Inspired. He flashes away to safety. Jankos can do nothing to help.
Oh my word. Rogue just came out the gate swinging. I can hear the 2 pro players on the analyst desk sitting there talking about how, like...
just one.
Oh, just one. True. Just one. But I can just hear them cringing being like, FF, immediately this game is doomed, because like after a bot lane start like this, it is just so devastating for G2.
It's not done just yet. Jankos can look for an initiation. And also, Vedius, there's something ringing in my ears. You were talking in the previous game around how Inspired is quite textbook, quite predictable at times. Caps is stepping forward, won't be able to get the Dark Sphere just yet. Has flash available. Larson will not be able to flash away. The Dark Sphere misses. Caps anticipated the move, but got it wrong. Ardent Blaze will send Caps packing, but Inspired has arrived. He flashes forward with the blooming blows, puts the bonk down, and picks up the kill. The swirl seed comes out as well as a dash forward. That's a dash reply. Jankos manages to get the flash bear slap, and there's the crash down from Trimby's Ferromancy. Teleport is being channeled back to the mid lane. Stun will hold Trimby in place long enough for Caps to arrive. Scout of the Week will not stun him up, and Jankos is running away. Gets enough time to get a slap onto the scuttle, a smite for the heal, and he escapes with his life, and this is starting off.
Oh my god, what is going on? It's just fights everywhere. Now Hansama may be a little concerned. We're going underneath the tower again, Trevor.
Oh my word, Hansama's gonna be the next one. Remember, he's got no flash available. He survived long enough. Mickey tanks so many turret shots. Look at the mini-map. It looks like Lawson's coming in.
No.
He survives long enough for Reckless to finally pick up the kill, but it's a trade. 1-4-1.
Here's Lawson.
Lawson is coming in. Jankos is low on mana as well. Reckless runs to the wrong side of the rift and continues to dash. No flash, no heal. Gets caught by the blaze. Lawson gets a shot with the passive. No flash available from Jankos. Disappearing into the darkness, and Reckless escapes with 78 HP.
This is just unreal. Both teams full-on limit testing over here. There's a numbers advantage. There is going to be a fight because, I mean, like even tracking off of that initial dive from Rogue into the bot side, so much went down. Mid lane was trading super aggressively. Jankos tried to invade, then said, we're going to fight. And now we've got another bit of chip damage. Here's Odo, gets low, and it's Mininar.
It is Mininar Boomerangs. There's a big minion wave right in front of him. Didn't want to chase for that one. Instead, Wonder decides to peel back and farm.
So what I love is that in every series, game 1 is always slow. Game 2, then like you kind of have a shape up. And then game 3 is always an explosion. And we get the same formula here. From level 1 to minute 5, Trimby's still level 2. All summoners are gone like pretty much across the board. So where do we take stock? Can we quickly have a look at the gold observers? Who has been impacted the most? So mid is pretty even. Hansama slightly ahead.
I'm seeing a Diffie somewhere.
I see a Diffie in the jungle. I think that Inspired has built up a pretty big advantage right now with how much he has been farming, the fact that he secured himself 2 kills, and it comes back to what we kind of wanted to talk about coming into this game. Inspired has had Jankos' number throughout this series.
Yeah, I would say this game in particular was a lot to do with the level 1, but definitely playing well. Now Jankos looking to spam ganks again, because usually that's what you're trying to do when you have like an Udyr versus a Lilia. Udyr much more early presence, and he's top lane.
Oh, that's the Gnar into the Mega. Jankos is not nearby, and that Diffie in the jungle is being demonstrated. You can see on the stats how Inspired has been able to get ahead during games 1 and 2. Right now, he has the advantage. Ender, you were just talking about it, but no gank successful for Jankos top.
Yeah, Inspired is reading Jankos right now. Instead of going for the Drake, he doesn't want to fall behind, so he's up here to protect for a gank and make sure his Raptor camp isn't stolen away. Jankos considering a play for the time being, because you can see Caps holding the wave in front of his tower, but Larson is not going to bite.
He had no flash available to him. Rogue, 3 kills to 2. They are up 700 gold. And as you just pointed out, Vedius, the advantage right now for Inspired, making up a large amount of that goal difference.
Yeah, and another huge thing to keep in mind is Odoamne, through this entire laning phase, has held on to his teleport. He knew how volatile that bot lane was from minute 1, so he didn't want to use that to get back to lane. He's doing all right in the CS department, lane currently against him, but now that he's level 6, now that he has his ultimate, you can see his ultimate is great for walking down towards mid lane. His TP, great for ganking bot.
So, sorry, I just saw this really cool thing. They used the Ash Arrow to gain information on where Jankos was because they were threatening a dive on mid. So by getting the Ash Arrow to spot out Jankos, they're telling Odoamne, is this safe? And he's like, no, it's not. But you know what is? Free blue buff. Like, so much great use of pressure into invade, like, just
and maybe
so
a
many
top gank too.
So big brain from Rogue, so good.
Full 5-hit, and now Inspired with the help of Odo. Going to try to run down Wonder. He did just go Mega Gnar, manages to flash underneath the tower, and that does keep him alive.
Yeah, I'd say a couple missed cues there from Inspired. Ends up having them call off the gank. Jankos is towards the bottom side. Surprised to see him not actually just go ahead and start up the Drake, but they're really trying to set up some kind of a play here. The Grump is respawning soon, but I feel like the easy call here is just to start up the Dragon.
I agree with you. I think that this is something we saw from Jankos in the first game as well. He had an opportunity to start the Herald, and instead he went for an invade on the enemy red buff, and we're just seeing a clear difference in the prioritizations of the two junglers. Jankos will look for plays where he can try and get his laners ahead, whereas Inspired is way more focused about those objectives, and he uses them to great effect. No early Drake has gone down. Herald's going to be spawning relatively soon, but Inspired continues to build a lead in the jungle matchup.
As he has done all series long. Had a fantastic impact throughout the course of the game, and now that things have slowed down into what could be considered a more normal laning phase, Trimby will still step forward, just poke, interrupt that back. That means that Reckless may be alone, so the back time is out. Maybe she's going to forego this wave, afraid of a dive, it feels like.
Exactly that quick shot. Kind of took the words right out from her mouth there. They realized that their Udyr is on the top side of the map. They're paranoid about the dive. And look, Trimby and Hansama are threatening it. They're really saying, hey, we can dive you. They're even going to use the ultimate from Hansama just to get the heal out from Reckless. This is like the biggest bluff ever. But perhaps they just want to keep them hit for as long as possible. Odoamne still has the TP. Yep. Lilia is on the way down. Jankos is aware that a play is happening on the bot side of the map, and he's telling Reckless and Mickey that they need to evacuate the premises.
I mean, there's just no way Reckless gets any of these minions here. You have to think there are wards over the wall, so he actually sees that Inspired is not coming around onto him. Hansama low mana, so he does end up getting away with this. Even though Mickey goes back to base, overall, not a terrible play on the map for G2. Jankos was starting up the Rift Herald, so it will be traded out for the Drake on the bottom side, but it always is a little bit concerning. Every single game now, Rogue has been very involved in the early Dragons. Inspired has been on top of those, and it's come down to soul point every single game so far.
And of course, during the course of the previous game, all of the fights and the engages that G2 were electing into ultimately were at the cost of either plates or pressure elsewhere on the map. And Rogue, you could make an argument, came away better for several of those, many of those. This time round, Rogue elected to go for that Dragon instead of putting additional pressure on the wave. Reckless was able to farm up most of it. He's still within touching distance of Hansama, but I love what I'm seeing from Hansama and Trimby. They're going toe-to-toe with Reckless and Mickey, even with that theoretical 2v2 under the tower. And again, Trimby this time just stares down 3 members of G2 and is unafraid.
Yeah, now I believe before resetting in bot side, Rogue actually placed a ward in the lane very far forward. These are the common TP wards you look for. Wonder is going to have his TP to respond, but Rogue are just going to hop on, chip out Mickey a little bit. But I'm kind of waiting to see if anything is done with this ward. If we see Odoamne finally unlock on the map, maybe get the Paranoia involved.
Sitting on 1,600 gold for now, but definitely want to spend some of that maybe. He's going to be able to push Wonder back from lane. They're trading evenly, but they continue to contest and battle one another.
So I have restrained myself, but I have to talk a little bit about Nocturne because he is running the lethal tempo, and very few Nocturne players do this. Conqueror has been favored by many across the world, particularly in solo lanes. Never mind, ulti in mid.
It is indeed. The Culling not going to find many shots. Larson not lining that one up correctly.
And your Nocturne analysis just putting everyone to sleep.
That was funny. I like that. But
so
yes.
Carry on then.
Well, the only point that I wanted to make was that lethal tempo is a much better dueling rune for Nocturne. The bonus attack speed that you get is incredibly valuable because the duration of your Q is basically the same duration as the lethal tempo duration, which means that the additional AD that you get, especially at level 9, which is 60 bonus AD, is actually super influential and really helps out with those early trades. So I'm a big fan of it. It falls off a little bit in team fights later on though, but when paired up with the Rel, and this was something we talked about after the game, which is that when playing Nocturne, you want something that can dive alongside with you. You are a dive champion at the end of the day, and Rel, I think, is a really good champion that can help facilitate that. And what Bwip was talking about was when you have low mobility carries like a Syndra and a Jhin, when the Rel and the Nocturne are diving on top of them, in theory, it should be quite difficult for them to play the game. But as Bwip correctly highlighted, it depends on the strength of the Nocturne going into those fights.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some really cool ideas that Rogue can do, whether it's Inspired sleeping the front line and then unlocking Odo to dive into the back line without peel options for them, just using that that Nocturne ultimate to shut out Reckless from a fight. If he's trying to play that super far range with an ultimate himself, it can be challenging. Now Inspired playing towards top side, but doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get anything done with Jankos in the river.
It's really cool to see how much more time Inspired is spending towards Odoamne's lane. He'll be able to push out Jankos from mid. Trimby has already left the lane. If you look at the minimap, Mickey's made his way to the southern river, now steps forward with Jankos and Caps to push this minion wave into the tower. Trimby forced to take the long way around to back up his mid laner, and there is a curtain call available. G2 could dive mid, but at the same time, Rogue could dive top. They were setting up. Jankos now will find out Inspired, and a lot of movement on the map right now, Vedius.
It certainly looks like it. I believe that Inspired also stole away another blue buff.
He did.
The last 2 blues have now been denied from Caps. Inspired keeping that jungle timer optimal. Is that the word I'm looking for? But yeah, once again, like we've said it enough. Inspired, good. He's smart. You guys get it. Okay. But of course, it does cost because they were invested in that time towards top side. G2 is able to get a couple plates back, which means that the overall gold value is now very even. So, with a couple resets coming back out onto the map, hang on, support, bit of support or combat. Observers, can you flip us over to the gold once again? Can we just have a look at where the money is sitting? Mid is even.
Same
Bot
place.
is evil. Exactly. So everything has kind of stayed the same, with Inspired continuing to have a slight advantage. But for now, the game is very even. Considering how chaotic the early game was, the fact that G2 got away with that, I think, is pretty amazing.
MB will be forced to use the Magnet Storm. Ferroman sees over the wall, and ultimately just the ultimate traded in exchange for the Ignite as well as Mickey's ults.
I mean, important escape there for Trimby to get out of here, and it even looks like Rogue still don't want to give it up, so G2 likely expect that Trimby would reset here, especially without seeing him on the map for some time, but because Inspired is sticking around, Rogue are going to try and set up this game
Crystal Arrow,
completely
Crystal Arrow,
unexpected.
Crystal Arrow! Oh no! We saw that, and thank you for the emote flash. Oh, how pivotal that could prove to be.
I've heard a Crownie's comment, but whew, that one was rough. Wonder if he's a mini-map on the bottom left kind of guy.
It happens, man. It happens. Man, that was crazy.
And while we can laugh at it, at this level in this game in an elimination series, how important that can be. Momentum is so huge. Hansama's already up a little in the wave. In the lane. There was no information for G2. No kill secure. Rogue still maintain control of the game. They passed 700 gold. They've got a dragon under their belt. And G2 will start off this dragon. It currently looks like it's uncontested.
Now, I think Jankos has information that Hansam, of course, has recently reset. We see a bit of fight on the top side. Stride Breaker being used to get good damage down from Odoame. He hits level 11. Immediately, Inspired's going to use that information as the Drake goes down to invade top side, and he could threaten a dive on towards the top lane, or maybe even trade it for second Herald as an engage happens in the bot river.
The chem tank used into the bear stun. Trimby's able to escape with his life. Inspired, farming up the Gromp, looking to farm up the Wonder. Swirl Seed goes out. Lullaby as well, followed with a Paranoia, and Inspired gets out with the skin of his teeth, but nevertheless the kill goes over to Rogue.
Yeah, very nicely played. I think maybe wait one more second, don't let Wonder use the ultimate, but regardless, still a good kill for them on the top side of the map, and some denial too as that next wave goes on in, and everything will be lost. Of course, Inspired does end up losing out on the Scuttle Crab, and G2 still have a lot of pressure towards mid, have that mid lane tower, and that's the big difference, I feel like, for G2 in this game compared to the previous one, was Caps was permanently shoved underneath his tower in game 2. Lost it very early on, and didn't really find many ways to get active on the map, but now we got a TP and we got a Jankos.
All right, Meganon's not available just yet. Jankos can make his way forward, has swapped over to Tiger, gets some damage down. There is a spell shield available. Flash comes up, beautifully done on that spell block.
Nocturne doesn't have many mechanics, but that was a good one, that's for sure.
Well timed there from Odo, so he escapes with his life. Wonder was unable to find the counter kill, and every time I look at the scoreboard, it feels like Inspired during the early game is popping off. He once again has a 300 gold bounty. He's 3-0-0, and Rogue right now pushing this bottom tower, but Mickey and Caps are coming in. Scatter the Week comes out, Hansama does not get stunned. The Ash Arrow does go out, the Magnet Storm pulls them two backwards. All of a sudden, Caps is in trouble. Here comes Larson. Odo, with the help of Trimby, will be able to pick up 2 quick kills for Rogue.
Oh, it was such an interesting idea by G2 to start it off. Caps plus Gragas has insane kill threat that you don't have with the Jhin, so they're trying to come bot lane for the 2v2. But what they didn't expect was Larson had priority already running down bot side, and Odo's TP, he's held on to for so long. Wonder, of course, used his to get back into lane, but this time Odo is ready to attack Snap on the bot lane.
I like it once again. Rogue off to a really good early start. They've pretty much had the early game advantage in all 3 of our games so far in this series. This will, of course, be an overall trade of towers as Wonder stays up towards the top side of the map, but I'm just really impressed with how Rogue are playing. I think that their early game control has been good. It ultimately just comes down to the team fights later on. Execution is going to be such a big deal as these comps start to come online and items continue to be complete.
And Vedius, it's only 1,000 gold separating these teams. Mickey will be able to survive just a few seconds longer. He's got no ultimate available, no flash either.
Wow.
And Rogue cannot make the CC stick. The fat man's got some moves. He escapes with his life. Those items, as you mentioned, starting to come
blue in a row. That's the third blue in a row.
I mean,
that Inspire's gonna steal.
Who cares about Yanko's? Caps can't get a blue buff to save his life this entire game.
Inspired Eiffel 65 because he's blue double D double die, and he continues to control the game. He continues to have a positive impact for Rogue, and the second tower for Rogue will be secured in the top lane. Blast Cone will get Larssen out to safety, and Jankos still looking to fish for some more impact. As we're moving to a more open map and we're picking up more items here, Vidius, we didn't get a chance to set some expectations for how the game is going to play out. What do you expect from the G2 perspective as we're moving into this period of play?
I mean, it's hard because I think that the first fight can decide a lot, right? And right now, no one's at such a terrible position that no one's forced to do anything. A part of me feels that Rogue has a slight scaling advantage just because of the double AD carries that they do have. But I do think that Bwipo makes a very valid point that when you kind of look at straight front to back, I think that G2's comp is just a little bit easier to play, especially when Nocturne still doesn't have the Starak. So I think that G2, based on their current itemization, could consider a fight for this next Drake. I think that it's mainly because of how strong Odoamne is right now, and it looks like both teams are looking for the fight.
Well, Paranoia is going to send Odo straight onto Caps. It's interrupted. Scout of the week buys just enough time. Odo's going to go down, and there's a quick trade. There's fights on so many fronts. Drowsy will allow the lifting lullaby to put Wonder to sleep. He's about to gnaw out, but he's running for his life. Blastcone's out to safety. 2 kills in favor of Rogue. They're not done yet. The Dragon looks like it's being secured as well.
They've got the slows.
Goes out right between the uprights. Jankos is able to escape for now. Ooh. The Gnaw sends one backwards, but no stun. It's at the cost of Wonder's life. Flashes forward as once again Swelty comes out. Inspired's going to be able to interrupt the curtain call, and Rogue get everything.
G2 think they can go for the re-engage because they see a 3 versus 3. What they don't respect is the TP from Larssen. Goes back to base, comes back out onto the map. Rogue have the numbers advantage, and this is how crucial that first fight is that we were talking about. Odoamne sees the backline access. He thinks he gets a good opportunity, but you can see how difficult it is for him to sometimes stick onto a target. However, Rogue, on the other side of the fight, are able to come out on top. They will secure the second Drake. They will continue to balloon the early game lead, and Rogue are looking to get ahead in this series.
In a very good position coming out of that fight. Of course, now with a 2,500 gold lead up against G2, things going very, very well for them. And that was a really chaotic fight, completely spread out. Of course, we had Odo diving into the bot side, the rest going up towards the top side. And initially, this shows the weakness of perhaps this Nocturne in isolation because you don't have that 100-0 threat playing this Bruiser build. He comes in and he needs a dive buddy. We were expecting that to be the Rel, but Rel is a little busy on the top end. Instead, it's Larssen on the TP that shows up and then uses the culling to buy himself space and allow the rest of Rogue to continue off of their kill.
Oh, then I made a mistake in my call because I thought the Larssen TP'd actually in the second half of the fight, but he just does a big loop around.
He just ran all the way around.
Yeah, he just actually just does a
cloud
big,
map, baby.
Very true. So yeah, my mistake on that one, but overall, very good play. I actually think that in the isolated 1v1, Odoamne had the damage to kill Caps. But the arrival of the Udyr there, the moment that first stun comes through, that's more than enough time for then Caps to be able to generate space. But as you rightly said, Larssen's able to come up clutch. And we talked about him at the beginning of the series. We talked about how usually Caps has kind of had his number and he never performs. Every single game, he has either been ahead or he has been so much more impactful than Caps has in these fights. And part of it is due to the matchup, but also a lot of credit just needs to go to how well Larssen has been playing as Rogue continue to dominate G2 in this game.
I mean, look, right now Rogue are up 2,000 gold. They're up 9 kills. They're up a Dragon. It's starting to feel like Rogue are, you know, just one small step ahead, but everything balances on a knife edge. These fights can get turned so incredibly quickly, and both teams are staring one another down in the mid lane.
And look, Inspired's Lilia, one of the things that's most impressive to me outside of just, you know, the pathing and the stuff that applies to all champions, it's the lilting lullabies he's able to get. It's hitting that swirl seed on multiple targets, 2, 3, and the setup in this game to sleep multiple members of G2 and then have the follow-up from Chernby come on out. That's the power of Rogue in the team fight.
Oh, Wonder will be able to gnaw out. Inspired just threatening some pressure on the back end. Keep your eyes on the flashes available as Rogue continue to pressure the tower. Wonder, no flash available for the Mega Gnaw. That'll be the third tower secured. Trimby's going to jump forward with the use of that Magnet Storm. It's a trade of 1-for-1. Odo's going to force the flash out from Caps. He escapes with his life. This culling is great from Rogue. They get the tower. They get themselves the kills. And now they're starting to back away. Scat of the week will have no further follow-up. And Rogue once again win the skirmish.
It's a double kill for Larson and they only lose one player. Do Rogue want to try for a little bit more? The way they're pathing, they're going for the Baron. They have 280 carries. Try and burst this down.
Exactly that. And Odo Omne, he should just be able to sank this, soak up the Baron damage. It's going to die extremely quickly. Reckless and Jankos are not going to get there in time, but here come the TPs.
Oh, they're going to try threaten this one. Jankos stepping forward. No flash available to him. No front line really on the Rogue side. So Odo got chunked out very low, but the damage was crazy. You saw how quickly Baron was melted down.
So let's watch back at how this fight comes to be, because I want to know what happens to Trimby here. So he gets ulted back, and then what happened? Oh, so he gets stunned by Caps as well.
Oh, it cancels it, of course.
It doesn't actually send them into range, so they don't get that initial one-shot. So you had that initial trade, but then look at Odo Omne on the backline. Forces the flash out from Caps. Immediately, the ultimate from Reckless is disengaged, and like the fight just becomes chaotic. Odo Omne doing a great job of just creating threat, and now that the Sterex has come through, he is what's so different than what Jankos was last time. He has the ability to soak up damage, and notice he's not the one engaging. Rel draws pressure, the Lilia draws pressure, and then the Nocturne comes in afterwards. Rogue are just playing these fights so well. Meanwhile, Larson and Hansama are just free hitting for days.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue have all the tools, like keep people in front of their 280 carries. The slows from Ashe herself, the Rel ultimate, the sleeps, all this stuff. It's just so perfect for setting up for their backline. And G2 have to figure out some answer into it, because G2 don't have the greatest, backline dive threat themselves. I mean, maybe their best option is using Mickey's ultimate to send away Hansama or Larson, sort of isolate them away from the fights so that they can try and take down the Rogue front line.
I think that G2's best plan is to just kill whoever's in front of them. When the dives come through, you just kind of have to get the kills and hope that your front line doesn't die beforehand. Because right now, I feel like that Rogue kind of get to play the game at their own pace. The range that they do have is just so effective with like Ashe and the Lucian culling too. It's hard for me to see a way in which G2 actually break apart this comp.
Well, Jankos has unlocked some dark technology. That's the Mikhails on an Udyr.
What?
Now, this is a common thing to see into a Lilia. I haven't really seen it on an Udyr, but he does have some AP scaling. And, well, versus an Ashe or versus a Lilia, I see some logic here for Jankos and trying to keep his backline alive with that cleanse.
The thing that I do appreciate about Rogue's composition here is the number of non-committal tools that they can use for engages. Before Lilia and Nocturne decide to truly throw themselves in with the backup of Rel, you can look for those Ashe arrows, you can look for those swirl seeds. What did G2 have in return? Scout of the Week is significantly shorter range. You're hoping for flanks from Wonder. It requires a lot more setup, a lot more time. Rogue will be able to secure their third drag completely uncontested.
The other problem is G2 can't play through side lanes, because if you ever do, the risk of a Nocturne ultimate just showing up is very real. He's level 15. He can 1v1, I believe, pretty much everyone on the Rift. He might not be able to kill Wonder, but he could definitely force him out of a lane.
Bedius, are we at the same point as game number 2, where this could be Rogue's game to lose? Like,
yes, I think we are.
There we go. That's simple. Wonder's going to go all the way forward. Will not be able to get the
huge sleep.
Will get put to sleep, but the Mikhails is available. That's a dash forward. Caps is gone. The paranoia from Odo sends Caps back to the fountain. Trimby from downtown will be able to pick up the kill onto Jankos, and that's the third for Rogue.
It's just Caps' worst nightmare, put to sleep by Inspired and then finished off by Odo Omne. And the Mikhails, I didn't even see it. It was not used on Caps. He went down, and once G2 lost Caps, Rogue took the fight, and they're going to get the Baron for free.
I almost feel like it was Wonder that was the recipient of that Mikhails. I need to watch that back to clarify. These team fights, there's multiple engages happening on multiple fronts, and Rogue, again, come out on top. Rogue had Baron, Rogue had the gold lead, had the dragon lead, and this was the fight that set it all up.
So let's have a look at how the ultimate... So the initial Ashe arrow comes through. We're watching Inspired right now. Keep your eyes on the Lilia. The sleep onto 2 members, goes onto the Gnar, who tries to threaten the backline, but it hits onto Caps, and just look at the dive that comes through.
Yeah, Udyr wasn't actually close enough to put the Mikhails down onto Syndra there, so just super unfortunate getting caught out in the mid lane, and well, Rogue mop him up.
Oh, such a fantastic position. Just to summarize that, 5,000 gold up. It is another scenario where Vedius, just before that fight, you were saying this is Rogue's game to lose. Well, it definitely is now. With the position that they're in, with with the Nocturne having such a huge influence, plus 1,000 gold, and being used to just perfection and how the comp wants to see it dive.
And I'm going to say it, like, Abadage had a really good Nocturne mid during the regular season, but I think Odoamne's Nocturne has been the most impressive for me. His Nocturne, the patience that he showcased, the laning phase, the way in which he's playing the champ, super impressive stuff, and I hope that we get to see more of it in this series, because we're guaranteed at least one more game. But if Rogue are able to take this point, they'll be in a very similar position to last year. They were 2-1 up against Rogue last year. They were one game away from the final. They are so close to being in the same position, and these roster changes may very well get them there.
Well, Mickey's going to be able to jump.
Oh, look at Larson!
But at what cost? Larson's able to escape. He does get taken out by the enemies. But here comes a paranoia from way down bottom lane. Inspired puts G2 to sleep. Rogue crush G2 in the middle lane. Wonders the last man standing, trying to pull away the minions, trying to buy as much time, because if he cannot, Rogue win this game.
There's absolutely nothing Wonder can do. Inspired is just going to chase him down and eventually kill him. Rogue are looking to go up to match point against G2.
Rogue have only secured 2 wins against G2 prior to today. They are going to double their total number of wins against G2 Esports and will need one more win to qualify for their first ever final. We'll need one more win, if and when they close this out, to eliminate G2 Esports.
Beautiful execution from Rogue in these fights. I hope we get a replay of that last fight. We might not have time as the TP comes in from Odo.
All right, most of G2 are respawning. 20-second death timer for Wonder. Mickey's going to be forced backwards as the TP in from Odo gets a lot of damage. Bell comes out. The time! Trimby with the Magnet Storm engage. He sets it up for yet another dunk, for yet another win. Rogue will take down G2 Esports and are on the precipice of making history.
Rogue tricked everyone, including G2. They say, no, we'll take it the calm, we'll take it the slow, we'll back away. No, 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 they come straight back into the base and take the win to G2. An excellent game from Rogue, from all members individually. We had your Nocturne, Vedius, we had the Lilia for Inspired, Larson's Lucian as well, just flawless all across.
And imagine how that game started as well. Like the bot lane advantages that Rogue initially gained, things were looking pretty neutral, but the way in which they played the fights, the reality is Rogue is just playing better League than G2 is right now. Inspired has Jankos' number. Larson is never falling behind Caps, and Hans Summer just seems to be having so much more impact in these team fights. If we were ever to see the fall of the G2 era, this should very well be the team to do it.
Fnatic were eliminated. G2 are on the verge of being eliminated. We have never had a final in Europe that did not feature one of those teams. I know I have a toss written for me, but it has been 6 years, 7 months, and 25 days since we've had a champion not named Fnatic or G2. Will we be able to have a new champion? Rogue are one win away from eliminating G2 Esports. What a series!
Still no friends, huh?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You beat her!
You haven't got what it takes.
Come on!
Systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC Spring Playoffs. Rogue are on match point against G2, and for me, the key player in this series so far has been Inspired, and I wanted to highlight some of his moves in the early game. I think Inspired, coming into the Spring Split, was rated as the best jungler in scrims. I think people were looking at Self-Made from last year, Jankos' performance as well, all these things, but I think Inspired was the best jungler coming into the league, and it's showing in this series. I mean, you look at the Udyr game, he lost the game. He was even looking for the early game plays. He was behind in the early game. I think Rogue were getting early game advantages, even though they lost the game. I think he had such good pathing, such good intelligence, which we broke down. The second game, he went to 4-5 and was banned out. He picked the Nidalee, he popped off in fights. And in his third game on Lilia, I think it was just such intelligent play from level 1. And we're going to have a look at that level 1. From level 1, they move into the jungle, they walk into the bot side of the map. And as we just play it out, you can see, if we just speed it up a little bit here, Inspired, getting Rex's flash, moving in. And I think the key thing here is because they get the play, they get into the bot side jungle, and they deny the bot side jungle. Jankos has to cover bot side, and that means that Inspired should be able to get the top side of the map back. Sorry, apologies here.
Okay, I'm just going to take over for just a second as we maybe can get Kadril some water, but maybe I'll give it to Bwipo. We're just improvising here. How impressed were you specifically in this game and what Inspired did in those early levels?
So what's really interesting about this in particular is actually if he finds Reckless there, I think he can solo kill him straight up by himself. But they managed to find the dive 3 versus 2 anyway, capitalizing on the fact that Mickey X's Gragas has no body slam. Manages to pick up a first kill. I mean, I would have liked to keep going because there was a very interesting point afterwards. They ganked mid, and then I believe Hansama actually died.
Don't start coughing on me too and needing some water.
No problem, I got it.
So what I wanted to ask you is kind of what we've seen throughout the whole series from Inspired, and if you echo what Kadril said up there, that he also is in scrims rumored to be one of the good ones. Is that also what you have experienced? And do you think he is the standout player so far for Rogue?
I mean, absolutely. I think Jankos has kind of been choking. Like, I feel like start to finish, Jankos is kind of getting out jungled, not finding any neutral objectives, even though I feel like he should be. He's unfortunately not finding any ganks. Inspired in this game has killed, I think, Wunder 5 times over the course of 3 games. On top of that, I think has probably like double or triple the amount of neutral objectives. On top of that, has a CS lead every other game, and he's picking after him.
It's true. It's actually crazy when you also think about the draft priority. Kadril, welcome back. Had to get a bit of water there. No, it's okay. I mean, that jungling would leave anyone out of breath. Do you want to pick up your point again about it?
Yeah, I just think Inspire has been playing smart in the in both games. I think all 3 games he's been playing really smart. His mechanics have been flawless, right? You saw it on the Lilia, the Nidalee, executing well. And even though Rogue lost that 1 game, Inspired was the driving factor behind the early game, getting Rogue the leads in all 3 games. And I think he is the better jungler in this series so far.
This is funny because you literally choked the Telestrator segment.
I can't believe it, man.
Okay, back on track. So specifically, Rogue has been doing so well. Inspired, but not just Inspired. And you said at the beginning that you watched the previous best of 1 they played and that G2 got the upper hand in Rogue in the early game. It's a different story this time around.
I mean, first of all, like, first thing that comes to mind to me is mid lane, Mickey's nowhere to be found. He's not entering the river. He's not really doing anything. I mean, he's kind of sitting on his ass bot lane and just farming. There's not much happening at all, and because of this, I think Rogue has way more room to play. Larson isn't getting challenged. He's playing matchups that are relatively safe for him. He's very comfortable on the Lucian, farming up a Storm. Nothing's really happening.
Yeah, and I think that Mickey X in this game especially just had I would say a poor performance in general. I think he finished the game like 1-8-1, 1-9-1, lots of deaths and not much proactivity going on. And they were executing plays on the cross map when they went for the dives and such like this. The Blitzcrank game was good. I mean, he did rely a lot on Caps for the setup. But I think that this game in general, there just wasn't a lot of roams towards mid, and Caps was taking the brunt of all this damage, right? The top side roaming mid, the bot side roaming mid, he was really struggling.
I do want to even this out then, because whenever we say this person is not having the best series, we also need to talk about what is going well then on the other side. And I think specifically into the bot lane, we've seen Hans get a lot of the picks that he can do very well on, like the Jinx, like the Ashe, and we've also seen the support stepping up. You mentioned the top lane, Odoamne versus Wunder. There were a lot of question marks on the Wunder side coming into this, and you're not too impressed, but that's not necessarily because of Odo's play.
Honestly, I feel like Wunder mismanaged his wave pretty poorly. Like the Urgot game, he got the flash level 1. The wave never bounced. Like it never reached the point where Odoamne felt any pressure from a gank or anything being even possible. Game after that, again, I think there was just a farm fest. Nothing really happened. I'm trying to remember even the matchup in game 2. Nothing really comes to mind. But here in game 3...
It was Karma versus Renekton, though.
Karma versus Renekton. Again, nothing really happening there. He tried to push in the wave, so Jankos came in, pushed out the wave for the Karma, and then Wunder decides to stay, try to push in a cannon wave, gets ganked by Inspired's Nidalee, and
then it's all over. So
That was
not
it.
much to write home about. And we do got to give it to Odoamne. Then he does come out with a Nocturne pick here, and he plays it perfectly in what Rogue was trying to do, filling the role for his team. Finally, I want to talk about the bot lane again, but then the supports. You brought it up already, and it's so important in this meta, how they can roam and influence the game. Trimby, the youngster, has been sometimes in the wrong position, but he's trying to make moves constantly.
Yeah, and I think even coming into the ready check, we said that Mickey X is the vulnerable part of G2 right now, looking at their games. And I think you saw Rogue target that really well. They pick away things like the Rel, they ban the Alistar, they ban the Nautilus. Although Gragas is something of comfort, it really didn't like Mickey was on comfort this game.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, early game made the game really hard for them. I feel like Reckless face checking 3 people in level 1, losing all the summoners, having the base on the first wave, and then Mickey X diving straight, dying straight after on the dive. I feel like that does set. You know, I think Mickey shouldn't be too scared of picking another Gragas game. I think that game was a bit disastrous, and honestly, surprising that their bot lane even got a chance to crawl back after that. But still, a lot left to be desired from G2's Mickey.
Yeah, and no matter how it stands, it is match point for Rogue, and what an incredible story this would be. Of course, this is a team that made it all the way from Ultra League for a couple of them to Worlds last year. Now they could stand in their first final. Kjoel, we talked about the story of constant growth, and we said we are waiting for that next step. This could be it.
Yeah, this definitely could be it. They're on match point. Larson, you can see there with Inspired, was on this roster in 2019. This is the 3rd year they played together as mid jungle. We said it before, I'll say it again. They're so strong as mid jungle. Trimby coming from the academy team, Hans being part of the team since God knows when, and then Odoamne coming in to just hit the last piece of the Exodia puzzle for this team, whereas Finn was like the weak point, I would say, picking the strong sides, losing it with jungle attention, and then Rogue finishing first place regardless. Odoamne for me has been like the staple point that brought the puzzle together.
Yeah, I love it. There's so many different pieces. Also, Hans Sama, who's actually been chasing that final and the finals victory more specifically for years and years. So many different parts of this Rogue lineup. These teams, they are fighting for a shot at the title, and Rogue are just 1 win away from writing history by ending the G2 era and making their first ever LEC final. Game 4 is up next. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the LEC Spring Season Semi-Finals between G2 and Rogue. It has been 6 years, 7 months, and 25 days since the team not named G2 or Fnatic won the title. Only one other name has been able to successfully accomplish that, and it was Alliance back in 2014. Rogue are one win away from guaranteeing a new European champion, and for righting the wrongs of last year, where they were in the same position. They were up and ultimately couldn't get it over the line.
We talked about it. This is an organization that has only gone from strength to strength, and they have slowly been building off of their franchised players. Larson and Inspired were the players that we looked at when they first joined the league as being the potential superstars that they could one day become, and they are so close. The addition of Odoamne, Hansama, Trimby over the last few years being built around these two has now culminated in the rematch. This point, once again, was that change enough to get them to the final, or will they be stopped once again by the Titans that are G2? It's time for the Game 4 draft. It's time for G2 versus Rogue.
Booyah!
Remember that at the beginning of the split, many people saw these two teams as the two best in Europe. And now Rogue is so close to finally changing the pecking order and coming out on top to then have to face Mad Lions tomorrow. There is still one competition left to go, and we shall see. We're jumping into draft. It seems that both the Jinx and the Seraphine are going to continue to be taken off the board.
So just as an aside, G2 have banned Jinx 3 out of the 4 games. The last time that Reckless played Jinx was in 2019. It was a loss. Before that, he played in 2015. The reason I do point it out, it was one of our big talking points, one of the champions that's rising in value. That ban is followed by Hecarim, Lucian, and over on the other side, Seraphine and Senna.
Yes, the one difference here for G2 is replacing that Lucian, putting that Lucian ban in place of Thresh. That was banned by them in the previous game. Last game, they went for the first pick, Udyr, and Jankos' Udyr, there was nothing necessarily wrong with it. I thought his early game was actually pretty good.
The Orianna.
Orianna was left open last time too.
I mean, yeah, but I'm surprised that they would actually let that one through. Why would you not just want to get that into the hands of Caps? Perhaps,
right.
I guess they just want to get the strongest possible jungle matchup. Maybe they're saying Rogue doesn't play Volibear, and they're like, well, okay, if you want to pick the Lilia, then you're going to have double AP mid, perhaps?
And that's why Orianna wasn't picked last time around. Lilia Lucian was open and available. And into the Lucian, Caps elected to run that Syndra. Larson will lock in Orianna right now. Yeah, is open and available if he wants to, but obviously with AP mid, you may not want to.
I wonder if eventually we get to an Inspired Graves angle. I feel like he's kind of on the carry train right now, and if this Thresh gets locked in, that opens up things like the Aphelios in the bot side for Hansama. Obviously, the Jinx was banned, which is what they paired with it before, but you want hyperscaling, you want a team fight bot lane for Hans.
So I'm immediately thinking something like an Ashe for Reckless. Like, that's just kind of where my brain is at right now, because if they're thinking something like an Aphelios, something that needs peel, then you want to try and create as much range as possible, especially with a Nude already running at you. But because they don't see the Aphelios, it's not something that they have to lock in, but it seems like that G2 is thinking along a similar line that I am. The question is, will they lock in their support right now? I feel like there's a lot of supports available that you can just go into the Thresh, so perhaps they want to just grab the Victor or even something like a Syndra into the mid lane as an Orianna answer.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a little surprised to see them go for the presumed top laner now for Wonder in that Karma, because yeah, like you're saying, obviously if Caps has a little, you know, something else up his sleeve besides a Victor, then, I mean, there's only 2 bans in the second phase, so it's likely that he can hold on to some kind of counter pick for that Orianna. That is the expectation here, but now you're either going to get pinched on mid or support. I would expect something like a Victor ban and then maybe a support to follow, maybe something like that, Rel.
Find out what direction they head in. I mentioned this in the previous game. Jankos has played Udyr 3 times professionally in his career. All this year, all of them defeats. This will be his 4th And with Ashe taken away, Jinx removed from the pool, Senna as well, Hansama locks in the Varus.
But we need the Varus stats now, Quickshot. Come on, you need to be on the ball here. Like, Varus is a champion that has been rising in popularity globally, in particular with some of the lethality builds that we have been seeing. Now we're going to get to see it for the first time in Europe.
It is Hansama's most played champion ever at 34 games prior to today. He has a win ratio of 58% on that pick. Interestingly, if you're wondering, Reckless has played Ashe 19 times prior to today. And that Victor you talked about just a moment ago, Ender, it finds himself in the ban list.
And now with, the utility 80 carries of old locked in, I wonder if this unlocks more playmaking from the top lane, from the jungle as well. Again, I mentioned like something like a Graves for Inspired, and I feel like already you have the CC to back it up. If you wanted to get front line from your top laner, put Odo on Scion duty or something similar to that, like, I think this could be a Graves angle for Inspired.
Remember, the Rogue also have the Gnar. Like, that's still just a blind pick top. They can save the counter pick. I mean, I don't know why they would save jungle for last pick, personally, but they could do it, and they have done it before. I think that Volibear doesn't need to be banned. They should consider banning... Oh, okay, no, they're actually just going to ban away the Jace. I wonder if they're asking for the Gnar blind. You know, perhaps they're saying, hey, listen... If you, by banning away the Jace, one of the few Gnar answers is now gone, so why don't you just pick the Gnar, because we potentially have something else, especially with the Nocturne already gone.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was like, if a Gnar or something were come in and Wonder's eyeing something like a Malphite, perhaps, if you get a very squishy backline for Rogue. Well, Thresh Lantern not that fast compared to a Malphite flying on in there. It will be a AP jungle champion for Inspired, maybe hinting that Odo would like to go for a Gnar, some physical counter.
I've been thinking like that Wonder hasn't locked his top laner in, but like...
It's the Karma.
Yeah, it is the Karma. I'm assuming that it's the Karma, unless they want to put the Karma mid. There was an LPL player that did bring it out in the mid lane. I forget who it was. Part of me wants to say Duanby, because that's just what he would normally do. But we are going to get the Ashe Braum coming out once again. This was a bot lane that they have in fact played before. Wow, and also the Sylas. Saw a lot of AP damage coming out from the side of G2. But there's some good ultimates to be able to steal on the side of Rogue. But it does seem like that they're actually putting their trust back in Caps. They're saying, you know what, Caps, we've been struggling. We need a playmaker. We need someone that can just kind of snowball the game, find leads, and we can play around. And it seems to be that Sylas is going to be the champion for Caps.
Yeah, I mean, you have a strong skirmishing jungler around it. The Sylas can get active early on as well. So I'd love to see G2 try and unlock around the mid lane. Because frankly, Ashe Braum, you're not really probably trying to play towards that. Same thing with Karma into the Renekton. Hard to influence that lane here. So now that the Renekton does get locked in on the other side, Rogue have that physical damage top lane that also acts as a tank for the team. Rogue, again, have strong lanes. They have strong, CC setup within team fights as well to set up for Hansama to have the time of his life on this Varus.
By the way, this is the 15th unique champion that Caps has played throughout the spring season. The Sylas is one of his most played and most successful champions. 75% win rate over the 16 previous games. And Caps will be asked to step up and force Rogue into a Game 5 scenario. G2 are one win away from being eliminated from making finals. They've made the 4 previous finals back to back to back to back and won them. And Rogue are on the verge of making history.
We're going to talk a little bit more about the draft when we get into game, but this is a really huge moment for European fans. For anyone that may be just tuning in, doesn't watch the LEC very often, it's G2 or Fnatic. They are the teams that are always in the final. It is the expectation that they will bounce back regardless of whatever struggle that they face. So for a team like Rogue to be in this position, to be one game away, to knocking G2 out and making it to the final, we're going to make history today, potentially.
G2 Esports have won 8 titles, Fnatic 7, Alliance 1. Will G2 have another shot? Let's find out when we hit the Rifts. Note for Draco's schedule and Ender tomorrow. I think maybe the tone and the energy and the hype into the music probably should change. It's taken me a few games. It's taken me a few games, and I think the tonal shifts from hyper intense to...
Look, Trevor, it just reminds us all, we're playing a video game.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And while that was an entertaining segue, the stakes could not be higher. And I know I've said it several times, but Rogue were in the scenario last year. They've got themselves 2 wins on the boat. Trimby will get tagged out by that Winter's Bite and escapes, sidesteps The arrows come down from Hans Summer, and despite the stun landing, Trimby's able to flash to safety. Now, the next target is Hans Summer, but this may be optimistic.
I mean, this is an adaptation from the last game when Rogue were stacking 3 inside that brush. Well, this time you have a Silas level 1, you have a Braum, you have an Ashe. Like, your level 1 is a monster if you are G2 here. So getting the flash off Trimby, obviously going to be a good sign. Now, the question is, do they also elect to split the map in half, like Inspired did to G2 in game number 3? And it looks like the answer is yes. Jankos already in on that blue buff, going to have that as it spawns. And you'll notice on the other side of the map, Wonder is hanging out around the blue buff to see if Inspired goes for it immediately, which he doesn't. Inspired very likely does his Raptors and then goes for the invade on that top left side.
Okay, so what does this mean for the lanes? Well, bot lane, it looks like no crazy stuff happened for Hans Summer and Trimby. Typically, I expect a Thresh Varus lane to actually get that early prio with the extra bit of range that the Thresh does have, but with no flash and knowing that they don't have a jungle on their side of the map, I imagine they don't actually want to get too aggressive when it comes to the early pathing because the risk of a gank is very real. In the mid lane, Cap starting with his E means that he's likely going to fall behind a little bit early on. You kind of want that Q at level 1 to be able to farm from range, so he's going to have to just bite the bullet for the early game for the benefit of trying to get that first blood, and that also means that Wonder's going to have to be forced to do the exact same thing as Rogue's bot lane. Play a little bit more defensively, play on the weak side because you know that your jungler's not going to be in the vicinity as both junglers split the map and continue to farm their first clear.
Yeah, no sort of, level 2, level 3 dives going around this game because it was just that one summoner spell that was spent. Now, Wonder taking really good trades up against Odoamne topside. You'll notice with the extra minions building up, this wave will be pushing away from him, so he needs this ward in river, knowing that Inspired very likely in his own jungler's top side and that a gank could be on the horizon. So this next wave likely trying to push as fast as he possibly can and then bounce it and go for a reset.
Good trade there coming out from Caps, but here comes the jungle now. Level 3 from Odo. Immediate flash. Wonder really just showcasing the respect, but the stun still comes through.
Steps forward. Swellseed comes out there from Inspired. No further follow-up. Mickey and Reckless pushing forward. This duo was played earlier this season and a victory.
Oh, good
Second
hook.
time for Ashe. Trimby gets the death sentence onto Reckless and he escapes with his life.
A bit of a bad trade there from Mickey. The fact that he went into melee range to try and proc the passive onto Hans Summer but wasn't actually able to do it meant that as he tried to escape, the Flay then comes through and the Rogue bot lane's actually able to come out ahead. So they get the heal out from Reckless.
Yep.
Does cost them an ignite though, as now both junglers hovering around mid lane.
Well, what's going to happen? That's the engage coming forward. Caps will get Jankos support in a moment. Flash is available to him. Not going to commit further. So unlike the previous game, where 4 minutes in we had 5 kills secured, this time round, players are able to escape.
Oh, Jankos should know Inspired hasn't done his red buff, and these Raptors are respawning now. Larson, no HP, no mana. He's going for a reset. Has TP to get back onto the map, and Caps will not be able to support Jankos once that TP does come through. Inspired should be able to get this one even without using the smite, so not too bad for him. And now as the TP comes on out, it's really risky for Jankos to stick around. Mickey is in the area, but I still don't like that invade.
Yeah, I think that he wanted to do what he could to invade, but he was a little hesitant of the potential Renekton collapse. Notice how Mickey did an immediate roam up into mid lane, as Reckless does have a free setup on bot. So Mickey's able to get that level 3, and then also potentially cover for any sort of early game shenanigans. But a very early reset. What does Mickey actually use his time for? Pops the Blast Cone, sorry, not the Blast Cone, the Scry's Bloom rather. Also drops a ward hovering around mid side. So they're getting information on the bot side jungle, so they can figure out what is Inspired up to in this early game, so that Jankos can determine what he wants to do with his path. It looks like he's going to send the jungle pathing back to normal.
Yeah, and whenever you look at the bot lane and these 2v2s and how they play out, it's actually really important to note that G2, if you look at all of their offensive abilities, they all get blocked by minions. Now, we saw them get the flash off Trimby from level 1. It looks pretty good for them. Then Rogue took a nice trade, and that's because, frankly, Rogue can trade through minions. The Thresh Flay is set up very nicely from the slow from the Hail of Arrows by the Varus. So inside the wave, Rogue, of course, have some setup, and if Inspired were ever to come bot side, they would be able to sort of run at G2 in a way.
Let's see if they can find that out. We saw the hook shot there from Reckless, spotting out Inspired. And while we have a very brief moment, I just want to quickly remind everyone that Reckless came in to replace Perks on this roster. The era of G2 with Perks is now over. And of course, G2 have stopped Reckless from winning 3 times. An argument could be made, if they do not win this game, could be a 4th time from picking up that title. However, Reckless and the rest of G2 are on even footing at 5.5 minutes. I liked seeing Jankos a little bit earlier, invading and trying to bully. Inspired, once again, backing up Caps. That's the flash forward, finds the stun, dash over the wall. Swirl Seed comes out, no ultimate for Inspired, and it is Caps, the man that needs to carry, that gets first blood.
This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see from G2 from draft. You know, this entire series long, it's been Jankos clearing his jungle, losing to Inspired, Larssen having pressure in mid, but no, with the Sylas next to Neuter, you have early playmaking options. And now this is the second, third time Jankos has visited, and it's finally a kill.
And that play was actually set up well in advance, and so much praise needs to be given to Caps. If we do go to a 5th game, hopefully the analyst desk can kind of break it down, because the cool thing about what happened was when Caps stayed in mid, rather than TP back, he actually forced the wave underneath the tower to start a slow push that bounced back towards him. He could then set up a freeze. If we could just hover very quickly over here, he very quickly set up a freeze along this line, which then made it easy for Caps to then set the gank up with the Udyr. So Jankos was hovering around mid, waited for Larssen to overextend. They force his flash, immediate repeat gank into the play. And what can Larssen do there? Like, his wave is in a very awkward spot. And so you can see that G2's whole game plan there was to try and get mid ahead. But now Rogue is on the offensive as Jankos now ganking top.
Jankos will be the first one into the fray, but Inspired is nearby. Dominus will buy a lot of time for Odoamne. Inspired goes bowling and is holding on to the Lullaby. Looking at the mini-map, mid laners haven't just yet moved, and there is enough pressure from Inspired to dissuade any further follow-up.
Yeah, Caps used his TP to get back to mid. Mickey is actually hanging out to see if maybe there would be a play on Larssen after the gank attempt towards the top side. Well, Inspired is level 6. Jankos the same, but having access to that sleep will mean that Inspired can push him out of the jungle and play for the blue buff. Priority for Odo means you can push on in.
Oh, Larsen's in a little bit of trouble. He's hijacked the shockwave, and the Lantern will allow Larssen to escape. Right place, right time. Dabba-dee-dabba-die as Inspired steals yet another blue buff, and you can feel the tension of the game as we're on match point for Rogue and G2. All of a sudden, the Drowsy will be activated with the ultimate. Inspired needs some backup. Rogue are split. They've got a fight on two fronts. Caps is ignited. He goes back
Shockwave!
in. Shockwave from Larssen! Odo gets his first of the game. Immediately turns his attention over to Wonder. He flashes over the wall. Inspired steps forward. Will it be the bowling ball or will it be the bonk? And it's the swirl for the double kill.
On match point, Rogue take the first fight inside the river. It's a full 4 versus 4. The AD carries chilling in the bot side of the map, but Rogue saw their opportunity with that shockwave. Larssen saying we can go in here, and Odo Inspired followed up beautifully.
They just underestimated the power of Rogue's comp this early on into the game. Renekton has clear strengths and weaknesses, and a skirmish like that is probably one of his biggest
Not many
strengths.
weaknesses there.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think that G2 made a very poor decision, and crucially, Caps burnt everything earlier on in the mid lane to try and make a play onto Odoamne. He doesn't have his ultimate available, and Braum, while getting to the fight quite quickly, Wonder doesn't have any damage. Just the damage portfolios are just so in favor of Larssen. Look, the Ignite comes down into Caps, zones him out of the way. They think they can re-engage, but look at Odoamne, the shockwave into the dive in with Lilith with the chase down. Like, the reality is Rogue not only had more overall damage, but they also just had more skills available. G2 got greedy, and they got punished.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Sylas, not much ability haste built up. Like, He has to go through these long rotations of spells, whereas Larssen just auto-attacking from range, Trimby auto-attacking him, item, all these things. So a really good start to the game from Rogue, and even after the initial gank around mid went favorably for G2, you're now looking at yet another early game loss.
I feel like we haven't seen Inspired not have 2 kills within the first 10 minutes. Like, the guy has literally only ever just gotten early game kills for Rogue. And like, we've praised this man enough, but the guy is having such an impressive series. And, you know, I talked a lot about were these roster changes enough. Honestly, like, just the level up from him as a player over the years has just been a joy to watch. And right now, he is fighting for the title of best jungle. And I think that, you know, people believed it during the regular season. Now he can make his way to the final and really prove it here in the LEC.
I mean, that's the question. I'm going to ask fans at home, do you believe Rogue will win? Vote in chat, yes or no. Do you believe Rogue will win? Yes or no in chat, and I will check in with you in a moment or two. The Rift Herald fight has been started off, and Vedes, I want to build on something you were talking about. Inspired has grown into the player that you see in front of you, contesting and frankly dominating Jankos throughout the course of this series, and really impressing throughout the course of spring. Larssen, maybe for the first time overcoming the Caps boundary, and somebody I definitely want to be supporting and surprised by is Trimby. Now, unfortunately, he's not here to help out Hadsama in this bottom lane. But a lot of damage will be traded by the tower. Mickey's going to go low. Trimby's got Ignite available to him. What just an empowered boop to get the counter kill onto his opposite number. And when you consider the experience difference, 90-plus playoff games for Mickey in Europe to now 10 for Trimby. It is very impressive to see Rogue up again. 4 kills to 2, up nearly 2,000 gold. And Odo is just starting to take over this Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, the cost for admission into the bot lane dive is going to be a couple of plates in the top lane. Larson also freely able to walk up to tower and take a plate for himself. So these lanes starting to look good, and the fans have spoken. G2 with just 35%, because they still have to win 2 games. It's not just about coming back in this one. It is game 5 as well.
Oh my word. It seems that the fans are starting to lose faith, which is kind of crazy because the expectation was that G2 would always be able to bounce back. This team would be the best in Europe for a long time, especially with the addition of Reckless, but questions are now continuing to come through, and Rogue only continue to level up. 2k gold is the lead at 11.5 minutes into the game. A lot of that is, of course, sitting on the top side of the map. The bot is still very even, though, and mid is also finding advantages. So even though Larson did get ganked a fair amount in the early game, he found that successful fight with the multi-man Shockwave. He's found himself with 3 assists. He's winning in the CS department, and I think we can safely say that Larson is definitely overcoming the hurdle that has been Caps for so long.
He'll need to set his sights on Humanoid, who earlier today tweeted, LEC is so free. And just as a reminder that the winner of this series has to face Mad Lions tomorrow for a shot at the title. And right now it's feeling like it is again in Rogue's favor. Now, the game is not at that same point that we were 20 minutes in previously, where it was Rogue's to lose. There's still a lot of options available to G2. I like the fact that this time around they can rely on the Ash Arrow as non-committal engage. I love the fact that Caps has some huge ultimates to steal away as well. They can be very impactful. And we need to see if G2 can put themselves in a position to make that happen. This time around, though, gentlemen, no early dragons. 12.5 minutes on the clock. No dragons secured as
another
of yet.
blue buff, though.
It's just another time walking in here like Inspired. It's not a very difficult timer to know. It's 5 minutes from the last time you took it. So as long as you keep taking them, you know in the next 5 minets, it's time to show up.
But like, Inspired's even in my head about this. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm going to show up to my blue buff Inspired's there. I'm like, what's going on?
But the madness of it is Inspired's pathing is actually so predictable at times. And yet the way that Rogue draft to make sure they have priority lanes, the way that he can be flexible about which buff he wants to invade depending on which side of his map is going to be strongest. It doesn't matter if it's predictable. It doesn't matter if you see it coming a mile away. Rogue have hit all the checks off the list in order to know that they are going to get away with that every single time.
It's very impressive stuff. Let's see what they do with it next. Supports are making their way towards the mid lane. The Herald's going to come down, and this is a big deal for Rogue. They're going to deny Caps as much as possible, start funneling a little bit more money into Larson, but more importantly, open up the map a little bit more.
Man, look at those plates. Shelly's going to do so much work as the Glacial Fish is used just to buy time. The ECA has not yet been fired by Reckless, who is sitting toe-to-toe with Hansama in the bottom lane. The tower, First Blood, picked up by Rogue. Rift Herald used to perfection. Larson is plus 30 CS over Caps. And remember that he was the victim of that fantastic gank setup earlier that Verius broke down. But it doesn't matter. As a team, Rogue have overcome it. But it will be at the cost of now the Cloud Drain.
I mean, you talked about it earlier, Quick Shot. I mean, you talked about it throughout the series. The point at which this is Rogue's game to lose, I think we're already there, man. Like, a 4K or 3.5K gold lead at 15 minutes into the game. Like, the fact that they've already taken down the mid tower, first item completed for Larson, the Stride Breaker now done for Odo Amne. Like, maybe there's an element of scaling to the side of G2's comp that I don't know yet, but right now, things just look like the Rogue series.
Chain of Corruption comes out. There can be one shot backwards. Lockdown in place. Kingslayer's fired out by Caps. Takes a lot of time. Caps is low. Mickey's low. There's a party in the bottom lane, and it's time to go Rogue. Odo Amne dashes forward. There's no dominance available to him. Cold the Meat comes out. The Shockwave will catch one more. 2 quick kills to Rogue as Odo slices and dices his way to safety. Larson gets another, and Rogue may have just done it, but Wonder is still left standing. Trimby with the flash. Flay finding kills for days. Wonder with a Soul Flare gets at least another one back. This is not yet over, and G2 are fighting to the bitter end.
Still such a close fight. Rogue trade up 1 kill when all is is said and done there, and it could have been much, much worse for G2. We'll watch it again because the combination of Ashe player plus stolen Varus ultimate by Caps should be just lights out for anyone, but it doesn't come in quite fast enough. Hansama gets underneath the turret, and this makes Caps take so much damage. But it shouldn't matter. It's a 4v5, and Rogue have all the HP in the world, and yet G2 do end up kiting them out for quite some time.
They certainly do. I thought that this fight was actually winnable for G2. I was keeping my eyes on Reckless, and I was like, hey, if he can just keep dishing out damage, but things like the Guardian came through, and then the stopwatch comes through, and then I'm like, oh, Larson still has full HP, and his ball does not have that long of a cooldown. I think that flay from Trimby was actually a bit of a misplay. I think he was actually aiming for the Ashe, but either way, it does work out. They don't quite get that kill onto Wonder, but again, Rogue are just showcasing that they know how to play this fight.
You don't want this.
The rest of Rogue are nearby. Hansama stays alive just long enough for the lullaby to put G2 to sleep. Is it past your bedtime? Old Crown protectors as Rogue pick up a bunch of kills, and now they extend their advantage.
Rogue are just playing the map better than G2. Off the resets from that fight, they've got 4 people sprinting topside for the Herald. Jankos had no idea. He sees 2v1, but it's a 4v2 that Rogue are going to win and continue to collect around the map.
Well, the man who I think is going to be the most celebrated for this one is forever third place, Odoamne, a man that is best finished third place, has 5 third place finishes under his belt. And coming into today, there's a bit of a meme. Maybe it would happen again. Expectations and predictions were that G2 were going to win this one. In 377 games, Odo may be in his best shot yet to advance to the finals.
Yeah, you guys have to appreciate Odoamne has been playing for years. There was a time when Odoamne and Jankos were on a roster together.
And how far did they get? The semifinals at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't even born around that time, right? And it was crazy. He has been playing for such a long time, and the fact that he has never made a final, the fact that many players in Europe have not made a final because of the organizations of Fnatic and G2. And when you speak to many pros, many expectations were that if you're not on one of those orgs, you're not gonna win. Yep. It's just not gonna happen. And finally, we're getting to a time where maybe the Apple Cup will be upset. G2, they're not out of it yet, but things are looking dire. We will see how this game progresses as G2 5-man mid.
All right, Ashe Arrow comes out. Trim. Oh! Look at that in reply. All of a sudden, Caps picks one up. G2 are still down a significant amount.
Yeah, it's a McHale's rush from Trimby, so nice mechanics there. Good timing to escape the arrow, but still will lose his life at the end. The trade, though, Rogue, they're bashing top lane. The wave pushing it all the way forward. Bot lane tower getting taken down very low as well.
Again, Ender, every single time this series, G2 have committed to a skirmish, or at least most times, Rogue have had a counter play somewhere else on the map to get more advantages.
I mean, the difference is, right, G2 committed 5 players into mid lane for a kill. Earlier in this game, Rogue committed 4 members into the mid lane for an entire turret, right? All 5 plates they were able to take off that play while Hansama could farm bots. They have been playing multiple lanes at all times, never fully committing into one area on the map, and it served them very well.
It's just a fantastic story to look at, and Rogue have got all the tools necessary. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but just a reminder that Rogue were 2-1 up in a series a year ago, around about this time. And G2 were able to bounce back. Things feel different now, though.
They do.
Things feel like that rap battle was ahead of its time from a year back, where Rogue and Mad stood above the corpses of Fnatic and G2. And with
got
a
a lot of value
gold lid,
out of that rap battle.
A huge amount of value. I actually was asking if we could have got it this series, because it was ahead of its time, and it is an exciting time to be a fan of European League.
All right, so when we kind of look at game state, obviously the gold gap is massive, and you only have to look at the items to really see that, right? I don't know how they're going to kill this Renekton. The Orianna is a level up on Caps and also has 2 items. I think G2 just need to concede this Drake, and they need to just kind of play the long game. Wait for Karma to get into the late game, offer that utility, kind of play around the Ashe, wait for Silas to get 2 to 3 items. What they're doing right now is like worst case scenario.
Yep, they say your advice be damned, Mr. Day. Jankos is the first to fall, and this will allow a free dragon to Rogue at the cost of Jankos' life.
And all I can ask is why?
Why?
Like, what is the point? You haven't taken a single outer tower yet. You could maybe trade that Drake for a top tier 1, or maybe even trade it for a mid tier 1. Like, there were so many options where all they need to do is delay the game, because trying to fight more now, I think, is not going to guarantee them any success. And you have to wonder if the mental is starting to collapse for G2.
Ender and Vedius, how many times have you asked why? Over the last couple of weeks, watching G2, why this pick? Why this decision? Why this move on the Rift? I mean, Jankos just waltzed right into 5 members of Rogue. They are stacked up in the bottom lane. Odo's got teleport available to him. Rift Herald was summoned. This will be the 4th tower of the game secured. There's a sleep that will put Mickey down and no further follow-up. 4 towers up, 7,000 gold up. And Rogue are in that same position. It is their game to lose, and it is currently their series win on the line.
And it's time to just completely force G2 off the map with all outer turrets down. Take every single camp you can. Of course, they are waiting to face off against Mad Lions tomorrow.
So the thing I will say is if anyone's going to carry this game, it's Reckless. I was looking at the gold. Caps is too far behind Larson to, I believe, have any impact unless he can get a couple shutdowns. Like, Reckless is the one that has been staying even. Reckless is the captain consistent, late-game team fighter that any European fan knows him for. And I think the fact that he's on 2 items and he has the Karma on his team as well and a Braum, there's enough peel that he can carry in the late game. Whether or not he will be able to, the gold gap is obviously monumental. But if anyone were to do it, Reckless is the player I'm looking at.
Think about the weight on his shoulders. You know, I shared that just a moment ago. 3 titles denied by G2. Now he joins G2 to not only win here in Europe, but to set his sights on success internationally. Remember that his former lane opponent, Perks, who was a former mid laner, has an international title, right? Both of those organizations on the precipice of being knocked out. Now, 7,000 gold down, looking at the mini-map state. There's 3 minutes to the next mountain. Baron is available as an option, and Rogue will once again just group up, shove the wave in, and the Chain of Corruption will not hold G2 in place. Just a little bit of chip damage on the tower.
I mean, it's just exactly right from Rogue. Get all the deep vision you can, take away camps as they spawn, and continue to force G2 further and further back, because we're at a point in the game where, realistically, if G2 had just slightly more control, Jankos still wouldn't be farming jungle camps, but Reckless would be soaking up every single camp on the map, and if Rogue are stealing those away, that denies Reckless the opportunity to funnel himself and get him into a better position in the game. And
stealing the
there you go, Inspired. Every buff will be stolen.
Oh, that's a flash forward. Will put Reckless to sleep. He's able to flash away with his life for now. Gets the teleport out of Caps into the jungle, and Rogue are not resting on their laurels. They had the advantage, they've pressed it further. That's another inner turret that's being focused. Ash Arrow, Glacial Fissure, everything thrown at Rogue, and it has had little to no impact. That's a dash forward from Ottawa, he's still got flash available to him. Starting to peel backwards as Dominus will just about time out. The mini wave is getting shoved.
Good hook!
Once again, the death sentence will not catch Mickey, nor will the shockwave. That's not going to be able to pick up the kill, but it pushes G2 away.
But the kills don't even necessarily matter. They've still got a wave barreling at this turret. They may very well be able to take it because Odo on the flank can zone G2 away from the tower. In the meantime, all the topside jungle camps are respawning too, so Rogue have even more they can take. The kill, who cares about it? Just remove any chance for G2 to come back.
I'm just so impressed with how Rogue are using this pressure, because funnily enough, when I saw them resetting in the topside jungle of G2's, topside jungle, I noticed that red buff was alive, and I thought, oh, maybe they played for this. No, that's just a little too greedy, probably. They're probably going to look to reset. Then I look again at the minimap, and who's there at the enemy red buff? It's Inspired, the man who's literally at every single neutral objective that is in the game. It doesn't matter where you try to go, Inspired is there, ready and waiting, and he is just making this game impossible for G2 to play.
Grab your friends, grab your family. History is being made.
Oh, blue buff
back-to-back Caps champions. Caps finally gets a taste of his own blue buff, but at what cost? 5 towers down at 23 minutes. There is a dragon spawning shortly, but I really, again, want to just go back to the fact that Rogue did not take their foot off the gas. They accelerated. They kept pushing forward. In game 1, where they had that comp that really wanted to get further ahead, went a little bit slow. It allowed G2 back into the game, and that was the only game that G2 have won this series. This time around, Rogue are just bullying the crap out of G2. And it doesn't look like there'll be much contest around this next dragon.
I don't know if it's fully sunk in yet that G2 may just be done. Not even making the finals. Like, this team, everyone still expected them to go to MSI regardless of losing. You won't believe they lose until they are completely out of the tournament, and Rogue aren't even really giving them chances. That's the beauty about how Rogue play League of Legends, is they do not give you windows in which to come back in games, and it has just been clockwork from early game from start to finish.
And the thing is, there are going to be people out there that sit there and say G2 played bad, right? And like, there's an argument for that. But I feel that Rogue has just played so well this series. Like, from game one to where we're at now, Inspired has been nothing but impressive. I feel like Larssen has been able to conquer his demons and is just having such a phenomenal mid lane performance. And while Trimby still gets caught out a couple times, he's still making a couple rookie mistakes. I think that he has
10 playoff games ever.
You know what
right?
I mean? Like, yeah, I'm willing to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt. And so, like, I have been so impressed with Rogue. And again, like, we're kind of talking about this game like it's done and over, but that's just how it feels like it. There is a 7K gold lead at 25 minutes into the game. I do not want to give you viewers at home that there is an illusion that this is going to be easy for G2, because if they turn this game around, it is a miracle with the current game state as it is.
And of course, there is an elite group of people who have taken down G2 Esports domestically in a best of 5. Mad Lions have done it twice. Fnatic have done it twice. Misfits have done it once. And Rogue may join the elite 4 of Europe to take down G2. Rogue now going to peel backwards. The lullaby was used, and they'll set their sights on Baron.
Reckless had a QSS to get rid of that, but they still have to be concerned. Reckless, no flash in the oncoming fight, and Rogue so powerful. They are welcoming G2 into them. They say, come here and fight us, and they are looking to take this series.
Larssen is playing Battle Orianna. Shockwave is available to him. Step forwards. That's going to catch on to Jankos. A clear focus of what it is. 2,800 hit points on the Baron. As peeled and focused on 2 sides. Shockwave is not yet used. That's a dash him forward. Caps to be able to pick up at least 1. The Baron does go the way of Rogue, but for Caps is down. He's taken out. The reply damage from Rogue kills the mid laner for G2 Esports. With Baron on 5 members, they get out of the pit.
Caps tried everything, flying into the pit to see if he could get a kill, steal the Baron, do something, but nothing could be done in the face of 5 members of Rogue. They now have the Baron and are pushing down top.
You are witnessing the end of an era. For the first time, Perkz does not play with G2. And for the first time in 5 seasons, G2 will not make finals. I mean, that is what is at stake here. Baron on 5 members of Rogue the way they've been playing.
And it's just, you can see in this situation, Rogue are making it as hard as possible for G2 to get into the pit. Cap sees his opportunity and he just goes for it. He dives into the backline. Trimby is his only target, but there's no real follow-up. Reckless wasn't hitting anyone. Jankos doesn't flash in to try and steal away the Baron. It just feels like that everything is falling apart for G2. This team is collapsing. Rogue is dominating. They have a 10K gold lead. And with this Baron, they're looking to break into the base and make their way for their first ever final.
Mad Lions showed that G2 were fallible last week. Rogue showed that they are defeatable this week. And Europe as a region continues to prove that young rookies and smart roster changes pay off. Both Mad and Rogue got better than they were last year. And now Trimby is body blocking 3 members of G2. The Ash Arrow comes out. Trimby may have just
Odo's in 4!
The final fight. Dominus from Odo will get a lot of damage down onto Mickey, but nobody has yet fallen. Caps escapes for now, and Rogue are on the inhibitor turret.
Odo with the casual 1v4 is healing off of the damage that G2 are trying to throw their way. Rogue break the mid lane inhibitor turret. The inhibitor will fall soon, and bot lane is not long for this world either.
It is a 10,000 gold difference. Baron is still on Rogue. Odo Wamne gets a lot of damage onto Reckless. He's forced to run for his life. That's a flash forward from Caps onto Odo, who survives everything. Rogue now are inside G2's base. It is Rogue with absolute control yet again.
They're looking to end things right now, Quickshot. They're looking to make history, take down G2, and I don't think they're going to make it a final.
Oh my word, Rogue need to get past these Nexus turrets. Baron empowered minions are still pushing forward, and Rogue will back away for now. This Red Bull Baron power play is massive, plus 4,000 gold, and they haven't yet peeled
There's still 25 seconds. Larsen's going back to base to teleport back in. Rogue are saying it ends here. It all ends for G2, and Rogue look to push to final.
Oh my word, the G2 reign is over. 5 members of Rogue onto the Nexus turret. Caps is going to be able to hijack the chain of corruption. That could be pivotal. He hasn't fired it just yet, holding on to it for now. Shockwave is up for Larssen. Mickey's going so incredibly low. Rogue have not yet done.
There's a wave in the bot lane, but the Baron is gone. Rogue sticking around inside the base. That top Nexus tower, very, very low. The spells are here. The shockwave, everything ready for Rogue to say it's over.
Ultimates are up for G2 as well. This is going to be the final fight. Here comes ulti from Odo.
All right, Odo's going to be straight on top of Caps. The shockwave only catches Mickey,
it's
but that's
fired!
a dash forward from Inspired. It costs him his life. He manages to take down Mickey. The first Nexus turret is still standing, as all of a sudden, Hans Summers forced to run for his life. Caps has been able to defend the Nexus. He manages to re-engage and push Rogue away. Rogue stuck around far too long.
Inspired goes so deep there underneath both towers, instantly gets popped. It's a 2 for 2, but G2 hold on.
The final was in their eyes and they greeted a little too much for it. They wanted to end the game here and now. With a 10k gold lead, I don't really blame them for thinking they could just end things here, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. The shockwave only lands onto Mickey. The ultimate looks big from Inspired, but he loses his life instantly as a result. And while Mickey does drop, G2 have the towers to act as a wall to keep Rogue from continuing the dive. They're able to force Rogue back. They'll be able to hold on for a little bit longer, but their base is in tatters.
Ultimately, it should not impact the state of the game. It is still Rogue and their game to lose. There is a Mountain Drake to pick up. They have a 10,000 gold lead. They have not conceded a single tower to G2 this game. It has been dominance. We're 31 minutes in, and there is a lot that has happened. Rogue, cool down, calm down, and finally set up for the final push.
Odoamne has not died once this game. Like, the man has had a great series. He wants to make his first ever final. He is so close to doing it. Can we quickly have a look at the gold observers? I want to see the difference between the two mid laners. There is a 2,500 gold difference between the two mids. Same for top lane, same for jungle. Like, the only close gap is between Reckless and Hansama, and I don't think Reckless can 1v9 this game. He has a strong front line. He has the Infinity Edge. If they can hold one more fight, maybe Reckless and G2 can turn it around.
20% HP on both of those Nexus turrets. Super minions are pouring their way into the base. Caps once again has hijacked the chain of corruption. If that can lock down multiple members, I'm looking for the shot.
Oh, the shockwave!
That catches onto Reckless. He's got no flash, he's got no heal. Oh no, slices and dices his way through. That is it. That is it done. Hansama will be able to pick up a kill onto Mickey. The rest of Rogue are hunting down Caps. Wonder is running for his life, but there's no minions to work with. They have to wait for the supers to conga line their way in.
Rogue, it could not be more poetic. Larson overcoming his demons and removing Reckless from the equation with that shockwave. It's Rogue all the way.
All right, Caps is under a little bit of threat here. Multiple members of Rogue are low. The hijack is not yet available. Going gold, and the first Nexus turret falls. Rogue turn their attention to the second one. Caps is trying to get some kills on the backside, but he's down. He's dead. History has been made. Neither Fnatic nor G2 will be in a European final. And for the first time, Rogue will face Mad Lions for the crown. Normally, we let the players' elation and joy carry this moment. But frankly, they knew they were in the finals for the last 15 minutes.
Just stunning. All around, I mean, Inspired completely owned this series. Every single game could do absolutely nothing wrong, and when it mattered too, the rest of the team stepping up behind him. Larson shockwave multiple times, starting it off in the top river. Just ridiculous performance from Rogue.
And I think you said it earlier, it still hasn't sunk in, and G2 or Fnatic, they're not in the final. It is a Rogue versus Mad Lions final.
And don't forget, Rogue have done well in the regular season before, and every top team's like, oh no, they're predictable, we can beat these guys. Oh, it's not that tough. In the best of 5, we'll run them over. Rogue just ran over G2.
Coming into today, the all-time record was 13-2 in favor of G2. It ends 14-5. Rogue become the 4th team in Europe to defeat G2 Esports in a best of 5. One could argue that Reckless was denied a final and a title by G2 Esports for the 4th time in a row. And ultimately, the better team won last week, the better team won today, and the better teams in Europe in these playoffs have been Rogue and Mad Lions.
I mean, of course, and like, but you have to feel for many of the players on G2, like this was Reckless's goal. He wanted to finally win something, the change to be a part of an organization like G2 with these players. Like, the expectation for many, I remember at the beginning of the split, reading tweets, reading Reddit, reading everything like, why do I want to watch a split where I know G2 is just going to win at the end of it? Even after they lost last week, people were like, okay, it's cool, but they always do this. They go into the losers bracket, they shake things up, and then they go straight back into the final and they win the whole thing. Not this time. They fell at the final hurdle, and the better teams came out on top, and nothing but respect for Rogue. And Odoamne making his first final and overcoming a game like this is definitely a big deal for him.
He is the last man on the stage. I can barely see his face, but the smile is fantastic. For a man that has 5 third-place finishes, to be in a final, in a series, and in a season where he played weak side so often, he got a lot of love from Inspired, who is one of your key Player of the Series nominees, followed by Larson and Hansama. Oruwamne, congratulations. Inspired, Larson, Hansama, and Trimby. Rogue, as an organization, the European talent factory, and now they need to overcome their demons and take the 3rd seed from the regular season. Mad Lions were 3rd. First seed's gone. 2nd is all that remains.
Look, we've said it's the end of an era for G2, perhaps. It's the start of a new one. Rogue and Mad Lions, the two of the freshest teams in the LEC. So many young players that were itching with 1st and 2nd place finishes in the regular season last year. They did it.
The man on your screen, Larson, overcoming Caps. We had a dedicated graphic for how difficult it is for Larson to play into Caps, just to break it down. Anyways, blown away. There are not enough words. We did not tell enough stories, but hopefully we'll continue it. We'll soon hear from Oruwamne, followed by the LEC post-game lobby with Trimby and Inspired, as well as the announcement of the Spring MVP. Don't go anywhere. Rogue are in the finals versus Mad! We asked you to show us your moves, and the winner is Cushion! He's playing Misfortune on the red side, starts things off with a fantastic ultimate, picking up 2 quick kills. Dashing backwards into the tri-bush, looking for Rakan. Gale force forwards, finds the kill. Looking for the 4th, the double tap for the double-double. Darius at the target, knocked up with the blast cone and the pentakill! We'll see you in summer.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the LEC playoffs as we just witnessed the end of an era, as Quickshot said, but I want to say the beginning of a new one, maybe. Odoamne, thank you so much for joining me. I'm happy to see, happy tears for once. It's been 8 years for you. How do you feel? This is going to be your first finals.
8? Is this my 7th?
7th.
7th year? I mean, it's crazy. It's like it was such a great ride, I guess. I didn't really, expect it, I guess. I mean, not like after I signed with Rogue, but like before, because I've been through like so many good teams that I didn't really get to make finals. And now, after 7 years being a boomer, I get to finally make it, and it's great, I guess.
It is great. I'm super happy for you, Odo. And I remember that at the beginning of the year we had a chat actually, and you told me that if you didn't make it this year, this would be on you. I guess that. Do you want me to leave your time?
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just some manly tears, but
manly tears for
it's
sure.
fine.
But I mean, very, very much deserved. You've been waiting for this for so long. What was different this year compared to the other years you spent in the LEC? Because you told me, as I said at the beginning of the year, if I don't make it this year, I have no excuses. And I mean, you did everything in your power to make it, and you did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, just more experience, I guess. It's been a long ride for me. Been through a lot of different environments, and I gathered a lot of experience, and I fixed a lot of my issues that I had that were holding me back in my previous teams. And obviously, everyone is just super talented here, and we're all doing our job very well. And yeah, just the individual talent is there, I think, and we're working as a team really well. And yeah, it kind of showed there were no excuses. We lost to Mad, and I felt like that was kind of like on us because we kind of cracked under pressure, and we made mistakes that we don't really make, usually. And yeah, after that, it was kind of like a wake-up call for everyone. We had some sort of breakdown because when you lose like such a series, when you're like feeling so confident. It was rough, and it was kind of like on me and on everyone to pick each other up and kind of fix our problems. And I think today against G2, we kind of showed that we were a lot better than in the series against Mad, and tomorrow's series is going to be like a really, really competitive one. I mean, really blunt opinion, last time we should have beat them. We were ahead in all 4 games, but we just choked and we lost, so it's not going to happen tomorrow.
We'll see about the game tomorrow, but for now, as you said, you come from far place. I mean, you had issues in playoffs. You have to fix everything so quickly. What helped you overcome these demons, if I may call them like this?
I mean, I think the format helped for sure because I never made finals, but I think 90% of the time I never lost third place match. So we're kind of in a enigma here because we're third, but we're playing G2 to get to second. But it's kind of like the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, and like it never happened, So I'm kind of stuck in this like enigma where we have to do something. And yeah, I guess format helped. Never lost third place match. I guess we won today, but never made finals. But I guess we made finals today, so it's kind of a weird champ right there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Everyone just stepped up massively, and yeah, nothing more I can say, I guess.
It's been an insane playoffs to watch. I mean, from viewers' perspective, but for you, seeing Mad Lions going to the finals, you joining them tomorrow. As we said, it's a new era, new teams. We're gonna have a new champion, no matter what, tomorrow.
Yeah.
How has it been for you living this speed of the LEC and this special?
I mean, I love the narrative now. Now that
finally,
now that like G2 Fnatic, All Kings is gone. There's gonna be a new narrative for the next 2 years that we're gonna like hear every day just because of this occasion. So
I'm happy to ride the wave, and yeah, I'm excited to clap Mad Lions tomorrow because 2 years ago I wasn't good enough to stay on the team and they kicked me, but now I think it's time for me to kick them down.
Revenge, I see. That's what it's about for tomorrow.
Pretty much, yeah.
Last question for you. I mean, I got to ask you this one tomorrow maybe, but as we said, it's been 7 years. Was it worth the wait?
Definitely. I mean, because I don't know, it would have been a shame, you know, if I stopped before reaching a finals. So yeah, I always felt like I was good enough, but I never made it. And yeah, maybe I'm lucky tomorrow, and we change that even for the better.
That's not luck, Odoane. That's hard work, and you deserve this spot in the finals that you got today. Looking forward to a new page of history with you and Mad Lions playing in finals tomorrow. But again, congrats on making finals. Finally, I want to say. And yeah.
Okay, Laure, just end it, we're done.
That's why you have the best
Fuck
teamwork.
this.
Okay, we're gonna wrap this one. Odoane, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats again on reaching
Thank
finals.
you.
And we're gonna take one last break and
Later,
we'll be back
nerds.
in a few minutes with post-game lobby. Don't go anywhere. He's already gone. I'm just alone right now.
welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shocked and I'm joined by Trimby and Inspired. Rogue makes it rather to their very first final. Insane what happened here today. They knock out the reigning champions and keep them from their 5th final in a row. And how, Trimby, we talked last week. You were so excited. You promised us a show and you gave us one today. What's going through your mind after making it to your final in your very first split?
Well, that's actually crazy. I mean, I thought about it after the games, and like last year at this time, I was chilling in off-season, having like last place in Prime League, like in German League. So right now, being able to actually play in finals and like beating G2, like honestly, it's just something really amazing. I wouldn't believe myself. If someone told me that last year ago, yeah, I would laugh at him, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, you're making other people laugh now because it's fantastic what you've done. You put a smile on all the Rogue fans' faces. Same for you, Inspired. We just talked about how long have you actually been in the league? 4 splits and you make it to your final. And let me just say, you played your heart out this series. It must mean incredibly a lot to you to beat Jankos, to beat G2, and to make it to your first final.
Yeah, I mean, especially because last split we lost to them in game 5, and it was also like similar situation because the winner was going to the final. It felt very bad to lose to them in that close series, so I took it like a bit more personal this time. That I really need to win because I don't want to feel that sad again. So yeah, it feels great to win this time.
No, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the replays from the game. There was a lot to say about your play this series, Inspired. We had a telestrator breakdown from Kadrill as well, just kind of highlighting it. What do you feel specifically you did well from a jungle perspective in this series?
I think I just play well around camps, because I think in early game you can like get ahead yourself, and then basically if the jungler is ahead, he can snowball the lead into Drakes, into Herald and stuff, because enemy jungle can't fight him because he's already behind from early game. And I think that's mostly what I did this game, in this series. I was just getting ahead early, and then from that we were just snowballing on sides, getting Heralds, Drakes, and then slowly playing for towers.
G2, of course, had a couple of curveballs in the draft here and there. You guys also had some surprises with the Nocturne top. Trimby, overall, how did you feel about the comps that you played with today?
I think I was not stressed out that much. I was not stressed out that much as I was in like the first Mad Lions game. And also, I think we kind of adapted as well this week to make the comps even more chill. So it felt really good. It felt like I knew what to do, and I was like trying to get as much info for my team as possible, but the useful one, not the one that I did before.
Yeah. Maybe I'll ask Inspired then, because we heard talks of there was too much chatter on the team comms coming into the first week of playoffs. How do you think you all cleaned that up today?
Honestly, for me, it doesn't really matter. In my opinion, even if people are like screaming a lot and stuff like this, I think it's still really fine to play because you can hear what people want to do. And I think if you are good players, you don't really need to communicate that much because you just see the same thing all the time. But definitely it's better to have like clean comms. But for example, team like Mad Lions, they're already in the final, and I think their comms are very, very stressful as well. When I was watching their voice comms, they're also screaming a lot and like having a lot of fun. So I think you can play with clean comms and also like with talking a lot and having a lot of fun, screaming a lot. But I think it just depends on people, like on the players. And I think most of our team just likes when there is not much screaming, when everyone is like calm and collected in game.
I see. Otherwise, it becomes a bit too confusing. We also have the Kia Player of the Series, Inspired, with 88% of the votes. I think that is one of the highest percentage of votes on record. And it's just so crazy to me because we talk about you a lot, and we also did, you know, when Rogue was not in the finals or when you weren't winning as much, but saying that you're always very good, that we hear from teams that in scrims you're impeccable, that in the games there's barely anything ever that you do wrong. But it feels like that total recognition has not come yet. From the community or from everyone at the same page. Do you feel like you've taken a step towards showing I'm the best jungler in Europe right now through this series?
And definitely, right, because we won against G2 and I played very well, so definitely it's a step closer. But I think for a long time I already felt like I'm very good, but we just couldn't really show it that easily. I think meta last year was also a bit harder maybe to show it, because I think now I have very good read on meta and I play better than other junglers with it. So I think it's just easier to show it this year.
Well, fantastic job. Final question maybe about the series for you, Trimby. We saw you having a lot of rel, and I expected you to have maybe a super crazy pick because you told me last week, I don't know if it was live in the end or not, but you said, I'm not the kind of person who always wants to handshake on the matchup. I want to throw them a curveball if I can. Not that much of that here, but we did see you be incredibly proactive and really help your team to make the plays all over the map, sometimes a bit in enemy territory. Yeah, but how do you feel about that matchup and being able to beat a reckless Mickey bot lane?
Well, it's just insane that we actually beat them. And I feel like every game, in at least during the laning phase, we're like trying to put a lot of pressure on them. It felt like they're actually kind of sweating to do stuff and actually help with their jungler to do something with it. Because, with the champs I had, obviously it was a little bit easier for me to do so, because I think both Rel and Thresh can be really aggressive on the lane if you have quite okay matchup. And we're like kind of playing for lane as well with the ADs that we pick. So I felt really great that we could actually pressure in that much. So Inspired could farm a little bit more. Maybe he could steal some camps on the top side when we are on bot side, trying to make them actually come to us and like do something with it. Because I think in most of their games that we played today, I felt like they're just sweating to actually outpush the wave to do something. Maybe first game was a little bit, I think, chill. But yeah, I don't know. It was really nice to play with Hans today, and I think we kind of smurfed it on laning phase. I was getting caught quite a lot later on, at least in first 2 games. But it is what it is. A little bit choking on stage didn't matter.
But in other games, you then made deciding engages, also in this last one, for instance. So it all balances out. I think you have a lot to be proud of. Let's take a look at the bracket. It is completely unexpected for so many people because we have a guaranteed new LEC champion, the end of an era. We've only ever had Fnatic, G2, and Alliance taking the crown and taking the title here in Europe. And now it's going to be Matter Rogue. Like, it's weird to even see it there, isn't it? But yeah,
for sure. Of course.
It's so weird, but it's so amazing, and it's really all up to you guys. So let's talk a little bit about the finals then. It is so close yet so far, right? It is tomorrow, which is also kind of the disadvantage that you have if you come through the lower bracket, because you need to play immediately tomorrow. Inspired, what are your kind of first thoughts about the Mad Lions matchup tomorrow?
Well, I think we will not be that much exhausted because the series today was not too hard, honestly.
True.
So this thing is fine, but I think we just showed a lot which champs we like to play, so Mad Lions can adapt in draft with it. But other than that, I think there is not much advantage that they got by having 3 day today, or basically not having to play another series. But the series against them, I think we played very well. First time we played against them in the early games, and then we just collapsed in the mid/late game. So I think if this time we will just play the games out cleaner, I think we can easily win it.
Okay, I'll pick that up in just a bit. For now, though, before we look ahead more towards tomorrow, we want to highlight a standout performance from the spring season. This player brought a new dimension to his team, and for the 4th time in his career, he's been selected as MVP.
Are staggered, never gives them a chance for a break. Reckless is dashing in, that's going to be the Gale Force. Instantly one-shots the 80 carry. The modern-day Houdini Reckless gets it done. The 80 carry gone. But that's Reckless. He's in the midst of the entire team. He one-shot VGO.
Not going to be enough just yet. That's a great Stanui. One is trying to slow everybody down. Look at Reckless. He's untouched. Reckless has got a triple. Reckless has destroyed Misfits.
Rapid fire auto attack. Rapid. Oh, God.
Quadra kill.
That one's going to fall away. TP now coming in, however. Mad Lions setting up the targeting forward. Just on it. Yes, going to get the knockback. Jessica's going contested. Magic Field's on the flank with the minions pushing into the base. G2, they're going to need TP if they want to come out on top of this one. But Reckless, now Legendary. That shot's coming through. Jessica's off to the backside. Mickey buying as much space as he can. The Infernals will not going to be enough. But still, Astrals are not coming out on top. The front line from G2 is just playing this too well. Still, Reckless. Who gets the Infernal? It's G2.
And welcome back to this side of the studio. Reckless, thank you so much for joining me. It must feel a bit bittersweet having this interview right now, but this is about celebrating everything you achieved in your career and the fact that this is your 4th MVP title. You are the player in Europe, in the history of Europe, who got the most MVP title. I feel like it says a lot about your career and your achievement. Don't you agree?
I guess in a moment like this, it's hard to feel that way. But to some extent, I guess I'm happy that I managed to still be myself after everything, with the change and everything. It's been a hard, it's been a hard time living up to all the expectations that people have had. So yeah, to some extent, I've just been happy to be able to still show that I'm the same player, the same person.
It's not even the same player or the same person, actually, because you took the biggest risk, leaving Fnatic, joining G2, a team that was performing and will continue on performing. And you said in an interview a couple of weeks back that you needed to give up on this leadership that you had within Fnatic. So I don't agree when you said that you're still the same player, and people recognize that voting for you as an MVP today. So tell me about switching team. We often talked about this, but yeah, this new role that you had within G2 and how it helped you become a better player.
I just don't think I've ever been the guy for my team. I feel like every team needs someone that pulls them together when things are not looking great. And I feel like I failed at this in Fnatic, and I am now failing at this in G2 as well. But at least here, it's not a role that is forced onto me. So I guess the disappointment is not as high from everyone else, but for myself, I still feel the same kind of disappointment. I feel like this is something I just have to fix if I want to be the best. Like, again, it's hard to feel positive in a moment like this, but I feel like if I have to win, I have to be able to be that guy for my team.
You know, just listening to you, I know that it's a hard moment for you, but the simple fact that you kept this drive over the years, you didn't let anyone overcome you. You're still the player, the Western player people want to overcome, look up to. Yeah, that says a lot about your craft and dedication to the game, Reckless. So what kept you performing so well for so many years? And because I feel like with what happened today, you're never going to give up. You're never going to let that one go, and you're going to come back in summer, combat mode and ready. So yeah, tell me about this drive you had for all these years and how it helped you.
I guess I never really strived for this whole individual MVP thing. I feel like that's just a bonus on the side. For me, it's always been winning, I guess, as much as possible. Preferably Worlds at some point would be awesome. Same for MSI would be super awesome. So for me, it's just always been about winning, yeah, everything. And that's why it's hard for me to like see this as a consolation prize of some sort, because I didn't come into the spring split thinking I want the MVP. I came into the spring split thinking I want to win the split and therefore go to MSI and potentially win MSI. So I don't think my drive necessarily lines up with this whole winning MVP a couple of times, but it's just a bonus on the side. And for me, it's all about making sure, I guess, I make the right steps in my career to be able to get these wins on the board. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, I think I'm not quite there yet where I can basically pull my team with me. And today I think I could have, because I was in a good spot in most of the games, actually. So yeah, a lot of things to work on, I guess, for summer, and hopefully Worlds after that.
You know what? Let's dive a bit deeper into this, because MVP stands for Most Valuable Player, which means that you must be the player who's able to reflect on everything, things that go right and things that also go wrong. So about what happened today, anything that can help you perform better in summer, and what are your learnings from this series?
I think just taking more responsibility within the game. It's always, you know, you have a lot of draft talks and you try to prepare as much as possible for what's about to come, but it's never the same as you predicted it to be. So I think in the games, I just have to manage to be that guy it's hard to, for me at least, it's hard to explain exactly what I mean with this. But I think just, for example, if I'm good in a game, taking over the shot calling maybe, or telling everyone that it's going to be okay, I can do something later maybe in the game if we're not having a good start. Just being some kind of rock maybe that could be needed in very dire situations. And I think today I wasn't that rock. I feel like I let it slip as well, just as I guess everyone else in the team did. In particular, the longer the games went as well, or the longer the series went as well. Like I think I started off pretty well, or I guess we started off pretty well, and then it just got worse and worse. And I think if by any means I could make that not happen, or like be more solid and maybe have the same sort of outlook on game 4 as we do on game 1, then that could help a lot for these series that always come down to the smallest details.
In the end, a competitive year is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So you'll have all the chances in the world to, I don't know, turn the tide in your direction in summer. And you know what? I want to give you last minutes to just talk to the audience. As you said, this is not a consolation prize. So anything you want to tell the fans who voted for you on what they can expect from you this summer and how you will come back ready?
So I guess people can, well, first of all, I should say thank you for voting for me, and I guess believing in me throughout this whole thing. It's been, as I mentioned earlier, like a really hard change because the expectations are sky high. So I feel like regardless of, like, even if we would have won, I think people would have still maybe been disappointed in some way. So it was basically impossible expectations to live up to. But I guess what people can expect for summer is a better me. I'm not okay with losing ever, and especially in a fashion like this where I actually think like both Mad and Rogue just ran straight over us. They were so much better than we were, and yeah, it feels terrible to be a part of something like that, I guess. So for summer, obviously, I mean, everyone's gonna say this, so it's not super hyped to say that I'm gonna try more or better in summer, but I guess if people know at least that I'm aware that this is not okay, I think that's good enough.
And that's, I mean, that's why you're also one of the most experienced player, one of the best veterans in the league, the fact that you're able to self-reflect on your performance, Relkes, and that's what will take you far in summer. That's what I hope. At least thank you so much for these moments. And yeah, enjoy your break and looking forward to seeing you soon in summer. And that's all for us now. Back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Laura. I just want to provide also some insight behind the productional decisions here. We were supposed to give out the MVP at the beginning of the show, but as you know, there was an unforeseen delay. So we graciously, of course, from Reckless to accept that he could also do this in PGL, and he was willing to talk to us and also navigate it expertly by yourself, Laura. But yeah, Reckless there saying, yeah, it's really nice to win MVP, but of course he would have liked to win here. And he said Mad and Rogue were just so much better than us and ran over us. Inspired. I mean, this is a player that I guess everyone looks up to, you know, when you're one of the younger generation. So it's bittersweet. Of course, deserves it, but they'll be back strong in summer.
I mean, definitely. Even though they lost today, they are very, very good players with a lot of experience. So I think they will not give up. And next split, it will be even harder probably to win against them because they will be so motivated to this time not lose. So I think they are still very good players.
Yeah, I'm still a bit taken aback by everything that's transpired here today because, you know, as us who work on the league for so many years, this is such a cool thing to see yourself and Mad in the finals. A lot of the new blood coming up through the ERLs this year or the previous years, and that local talent. It's amazing, and it's going to be a great final. Trimby, let's talk about tomorrow. The Mad Lions, who have looked phenomenal. Maybe not as much in the regular season as you guys. They didn't get into that top 2. But once the best of 5 started, they just played very well. Do you think they're the team that is best suited to the meta right now? Is that why they're doing well? Or why do you think they look so strong?
Well, for sure, the read that they had on the meta was the best out of every team in LEC. That's for sure, and they could play with it like in first rounds of the playoffs. But yeah, they're playing really well with each other. They know how to play with each other, and they're forcing stuff. They're not scared to do anything. And yeah, if they think that something is good, they'll probably go for it instantly. And yeah, they don't hesitate. So yeah, it's quite crazy. And also the fact that everyone I don't think there is any player in their team that plays bad or something. Maybe some players had like rough times, right? But everyone has it, and they were just trying to fill in like the forms or like the bad plays with good plays. So you can't really see like that they have any like issues or something, like team-wise at least.
Sounds a bit like Rogue to me. It's like you described your own team. Over there, you of course have it Kaiser versus Trimby. Similar stories also. Kaiser only came into the league recently and is now, of course, a bit more further on in his career. But this would be huge for the both of you. What do you make of this specific matchup against this extreme playmaking support, something you love to do as well?
I remember Kaiser back when he was playing in Mouse. Oh my God! When I would look at that Swain Pike matchup on the bottom lane, it was quite amazing. And this guy's really insane. I think it's gonna be just a pleasure to play against him and to actually see if I can match him, because he's for sure performing the best out of every support, and he's playing really well with Elioya. So I just want to see how much we can like prevent them from doing it and how much we can play together as a team versus them.
You bring up Elioya there, Inspired. I have to go to you, of course. This guy has just been insane also this split. What do you think of that matchup?
I think Elioya was for sure like, I think me and him were like the best performing junglers for sure. I think he really knows how to play meta champs and what is his like job in the game, which I think is more selfish than Jankos, because Jankos mainly plays for his laners, while Elioya both plays for his laners, but also remembers that he needs to get like farmed himself. So it's harder to play against him, I think. And yeah, I mean, he's definitely for sure very good, very good. So it will be fun series against him.
Final note, because we talked about this off camera, but practice situation is of course a bit different when you're in the lower bracket, right? Because you first have to prepare for G2 and then possibly for MAD. So how was that scrim situation this week, Inspired?
I mean, it was very even. I think both them and us didn't really want to show too many things as well, because we know we're going to play each other. But it was very even, so I can see us going to 5 games tomorrow easily.
Oh, it is music to my ears. I'm going to let you go soon. I'd love to take a selfie now that I have you here in person, and for good luck tomorrow, hopefully. I'll just stay here because socially distanced. There we go. Yay! Wonderful, thank you very much. That is all from us here in Berlin. The night is far from over though. Super stoked. The LCS is finally back in an arena and they're going to be live for their LCS semifinals. So go check that out. And we will be back tomorrow for the LEC Spring Final. MAD versus Rogue. MAD and Rogue now activated. See you tomorrow.
It is time as G2 take on Rogue. Oh, I love it. The flash bear slap after the chem tank. Run, stun, will the job get done? Odo with the Soul Flare and the last auto from Inspired. It's pick on Wonder Day. The Soul Flare inside
5K.
the pick. The arrow comes out, that catches onto Yagnos. He's going onto the Ragnarok. Inspired will be the next to fall rooted up, taken down. Wonder holds 3 Rogue members in place, and the deal is done as G2 close it out. Gold God will slow him down, and Reckless still escapes with his life. Larson and Inspired trying to kill the retreating members of G2. It's a double kill! Teleport coming in, Larson going all the way forward. Dashes, kills Jankos where he stands, and Rogue will take down G2. Oh, yeah, that's a paranoia from way down bottom lane. Inspired puts G2 to sleep. Rogue crush G2. Backwards. The TP in from Odo gets a lot of damage. Bell comes out.
Oh,
Trimby! Trimby with the Magnet Storm engage. The rest of Rogue are nearby. Hun Summer stays alive just long enough for the lullaby to put G2 to sleep. Is it past your bedtime? Rogue are split. They've got to fight on 2 fronts. Caps is ignited. He goes back in the shockwave from Larson. Odo gets his first of the game. Caps is trying to get some kills on the backside, but he's down. He's dead. History has been made neither Fnatic nor G2 will be in a European final. And for the first time, Rogue will face Mad Lions for the crown.